Welcome here to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series for round number 4. We're at Shelby Motorsport Park this weekend at the Bend in South Australia. We're just 1 hour out of Adelaide and the sun is shining. Fantastic views as we have a look around this magnificent facility here. Jamie, it's been very impressive, hasn't it?
Oh, it is a wonderful, wonderful facility. Yeah, nice conditions at the moment, Matt. It is still very, very gusty and blowy out there. However, on the forecast for today, there is the potential for a little bit of that wet stuff to roll in. That we've had a couple of little really light showers over the last couple of days, but there is a potential for a little bit more consistent stuff maybe later on this afternoon. Watch this space.
Well, lots of action here yesterday. Let's head down to Jared McLean down in pit lane, see what's happening down there.
Well, what a day it was yesterday, and you can guarantee that the action is going to heat up. It is all to play for. We're about to head into our next TA2 Muscle Car race, where the B drivers, not necessarily taking anything away from them, will be coming out for their heat. Now, I've done a quick run around through the pits. Surprising amount of fresh tyres still in garages. Obviously, some people getting caught up in some action yesterday, which unfortunately meant that they didn't put as many miles on the rubber. But that could work in their favour today for that big, big Enduro. Well, how about we have a look at some of the action from yesterday's racing?
Well, let's have a look at some of these Hi-Tec Oils Super Series highlights. And, well, there was plenty to talk about, really, when it came to, you start with an A driver and a B driver when it comes to the TA2, but it was all to start off with these two young guns, Josh Haynes and Tom Heyman in the first race. They were super quick. Tom Heyman took out the Kubota Pole Award earlier in the weekend, and there was a moment here where we thought maybe there was a brief bit of contact there between, I believe it was Josh Thomas in the car at that stage, and Hayden Jackson, who hasn't had a good run in the series.
Yeah, Josh Thomas actually did get a drive-through penalty for this. There was contact, just locked up the rears. Unfortunately, Hayden Jackson was the innocent party, so a late race drive-through for Josh Thomas after that one in the TFH Hire Mustang.
Mark Crutcher had a fantastic battle going on with Nick Bates. You saw there in the Crutcher number 4 developments as well. He ended up in 5th position at the end. Josh Haynes, though, took that race out, got the checker flag, followed by Brad Gardner, so Josh Haynes sitting first in the championship, Brad Gardner in third. And this was race number 2 with, well, what was their tag team Enduro partners in their own single race.
Yeah, Jared Hughes in the number 118 paired with Tyler Cheney. Tyler did a really good job in the first race, and in the 22 machine was Tim Brooks. So they were sort of forcing the issues early. Jordan Cox would have been out there in the 4, of course. And the father and son team of Nick and Sam Bates were also doing an awesome job. Sam here, though, had a couple of little issues through the race. That was the first one. This is the second effort where it just got that little twitch as he dropped the wheel off track, and it continued on. It pitched a brake and it ran off track again. So Sam certainly had his hands full there.
This battle went right down to the final moments of the race where Jared Hughes really pushing the pressure on Tim Brook, who I think just said, you know what, we don't quite have the car pace at this point, and to get a second position is an overall benefit to the team when it comes to the endurance racing this weekend. And Jared Hughes, well, we were interviewing his dad at the time, wasn't he, when the overtake manoeuvre happened, and look at how excited he was, really happy on the sidelines. And that's some of our highlights from the first 2 races. Have a look at this. So the endurance race, it all unfolded here. Look, 5, 6 wide at the moment. Jordan Cox in the car there on the left-hand side, gets pushed out on the grass. You know, got Josh Haynes in the 37. And look around the outside. Zach Bates was super fast, wasn't he? But he just couldn't pull the car up and had a bit of an excursion off onto the dirt.
There was actually, I think, a little glance off the left front corner of Gardner, but this is where it just erupted, and yeah, it did not end well for so many teams on the opening lap of the first endurance race of the weekend.
Yeah, this was the restart after that. 5 cars we lost out of that. Most of everyone else managed to get by with just some glancing blows there. Josh Haynes took off really early. Jordan Cox applied that pressure. Tommy Heyman, though, in the background, watch for him, because he actually started off rear of the grid for this one.
Grid 22.
Because he didn't finish his race after that great start last time. Now, look at him moving through the field. He's already up to 7th position there. That was fantastic. In the meantime, we had Todd Hazelwood pushing really hard in the 169, and it really came down to some of the pit stop strategies they took as well. This was the final moments as we got further down the race. They started coming for the pit stops. It was cut down to just 9 laps that race. The rejoin here, we thought Josh Haynes might have had this, but have a look at this.
Josh Thomas actually got the race lead right there, but ran wide and handed the lead back to Haynes. That was the crucial moment late in the race. Then Heyman's chasing down Haynes as the 3 of the Wilson Camaro was down off track right at the end of the race. Actually broke a rear end, and Haynes taking the victory. But man, there was some drama, and there continues to be so a little bit this morning. Matt, can we talk about that?
Oh, there is going to be a lot to unfold, I think, from that, because there's still
basically
some provisional results going on, and there's still a lot of video footage being ploughed through at the moment. So we'll wait to find out exactly what's happening there. You can still see 40-kilometre wings heading across the track here. Well, it's very impressive, though. 4.95 kilometres, 18 corners to get around. Let's get on board with Josh Haynes as he takes us around a lap of the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here at the International Circuit.
How you going, guys? Josh Haynes here, driver of the number 37 TA2 Herzog Steel Mustang. We're here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and I'm going to take you for a lap. Coming down the straight here, grab fourth gear, lay it on the brakes as low as you can. Down the gears into second gear, get it turned in. Don't sacrifice too much turn here. Get ready for turn 2. Down into first here for turn 3. Try and focus on getting a nice exit. Grab second, look out for this car on the left. Grab third, this is a fast sweeper through here. Run it right out to the wide. Nice under brakes, pull it up here for this tight corner. It's pretty tricky because it's off camber. Down to first gear, try again, get a nice exit. Up through the gears. This third gear change is pretty tricky. Through the sweeper here. Nice big slide. Watch out for this exit curb here. Bring it back to the right, get ready for this next section of corners. Nice big slide here, probably not too quick. Up through the gears again, grab third. This one's pretty cool because it's a pretty nice cambered corner. Blind exit, so really tricky to get your exit right. Pull this up nicely, don't sacrifice too much of your corner entry. Come down here, again look out for this bit of traffic. Up to third, nice exit. Come down to the second last corner here. Down through the gears, get it pulled up, really tricky one, so easy to overshoot. Up the second, and then really focus on getting a nice exit onto the main straight. Thanks so much for taking a lap around Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Have a good weekend.
Well, he's one of the quickest drivers around here, Josh Haynes. I think only superseded by Tom Heyman, who has been super fast with the quick time. Have a look at Rusty Wright, former inaugural champion of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Now, joined up with 10K this weekend. The most experienced in the field is the nicest way to put it. And I tell you what, on that back quarter, they've got some very interesting sponsors.
Was that 2 Zimmer frames?
That's a couple of Zimmer. I think that they're getting prepared for the driver change in the Enduro in the third race today. I tell you what, they are getting super prepared. Those Zimmer frames are going to come out any time. Look, they've redone all the cars here today. You can see they've had to do a fair bit of work on some of them overnight. I think 4 out of the 5 cars involved in that incident yesterday have made it back out on track. How wounded they are, we'll have to wait and see when they actually get into their race mode, and we'll see how they go on track. But we caught up with some of the drivers earlier this weekend.
Oh, hello.
That looks like Jared Hughes in there, I think. He's suited up and ready to go. Obviously, our we don't want, do we call them our B drivers, really, when it's just our second thing? Let's head down to some people we caught up with earlier this weekend.
Yeah, so the start of the year for us, brand new car, thanks to George Gambino from Hi-Tec Oils. Looking forward to the Enduro, but no, it's been a good season so far, so I can't wait to have Tim Brook in the car and hopefully go well here at the home round.
Yeah, obviously things went really well for us up there in Darwin with Dill, but just all kind of worked in our favour. We kept out of trouble, kept our nose clean all weekend, and ideally, I guess, we're working on doing that with Brad this weekend. You know, trying to be smart, play our cards where we need to, and sort of take it not necessarily safe or easy, but just pick our battles. You know, pick our battles and try and be there the whole way through all 6 races, and the rest will take care of itself.
So this weekend I've obviously put down the clipboard and grabbed the helmet, which is a nice change of pace. So TFH gave me a call and asked me if I could come and drive with Des Collier in the 63 Mustang. So yeah, it's as I said, nice change of pace and probably a bit more relaxing weekend, to be honest.
Yeah, it's great to be back here. Obviously a tail event, a magic event and a Enduro event as well. So team out my good friend Josh Thomas and the TFH Rocket. We're obviously trying to keep the car clean, be consistent all weekend, and obviously try and hand over the keys to Josh in a nice handy position so we can have a good weekend.
Yeah, no, the Bend's a wicked track. Honestly, probably one of the best motorsport complexes in Australia, hands down. I think it's my 3rd time here, and yeah, TA2, yeah, it's a good event, putting on a 2-driver Enduro. It's actually my first co-driver event, so obviously I'm pretty lucky to have Toddy hopefully carry the team, and hopefully vice versa, I can leave him in a decent enough position to hopefully bring home the biscuits. But no, Toddy's good, and hopefully we have a good weekend and the after party will be even better.
Oh, there were some big smiles there, weren't early in the weekend. There's been a lot to unfold since then over those couple of races.
Not so many last night.
Yeah, I think people were up late last night. We'll have to wait and see how this all unfolds today. But right now, let's head down to Jared, because he's got someone down in pits.
Down here with Graham Cheney and TA2 Muscle Car about to roll out, handing the machine over to Zach Bates. Tell me, do you ever get a little bit nervy about handing over your pride and joy to someone like this?
Oh, you always do when you know you've got to get back in it and go for it. But yeah, I think pretty good hands with Zach. Zach's a good driver, professional driver, so yeah, should be all good, hopefully.
Great stuff. Let's hear from Mel.
Tyler Cheney, Jared's just gone out for his race. You're leading the weekend so far. You must be feeling potentially a little bit richer.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the 20 grand and you just want to get it.
Is this where you expected to be this time this morning?
We thought we'd be up there. We didn't really think we'll be first, which we're really happy to. It's definitely awesome.
Starting pole from this race, you must be feeling confident.
Jared's definitely got the pace. But yeah, hopefully keep it up there and have a good race.
Well, have a great day.
Thank you.
Well, he's certainly a younger dad. Copying the interview first, of course. Not in the same car. Hasn't let the son in the same car. He's decided that Tyler will team up with Jared Hughes. Now, Tyler, really motocross experience, go-karting, Toyota XLs, Toyota 86s. So this is a much bigger car for him. And he was super fast when it came to qualifying and the single car stuff. Probably lost a couple of positions there in racing, but he's got to get used to these vehicles. Not a bad combination, though, with Jared Hughes.
Didn't he out-qualify his dad?
Yeah. He qualified a lot of people in the field.
Tyler's doing a very, very good job for a young head. And yeah, look, getting more seat time in different race cars certainly helps. And yeah, big toe in the water to jumping into one of these cars, more so at this place, which is so very, very technical, with how many corners it's got, the undulation, and the added bonus this weekend with these wind gusts, which are really, really moving these cars around.
We'll wait and see how the tyres go this weekend as well, because we'll have to be watching that down in pit lane. An allocated tyre set for this weekend. They're not allowed to go over that, so some people would have used that up yesterday trying to get to the front, so then they've got all used tyres. Others might have, and a lot of people do have, 2 green tyres down the pit, so 2 freshies to go through today. If you've got the co-driver, that might mean you've got 4 possibly.
I know there's a couple of teams, at least having walked down pit lane this morning, that do have fresh Hoosiers for later on in the day. So someone like a Josh Haynes, his emphasis is going to be on the next sprint race, because that's full points, to sort of minimise any damage for those in championship contention. The endurance races are only half points, so I would expect someone like a Josh Haynes to get the best tyre set he's got there, and potentially minimum 2, possibly 4 tyres on that car for the second sprint race later on today.
Good to see the Brett Gardner 22 back out there now. That is going to be carrying a few more wounds.
It is wounded. It is wounded after yesterday. It's not entirely happy. They did a run this morning to check the car out, and they're happy enough to keep running with it. Back down onto pit lane with Mel.
Dean Lindstrom, hectic race for you yesterday. I saw you in the office having a chat with the officials this morning. What's the update?
I believe it was a racing incident. It's just hard in that first corner there, and it's certainly, from his point of view, it's really hard to see out the back of the car, so I just don't think he saw that I was there. But, I think it's a racing incident.
So where will you be starting from today?
In the main race? I'm actually not sure yet. I don't know if they've come up with a grid position yet.
Oh, well, you survived. A lot of people didn't. Good to see you back out there. Have a good race.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going out of my way to try and keep the car nice and tidy, so I certainly, I'm trying to keep out of my way, out of the way of any other people, and trying to race as clean as I possibly can. So it was disappointing that I got, they think I've done something wrong.
Well, happy Father's Day too.
Thank you.
Yeah, we forgot about that, Matt. Happy Father's Day. So the contact there that Dean was referring to was actually contact with the 54 car, the Tribridge Holdings Camaro, Brett Nile and Clint Harvey in the endurance race here last night, which, man, had so much going on that was very, very hard to keep up. So off the restart, there was contact between those two cars. So I believe a penalty was assessed. I'm not 100% sure of the outcome, but how that will translate later on with the Enduro grid. So we'll have to wait on that one. So this is the co-driver lineup. So a reversal of what we saw yesterday. The co-driver's going out for the first race today, and it will be over 10 laps back down onto pit lane with Mel.
Okay, Hugh, sorry, a little bit of an awkward interview position, but tell us about your weekend so far.
It's been okay. Like, Paul and I are just plugging away. We're not as quick as the front guys, but we know it's a long day today, so we're just going to pluck away, keep racking up the points, and hopefully we're thereabouts at the end of the day. So looking forward to the last race today.
Well, as they say, to finish first you must finish, yeah? That's the plan?
Exactly, so that's our plan.
Have a good one. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, they're all getting prepared now for this first race.
Man, this weekend is a homework weekend. A lot of learning out there at Tailem Bend, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I've never been here before, so yeah, weekend practice would have been pretty handy for us, but we sort of turned up here on a Friday, and we sort of spent most of the day just learning where the next corner was. So, and then yesterday we sort of turned the car inside out to set up wires, and we've sort of got it there or thereabouts. And we got up to, we got about 8 positions yesterday in the race, so that was good.
Fantastic stuff. The car's in good hands with Matty McKeldin at the wheel. I'm sure you'll agree. Mel, over to you.
Okay, Des Collier, firstly, happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
So tell us about your weekend so far, sitting this one out, looking very relaxed in your Crocs.
Just ticking some boxes. We've got a bit of a game plan going on. So far we've met it, so we just got to keep out of trouble and keep moving our way forward slowly. We're sitting good on points, so we've just got to keep finishing.
And how's your tyre bank for today?
I think we're pretty good. I was short shift in the first race, so it conserved a lot of the tyre for today, which is good.
Oh, good news. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's pretty relaxed, isn't he, Des Collier there?
Could you be any more relaxed?
Around, like,
well,
what's the heart rate like, do you reckon? About 45 beats a minute?
Well, the family business is cranes, so I don't think you want to be too stressed driving a crane.
Oh, they're going to lead them out here. It's good to see he's got Ellie Barber on board with him. He's normally our DSO, our driver saying observer for the weekend.
Des did a really good job yesterday. Like,
yeah.
you know, they both, we know Elliot's fast anyway with the national Trans Ams, but I think Des is taking a lot on board with the input from Elliot and just slowing him down to the point of now let's get driving the race car and limiting the mistakes. Because, look, he debuted at Queensland Raceway and he got into a few little issues here through the weekend, but he's done a really, really good job here. I think the only blight that I've seen with Des was he did have a spin in one of the practices here on Friday, but he was sort of looking at the lap time and going, I'm getting close to Elliot here, and then got distracted and had a spin through the centre of the infield.
So for this race, we'll be going off their positions from yesterday's B driver race finishes, which means Tim Brooks going to be back in the seat of the Hi-Tec Oils 22 as well behind Jared Hughes. So they will reignite that fight. It's how that car's going to go, really, when we know it's carrying some more wounds.
They weren't sure, so they went out along with a lot of other cars for a discretionary run earlier on this morning just to see where it was at. So at a minimum, I think with it being wounded, it's got to be in chassis rail, which you're not going to repair here at the racetrack. So they would have made some changes to try and get the thing to be balanced and as good as it can be. How good it will be, we'll have to wait and see. I know Tim struggled a little bit towards the end of his first race yesterday, pretty much conceded and let Jared Hughes through without too much fight going on because he was sliding and moving around and just, look, better to back off, drop a spot. Jared can take the win. We're still going to be in a good points for the rest of the weekend, which now they're not after the incident that involved Brad and Josh Haynes and so many other drivers.
So the question is going to be is how much does he want to fight this, or does he just want to get out there and get the car back in one piece?
We'll wait and see.
It's really about Brad Gardner continuing on with his championship fight now because he was in third position coming into this weekend. Yesterday really would have hurt him in that run where he's trying to catch Josh Haynes. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up for race number 4 here this weekend for the TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Jared Hughes will lead this one out with Tim Brook alongside. Then it's Jordan Cox and Elliot Barber, Zach Bates and Todd Hazelwood on the 3rd row. Chase Hoy and Hugh McAllister will line up against each other. And Nick Lang and Dean Lindstrom will be on the 5th row of the grid in 9th and 10th position. And there's Jason Pride and Clint Harvey. Russell Wright and Matty McKeldin will be on the 7th row with Aaron Prosser and Danny Reedy just behind them. Michael Coulter rejoins after yesterday's incident, got the car fixed with Josh Haynes Well, he's actually not out there today. He was so they're not as part of this. We'll end with Michael with Aaron Prosser there in this one. So they keep going on. I think we had a few where they had the co-drivers in there, and not all of them actually ended up running their co-drivers this weekend. But our safety car out there, the Hyundai N-Line safety car, will lead them away. The lights will go out shortly, and we'll get this race underway. Of course, a rolling start, side by side. They'll form the grid up. There was some stern words this morning to say you stay in line in your box grid. There will be no leniency whatsoever today. So we'll see how well they're going to behave.
It was an energetic driver's briefing. That's all I'm going to say, and we were there part of it as well, listening on, because there's been a fair bit to sort of digest through yesterday afternoon, and so much damage. It was just a huge amount of spares got put out of the TA2 transporter last night. Some of the teams were up 11 o'clock last night. The Hollinger team, they were about 11 o'clock, they reckon. A lot of it was just sort of panels and things like that, but there was a few radiators, there was oil coolers, there was numerous different damage going across so many of these race cars. So, yeah, for a few of them, it's going to be interesting to see how they go. Garrett's back down on pit lane.
Nick Lang, unfortunately, after working late into the night fixing a diff, it's a fuel pump this time that stops you from taking part in this race.
Yeah, that's correct. Never ending. It's unfortunate for the boys and the team. Worked pretty hard last night to get the car, and we're in a good stead to make this race, and did the normal warm-up procedure this morning on the car, and then halfway through we lost fuel pressure, and yeah, there we go. It looks like fuel pump seems to have got power. It's working, but it's in between the loom, between the power pump from the fuel pump itself. So yeah, it looks like a wiring issue there that we're boys are working on it now. So yeah, devastated for the team, but that's racing, that's motorsport. We'll be back better than ever for the next race later today.
We're looking forward to it. Back to you in commentary.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for a couple of those drivers out there. Just little niggly things like that, and it can come at any moment.
Well, they broke a rear end at the end of the Enduro race last night. So that was the 3 car that was parked up on the left-hand side of the track down onto the front straight. So that was right at the end of the race. So Nick was scheduled out at grid position 9. So there'll be a gap sort of in the midfield there in the number 3 Steve Wilson Camaro. So there'll definitely be a gap there with that one. So yeah, their weekend has not got any better, unfortunately. So we are behind the Hi-Tec Oils Hyundai i30 safety car.
Yeah, they're getting extra warm-up lap. They did speak about that. They're just trying to get some temperature into these cars. They need to be at a certain pace to be able to get the tyre.
Well, the air temp's saying 17 degrees, but the wind chill with these gusts is nowhere near that. So as big as this place is, there was a request made this morning that they do an extra warm-up lap just to get some extra heat into these Hoosier tyres for all of the teams. So that's what we're seeing here right now.
Who do you think's the one for you? I mean, Jordan Cox out of position number 3. Will he try and get down the inside of Tim Brook, knowing everyone talks down in pits, everyone would have seen what's going on, who was working on the cars, the damage from yesterday. Is it a good opportunity for Jordan to try and pounce down on that second position and chase Jared Hughes down for this race win?
Jordan was super aggressive yesterday, probably to the point of maybe being a little bit over-aggressive, according to a few people that I've spoken to, but Jordan's one heck of a racer, we know that. So look, he's going to take every opportunity. Jared Hughes has been very, very fast for the majority of the weekend. Tim Brook, a little bit of an unknown as to how much damage they are carrying into that car and how good it's going to be. I'd be watching Todd Hazelwood. Todd struggled a little bit in his first race yesterday, which has him back in 5th place on the grid, and he's got his teammate there around him as well with Elliot Barber. So here we go.
Look at that, Chase Hoy already out of the line, which they were talking about. Will he pull himself back in? The race is about to get underway here with our B drivers. Race number 4 of the TFA tyre. TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. And it is green, and we are underway with race conditions. Jared Hughes on that left-hand side. It's a big right-hander into turn number 1. Can he pull it up under brakes? Tim Brook on the outside. Is there going to be anything going on in the field further back? They've all managed to stay in their positions at the moment. Looks like a little bit of a look on the inside there for Todd Hazelwood. He might be up into 3rd position. Jordan Cox just might have to delegate to back and forth now as we go around the right-hander. Still a few at the back just sliding the cars around while these Hoosiers haven't warmed up yet.
That was Prosser. That was a big-time sideways moment. Aaron actually finished 2nd in that, 7th in the race last night. He was really, really happy. That's Hazelwood. It locked up the rears down the inside of Jared Hughes. Can he get the pass? It's still continuing on. There's overlap from Hughes on the inside.
Well, this is working for Brook. Because look at him, he's getting a moment here while these two fight it out. I know we've only just got this race underway, but the more those two are going to keep fighting out for positions as Hughes gets the second position back, that's going to give Brooke a nice opportunity. And they didn't use up their tyres yesterday. It's unfortunate, but they were out in lap number 1 of the endurance, so not a lot of laps on those tyres.
Hazelwood's the aggressive one at the start of this one. Cox has been a little bit more conservative back there and forth. Hazelwood really forcing the issue. I'm actually wondering if Hazelwood conceded that spot back to Jared with the contact they made before that. So it almost looked like that was
a bit of a redress.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a redress. But definitely Hughes has got a little bit of damage to the left rear corner of the RAS number 118. But yeah, out in front with a wounded Hi-Tec Camaro is Tim Brooke, as now Hazelwood launches down the inside and got that pass made clean.
Well, it's all going to be about tyre pressures at this point in the race, because depending on how you run them, your car's going to be good at the start or the back end of the race. It's unfortunate to see the 54 at this point of Clint Harvey out of Western Australia. You can see that's got a brand new front splitter on that one. That one's had a couple of moments as well this weekend. Teamed up with Brett Nile out of Western Australia. They've done stuff overseas together racing, but probably not the seat together in one of these things in endurance either. To see a nice little move going on down there. And
Elliot Barber on Jordan Cox. So Cox doesn't have an awful lot of pace at the start of this one, so maybe look for that to come on a little bit later on in the run. It's only a 10-lap sprint as we're back on board with Brooke, the race leader. Looking out the front of Todd Hazelwood, who's looking really racy here right now, on board with the TFH hire number 169.
Well, Brooke and Brad Gard are pretty fired up this morning to try and make amends after the results from yesterday. We saw how good they were in the sprint races, both of them having a second place position. So they've got speed. They haven't topped the charts in terms of lap times, but they're definitely up there. Let's have a look at a replay here.
Jason Pride.
Pride, yes.
Now that was the 54 exiting stage right. So was he reacting because the 54 was already going off?
Not quite.
He didn't rejoin. That was an awkward one, but certainly Jason Pride was facing the wrong direction there in the 14 car based out of Western Australia.
And here we go, the top three in a nice little battle. They've caught up to Brooke. They are right behind him, sliding the car everywhere.
Jared Hughes,
a lot of attitude in the driving, isn't it?
was very, very sideways there. So I think it's a lot cooler this morning than we saw later on yesterday. The wind gusts are still up there, and a lot of these guys were still talking about this morning getting caught out at various places with the wind gusts as Hazelwood goes down the inside of Brooke. Pitched to right front doing it, and Brooke certainly didn't fight the issue, but we do have a new race leader, and I did say to watch for him at the start of this one.
Well, I think Tim Brooke did the smart thing there. He knew he was coming up the inside. Don't want to make any more damage in that car. The team has been working tirelessly. It's not like they've got a massive crew either. Down there, Max Vidal will be pretty tired this morning. We know he's been down there with the boys working on that car, and they had a fair bit to do last night.
So Hazelwood
not going to give it up, though.
Lead. No, he's not. It's okay. Like, Hughes hasn't really got too much for him now, although he does close up there. It's another replay. This will be the pass. All right, so Hazelwood lines it up. It's pretty deep because he locks up, I think, the right front, or was it the right rear? I think it just dragged the right front a little bit. But you could just see Tim opening up the wheel a little bit. Wasn't really going to fight the issue. And through to the lead goes Hazelwood, who dominated the last round of the Trans Am Championship at Queensland Raceway, remember?
Yeah, very quick in these cars. It's just been trying to find that
Jordan
pattern
Cox rejoining? Was that Cox? He's lost more spots. He's lost at least two to Zach Bates and Chase Hoy. So I didn't think Cox's car looked really stout, and it's continuing to actually go backwards here. That'll be the 54 going into the pit area, so he managed to get it back up and running.
Yeah, it looks very deep for his pit lane there, but they're going to pull that car in. That's not what we want to see, really. But yeah, let's have a look at Jordan Cox, because he is really struggling in the Crusher Developments number 4 down the back there on the right-hand side of the yellow car. As more cars starting to overtake him too. It looks like Lindstrom might be coming up. Hoy's gone past as well, so things changing further down the grid, and he is really wrestling that car and trying to stay in the fight here. Jared Hughes, in the meantime, has got past Tim Brooke, who's dropping off as well, as Barber's tyres seem to be coming into the window and where they want to be, because look how racy he is in the 63 at the moment. It looks like he just has a little bit of a look there, doesn't he, down the inside of Brooke, and decides, no, this isn't the corner to make it happen. But right on the back bar, though, as they exit, looks out of turn 17.
I think it's just a matter of time because Elliott does look pretty racing. He was trying really hard under brakes. The car was moving around under brakes just before that. Brooks got good exit speed. It's not perfect, but they're just trying to salvage what they can points-wise to go forward for the balance of the weekend as Elliott Barber pulls out of the draft, down the inside, and should get the pass made on Brook here for third. Big slide himself with Barber, but does get that third position. So the TFH team cars now first and third.
Watch out because Zach Bates right behind Tim Brook as well. So he's got a bit of pace. And we saw him warm up into the race as well. The first couple of laps, how they've got the car set up seems to be just waiting for that tyre pressure to come up. And once they get 2 or 3 laps under his belt, his time's improving as well. The moment a 156.51 there for Todd Hazelwood out in the lead. Fastest lap of the race so far. So Hughes with a bit of work to do. He's not quite as fast as him in the first sector either. So it looks like Todd Hazelwood seems to have this under control at this point. It's how long he can keep those tyres under the car.
Yeah, Jared's just, the car's moving around a lot. Like he's just cleaned up that apex and got the dust, which a lot of them are doing down that part of the track. But yeah, Jared's car just doesn't look as nice as Hazelwood's out in front. Hazelwood set the fastest lap of the race at a 156.5143. Back on board with Brook now with the attention of Zach Bates.
Oh, that is getting close under brakes, isn't it? You can really see that rear camera view.
Cox is coming back to him as well. So I think there was maybe an off for Cox because he's got back ahead of Chase Hoy in the Hollinger 23 and back up to the 6th position. He started off the 2nd row. So, yeah, not a great race car right now. Or they are saving some tyres for later on in the day.
Well, that could be a strategy they've got because obviously he's not in championship contention. His teammate is, Mark Crutcher. He's got championship implications, but for George Cox, it's a one-time deal at the moment for this season. Look at this. They're going to go 3 wide in the exit. George Cox pulls a rabbit out of the hat. Look at that. Two positions. It's almost like Zach Bates and Tim Brook had a moment together because look at Chase Hoy. He's taking advantage of this and he might get Brook down the inside.
He is going to get Brook down the inside and Zach Bates is going to try and have a go as well. So now Brook is starting to fall back through the order and it's now Brook back in the 7th position. Early race leader. But yeah, Jordan Cox just seized the opportunity. Zach sort of had himself in an awkward position. Jordan saw that, launched up the inside, and Hoy's gone, hey, I'm here as well, and he came to play in the party too.
Yeah, you see Jordan Cox takes a very different line through that part of the circuit too, through turn number 6, and we did a couple of laps out there this morning, and there is a couple of different lines we can go a bit wider, and he gets the drive though off the corner compared to the others, so a little bit of a difference. You can see the speed variance too as they exit that one. Jordan Cox now starting to drive away, so he's definitely had the pace there. Not quite sure what was going on at the start of the race. Again, could be tyre pressures.
After saying it didn't look that stout, like that was a pretty impressive pass, and now he is driving away from them, but yeah, it's a hard one to sort of explain, or he just got to the point of the race where I need to go forward now and the tyres are up to temp, let's go, because it's definitely lit up. Elliott Barber's just gone purple to the 1st sector and 3rd, so Elliott's got some pace out there right now too, chasing down Jared Hughes, and there's only a couple of seconds in it. Hughes with the fastest lap of the race at a 56.411, which he did on the previous lap, so Barber and Hughes both lapping faster than Todd Hazelwood out front. Todd's 1 second clear of Jared Hughes right now. Zach Bates and Chase Hoy for 5th and 6th.
Well, we're coming up to the halfway point of this race number 4 here. Second day of competition at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round number 4 from the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. This is where it starts to get a little bit different as the tyres have now got temperature in them. We look at who's trying to conserve tyres when it comes to the endurance later, who's got the car, who's carrying a little bit of damage from yesterday. There's a fair bit of kilometres to do this weekend. I think we figured it out with the racing, the practice, the qualifying. These cars subjected to over 500 kilometres of race pace this weekend.
So Hughes' cars, like Cox's, Hughes has just lit back up because he's gone fastest again at a 56.4199. He was 600ths quicker as Hoy drops a wheel off. He was 600ths quicker than the Hazelwood on that last lap. So the gap's 1 second. It's just over that Hughes back to Elliott Barber. But Elliott Barber is also on similar pace. So the tyres are now half race distance, just starting to come on for themselves. Where they started, unsure. But I think looking at the relevant speed differences across some of these cars right now. They've started at quite different tyre pressures.
Well, I'm getting word Tim Brook is complaining about a rear left tyre, so that's obviously not in a good condition.
Okay.
They are obviously juggling tyres for the endurance because there's still $5,000 up for grabs for the final race this afternoon for the AC Delco Tag Team Enduros.
Well, he's dropped into the 58.2s on the last lap, so it might have a slowly deflating left rear if that's the case. So that would certainly explain it, because early on it looked like he had pretty good pace, but has certainly dropped right off that now, and he's back into the clutches potentially of Dean Lindstrom, who's only a couple of seconds behind. On board here with Zach Bates in the 51, paired with Graham Cheney, who went into the weekend second in the points behind Josh Haynes.
We really haven't had a chance to see Chase Hoy, who's out in front, the young gun. I mean, he's about 7 foot tall when you have a look at him down.
He is a big.
He is a tall man. But we really haven't seen him stretch the legs in this car yet, have we? Yesterday involved in that first lap incident in the Enduro. He obviously had his B driver race yesterday, but it's great to see him now starting to find out where he needs to be. I know he's been behind the wheel of these cars a couple of times over in Western Australia, but it's all about seat time.
So he finished 8th in the first B driver race. So, you know, a good solid top 10. It's not his car. Back on board with Bates, who's working over Chase Hoy. Some very different lines going on there. The very experienced Zach Bates, of course, currently running in the Super 2 Championship.
Well, he's about to put a whole lot of kilometres on a race car, isn't he? Coming up to endurance season in the supercar. So great to have him here as part of the TA2 Muscle Car Series this weekend. Todd Hazelwood, he's looking pretty comfortable out in front at the moment.
Those gaps are still pretty stable, just over a second. So on that last lap, Hazelwood was just a touch quicker, so the gap just over 1 second, and it's 1.4 back to Barber, so they've actually dropped Barber off.
Smoke. There is smoke coming out the front of Hazelwood's car, so what is going on there? This could be an issue with a front tyre, possibly.
Let's have a look here. I just saw that at the same time. Is it a left front, or potentially is it a power steering issue? It sort of looked to be from that left front corner, didn't it?
Yeah, look, you just see it, yeah, slight whiff. It might not be a tyre, you might be right. Could be mechanical smoke coming out from there. Could it be power steering, possibly some oil?
Well, just keep an eye on that, but yeah, they might have a drama going on in the TFH 169.
It looked like he was reacting, though, to Hughes at the moment. When Hughes picks up the pace, we'll see Todd Hazelwood just pick it up a little bit, but the smoke is concerning, and we'll have to watch that because, well, we've still got a few laps left to run in this race at the moment as they come around and complete lap number 7.
It's
There's that
trailing
smoke out the back of the car.
Definitely trailing smoke, and it's from underneath the car, so there'll be some chat on the radios going on here. Jared's down on pit lane. You got some updates down there, mate?
Brad Gardner, give us a rundown. What's happening out there with the car?
Yeah, I believe bad set of tyres for Brooksy, not in the way of wear and tear, but just the batch numbers. I think the rumour up and down pit lane is probably that there's some rough tyres going around, which is disappointing for how much we pay for them and what we do. So, look, it's good. The car's also bent up as well. We can't take that away from Brooksy. I mean, yesterday it got tore up pretty bad. But that's the way they want to race, and unfortunately, you race with amateur drivers. That's what you get.
Unfortunate indeed. Back to you in commentary, guys.
Well, we can see the frustration.
I don't think Brad was holding back there.
Yeah, I think that's called frustration. And
that smoke's getting worse than the TFH 169. So it is from that left front. It is from that left front. So it's either a hub or a power steering issue. It's hard to figure, but that smoke is definitely getting worse for the race leader, and it is now starting to affect his pace because he was a second and a half out from Jared Hughes, but that gap has closed significantly in the last half a lap.
Well, the question is, can he feel that inside the car? Is that a reaction to what the team is saying as well?
Well, it's definitely losing pace because Jared Hughes is right on his back bumper now. That gap was up 1.5 seconds.
Well, it's 1 second in the last.
Here comes Hughes. Here comes Hughes to the inside. So Todd Hazelwood is wounded. The TFH Mustang is carrying an issue. And Jared Hughes through to the lead for the second time this weekend. Points.
As they come around to complete this lap. There'll be 2 remaining in this race number 4 of the TA2 Muscle Car race. Our B driver lineup out there for their race this morning. Of course, our A driver lineup will be back this afternoon, and then our endurance to finish racing off this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. Here's a replay of this overtake manoeuvre. He's definitely got way more pace than Hazelwood at the moment. Hazelwood really fighting whatever that issue is with the car, where we're seeing those whispers of smoke come out of that left front.
Yeah, and Todd wasn't fighting the pass either, so he knows it's wounded. He knows something's going on, so he made that pretty easy. But Jared Hughes is doing exactly what Tim Brook and Dylan Thomas did a year ago in Darwin.
Just having a look here, I thought maybe something happened to Tim Brook in the background there. So, yeah, struggling with some tyres in that car. But interestingly enough, that's a frustrated response from Brad Gardner, and we'll have to see if they have any more dramas with that car.
He was not a happy camper.
There's probably a little bit of frustration down there today. We've still got some provisional results as well from yesterday. So Jared Hughes leading this race at the moment, and this will just give him another accumulation of points when it comes to the $20,000 tag team Enduro put up by TFH Hire and Hi-Tec Steel Framing.
Yeah, well, Jared and Tyler led the points going into the second day overall for the big money, and you know it's a lot of money up for grabs. So, you know, Jared's doing an outstanding job. We know he's fast. He dominated the weekend when he debuted at Calder Park at the end of the last season with the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. He's been racing Super 2 with the Erebus Academy this year, so he's doing a lot of driving. He's also based out of Norwell with Paul Morris, so he's doing a lot of driver training too, with even some of the drivers in this category.
We're back on board here with Zach Bates. He just hasn't managed to get past Chase Hoy, who's having an impressive race at the moment. He is super fast in the 23, but a dive down the inside. Hard under brakes from Zach Bates.
That was close.
Oh, couldn't slip a credit card between those two, could you?
Chase wasn't conceding that one, but like he didn't shut him down, but he just tried to carry momentum on that slightly deeper line, and Bates couldn't get the momentum, and really, really lucky not to make contact there. Okay, Barber's just gone by his teammate, so Elliot Barber through to second, Hazelwood limping back there in third. Just looking at the last lap for Hazelwood, it was a 2:62, 3 seconds slower than Hughes, and likewise about 2.5 seconds slower than his teammate Elliot Barber, who's just gone through. So next in the queue is Jordan Cox, and I'm sure Jordan will be looking forward, realising that Hazelwood's coming back to him.
Yeah, with an injured vehicle there, so Jordan Cox having to fight his way back through after losing a lot of positions earlier on in the race with the Crutcher Developments number 4. They're looking good. He might get himself a podium here. He's still got a number of corners to make it happen in this final lap of race 4 of the TA2 Muscle Cars. And here we go, Jordan Cox right on the rear. Where's the opportunity going to be for him to make a passing manoeuvre? We're not sure whether Hazelwood, being the final lap and only a few corners left to go, will try and defend this position as best that he can, or whether Jordan Cox is going to get, I don't want to call it an easy overtake, but a less aggressive overtake.
He's got overlap to 13, so he should get that done. Jordan Cox up to third, Hazelwood.
And the smoke's not coming out as much out of Hazelwood. Do you think he might be a brake issue on that car?
There potentially could have been something. It's just hard to pick. There were so many things, so many options potentially, but look, we'll know post-race after the guys talk to him down on pit lane. But yeah, definitely, he's actually struggling to get the car turned there. So yeah, there's definitely something going on. I'm just trying to get a handle on it, exactly what it might be. But look, take nothing away. Jared Hughes banking points at the right end of the weekend, and the RAS number 118 Camaro takes another victory for the weekend. And at the moment, the young duo are showing some of the older established guys how to do it.
It'll be interesting to see how they go in endurance later. Tyler Cheney's still got his race to come this afternoon, and we'll see how he fares in that one. But yeah, Jared Hughes, impressive combination this weekend, impressive on the racetrack in his solo races. And coming into this weekend, you know, we spoke about them being there, but probably didn't expect them to be so far up in the points that they are at the moment. So some of our drivers opting to only go for the single driver this weekend, which will change things up in the endurance. They still have to come in for their pit stop and take a compulsory amount of time in there. With some of them having the 2 drivers this weekend, and some of the teams like Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney have, you know, they're not part of, they haven't done the entire series. They're not fighting for a championship. They've come for a weekend of racing, so they're really in the fight, and we'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds. Elliot Barber will get second, and Jordan Cox, well, we've seen him take that 3rd position through the final few corners of this race. Let's have a look at your race results. Jared Hughes up number 1 and the big smile on his face. Elliot Barber in second, Jordan Cox in third. It's back to Todd Hazelwood limping that car home. Zach Bates and Chase Hoyt. Well, Bates got him in the end. So that was a fantastic battle they had for about 4 or 5 laps at the end of that one. Tim Brook, well, he's limping that 22 back in 17th. Lindstrom in 8th, Aaron Prosser in 9th, and Hugh McAllister dropped back into 10th.
Russell Wright in 11th, Matt McKeldin in 13th. They had Jason Pride, who had that earlier spin, and Clint Harvey a lap down. They definitely went into the pit area, but fantastic result for Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney.
It's a bit of a shame there for Nick Lang, who we caught up with earlier with that little bit of an issue there with the fuel pump, so didn't make it out for that race either. Let's have a look at some of the Hi-Tec Oils highlights from this race number 4 here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The TA2 Muscle Cars, well, they always excite when they come out on track, and Jared Hughes run down the inside of Tim Brook, and we thought he might have got this position, but Brook covered him across in the Hi-Tec Oils 22 Camaro. It's that left-hander, though, we had the advantage going in. Now, Todd Hazelwood ran the outside into 3rd position, and Jordan Cox, we didn't see him drop back that many positions yesterday in the race, so he wasn't quite as aggressive. Under brakes here for Todd Hazelwood. Big dive down the inside with Jared Hughes, and we're not sure, but that might have been a little bit of a redress for him there, because Jared Hughes came back on the inside, and Todd Hazelwood thought, we'll get this battle going again. For a moment there, Jason Pride had a spin, and we saw Clint Harvey from Western Australia go off with the car, which later went into the pit lane, so we're not quite sure what went on with that car. Now, Tim Brook held him out for a few laps there, but Todd Hazelwood and Jared Hughes really just had the pace. We saw that lock-up there. Wasn't on the same side as we saw later with the smoke, so that's just a little lock-up on one of the tyres. Todd Hazelwood ran away for a bit, Jared Hughes, and Tim Brook, well, he just had to keep fighting and fighting and fighting, but just didn't quite have the pace.
Yeah, he was certainly going backwards through the field. So I thought Hazelwood was just going to drive away from them, but yeah, the signs on the left front, smoke coming out of the car, and he was losing pace, and Jared Hughes getting that pass pretty easily and going on down to the checkered flag to take his 2nd win of the weekend and a 4th place finish in the first of the Enduros here yesterday afternoon.
Well, it's always exciting when we get them out on track, and you can see the gloves are coming off and the helmets. They'll get themselves a nice fresh breath of air as they get prepared to head down there and have a chat with some of our pit lane commentators. It's great to see some changes going on throughout our winners as well. Todd Hazelwood, unfortunate for him with the mechanical issues, we probably expected to see him up there in the TFH hire car as well. But Elliot Barber doing a fantastic job this weekend. Let's head down to pit lane though with our race winner.
Jared Hughes making precious points at the right end of the weekend. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It was a tough start to it. I think we probably had the pressures too low again. We went up, so we're going to have a look what's going on there. But no, Todd was fast, and I don't really know what happened to him at the end there. There was lots of smoke coming out, probably from the start of the race. So I just backed off a bit thinking something was going to happen, and something did. So I feel bad for him because he did a good job. But yeah, another bank of points. So see how the next one goes.
Fantastic stuff, Jared. Over to you, Mel.
Elliot Barber, P2, you must be happy.
Yeah, it's always nice to get on the podium, and it's Father's Day, so my old man texted me this morning and said that's all he wanted for Father's Day was a podium in the solo race, so happy Father's Day. Yeah, it was a good race. Shame for Todd. He was leading that quite convincingly, and obviously had something going on. He was dropping some power steering fluid or something's happened there, so that's a shame. But just big thank you to TFH Hire for getting me on this weekend. I'm driving with Des. Des doing an amazing job for someone that's so new to the sport, so I'm just enjoying a weekend of racing.
Well done, thanks. Back to you, Jared.
Jordan, congratulations. Getting the move done on Todd Hazelwood. Limping along, unfortunately, but still valuable points for you.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. You just got to stay out of trouble and score points. So it's been a bit difficult this weekend with the driving that's going on. So, hey, we managed to stay out of it and finish P3, so we're happy.
Looking forward to this big Enduro that's coming up this afternoon?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, that's what we're here for. So it should be a good race. Got the A driver over there, Crutch, ready to rock and roll. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Fantastic stuff. Over to you guys in commentary.
Well, I think we got the 3 male models in the group out on track, didn't we, Jared? Really? Oh, there are some handsome men down there, I'll tell you what, on that 1, 2, 3 down on pit lane. Oh, well, if you thought the TA2 racing was exciting, it will get better, and it just always seems to, come with, I suppose, the unexpected. And talking about unexpected, Legend Cars Australia. This one, we saw 5 TA2 cars wide yesterday.
We got to 8.
These guys go to about 8.
Yeah, we got to 8. Some fantastic racing already through the weekend. And again, we've been saying that every round, every race, meeting with the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The Legends are one of our mainstay support classes, and it's probably almost rude to call them a support class because they put on such fantastic racing. So this is their third race of the weekend. 27 cars started the weekend, and I think we've got all 27 back out there on the grid for this third one.
Yeah, well, they've also got their parts truck that follows them around on the weekend, so they keep most things in there. We haven't seen a lot of damage from these cars. When a bonnet went flying, we did lose that on one of the cars.
I think a few of them might have had a couple of little issues yesterday because at least half a dozen of them actually went out this morning to do some exploratory laps and just make sure they had some issues sorted out.
Scotty Bell was going to start this race off on the front row of the grid with Benny Goodrich, then Dylan Thomas and Robert Hogan, Shane Tate and Aidan Williams on the third row, Lincoln Pope and Riley Skinner on the fourth. Then it's Ryan Pring and Lockie Ward. So in race number 3, it's a reverse race grid of how they finished race number 2 as well. So we're going to reverse the top 10. That always makes for exciting race, especially with Lockie Ward, Lincoln Pope, Ryan Skin, all those young guns working their way back through the pack. And there's some names in there like Dylan Thomas, who, you never know what they're going to do. He's got plenty of experience winning races in every form of motorsport that he takes part in.
Yeah, I spoke to Dylan this morning actually, and he alluded to they're struggling in a straight line, and he's just wondering, with the body style he's chosen for that car, if it's a little bit of a handicap with the wind, he's able to get those behind him to tuck into him, but he's struggling to get onto the draft in front of him. So he's actually one of the fastest through the middle sector of the track, but is losing a lot of time down the main straight. So they were joking about maybe backing it into the roller doors in the pit garage and damaging the rear of the body to get it to resemble one of the coupes around him. But yeah, I don't think Tony and the Legends team would have allowed that somehow.
Well, the great thing is they'll be able to swap that body type over if they want to try and explore something different. Here we go. Looks like we're about to get this rolling start underway, and Legend Cars Australia get race 3 started here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And look at them, they're already 4, 5, 6 wide, now 7. Oh, can we go 8?
Yeah,
surely we can throw another one in there.
That was an 8. Technically,
wow,
definitely
look at the move around that. Who is that? Is that Pope? Oh, big dive around. Oh, they're 5 wide as they go to turn number 1.
There's contact.
Dylan Thomas has already gone back 3 rows.
There was definitely some contact down the one where I think they tried to go through 5 wide through 1, but the approach was definitely 8 from front on.
We said it was going to be exciting, and they've started things off with a nice 8 wide down the main straight. Look at him hanging onto the tyre. That's Lockie Ward there, who's got 2 race wins from 2 race starts this weekend, our number 1 qualifier as well. Big break, lock up though from the 42.
Oh, that was nearly up and over. The 147 got climbed on top of. There was 2 lockups there. The 42's involved. That was
Shane Tate and Martin.
I don't know. The white one that was involved, and we'll see when we get the replay how that did not end up upside down. That was a big, big moment. We've seen more contact at the start of this race than we have just about all season with these cars. I was going to start the race by saying, watch the 5th row. That's where the fast guys are coming from. But everyone in front of them are super, super fast as well.
Are there 5 rows when they're 8 wide? It's only about 3 rows of cars.
I don't know.
Oh,
man.
The race will continue on.
That was potentially going to be massive.
The question will be, can they get those cars out of harm's way, or have they stopped on the track? They'll try and restart them, obviously with starter motor on these cars. No issue there. They should be able to get them fired back up unless they've got some mechanical damage, which could lead to that Hyundai inline safety car coming out. Let's have a look at the replay here. That's Hardy Martin in the 42. Big lock up from the 10.
The 10 of Mark Duckworth. The 10 of Mark Duckworth climbed up over the back of the 147.
Yeah.
Ooh, that got some height. That was lucky. The way that it come down, that it didn't end up rolling and going side on, because
Shane Tate, an unfortunate victim in that one.
It was
he was just breaking the corner.
He had no idea. Absolutely none at all. All right, Ryan Pring's on a bit of a charge here. Look for the green wheels. Who's leading? Riley Skinner, he's to the outside, and you got the 46 of Robert Hogan to the inside as they fan out across the track again, down into turn number 1. Pring's on the inside.
Hope's in the lead in the 47 though. Pring follows him.
Skinner's gone out of the lead, and around goes the 97.
That's Goodrich.
Wow.
So Ben Goodrich, he'll wait for the smart thing here. I'm sure that car's fine. He's just waiting for him to go past. Yes, we'll get that car rolling again. So lose a number of positions. Pring now with a charge. not going to get the run on this one. Look at Lockie Ward in the background now. Him alongside Dylan Thomas. Do they make wheel-to-wheel contact? Hard under brakes as they come into turn number 6. This sharp left-hander.
All right, so Dylan now, with Lockie ahead of him, needs to just lock onto his back bumper and get Lockie to do all the hard work for him and try and stay in that draft.
That's our leaders at the moment.
What a mad couple of first laps.
Lockie Pope leading over Ryan Pring, a former Australian champion. Then you go back to this little battle pack a bit further on. It's a battle for third position. It goes Hogan, Skinner, Ward and Thomas.
Well, Skinner was leading the last lap, so he's got shuffled back with those exchanges. Dylan Thomas here trying to stay with Ward. We know Ward's super fast, was leading the championship going into the Queensland Raceway round, didn't contest the round. He's in a borrowed car because his own car got sold, such as the waiting queue for new Legends cars.
Have a look at one of the Super Series replays, all thanks to Hi-Tec Oils, and this is the last lap where they came out of turn number 1, and that's a spin there.
So Goodrich was sort of looking to go down the inside, and he might have just gotten a little assist from behind, I think, with that one. It wasn't much in it, but it was enough, obviously, to unsettle the car, and he rotated, and he's dropped right back down through the order. So let's just take a breath and settle down. The 47 of Lincoln Pope is your race leader. But
whoa, Lockie Ward!
No, that Ward that went wide.
They did say these things do speedway and bitumen, but we don't need to combine them. It's not a rallycross.
Not on this tyre. Pring's going to be your race leader here. He got a great run off the final corner, or actually, Pope might have got a little bit of a side draft off the wall there because Pring will have the lead down there definitely.
Look at Ward on the outside.
Skinner and the 46 of Hogan, and Dylan Thomas is trying to stay there with them, and he should come into the picture now. Ward's actually not able to clear these cars in front of him, and Thomas has come back to him. We're going to have a 6-way battle for the lead very shortly. Unless Pring can run away and hide, which he's going to need to do because Ward is charging in the 15.
All right, Skinner, no contact made with Pope. Just gone over that back wheel. Unfortunately, now they've rested together. They've stopped out of that turn. It's turn number 6 again, really hard under brakes, and just a slight little error. Can they get reverse?
It's not going to be a 6-way battle.
All these cars are hard. No, it's as quick as it can happen. Ward now into third position with that. Rob Hogan in second, Ryan Pring leading the race. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. We'll try and put this one.
Skinner from a long way back.
Oh, he just wasn't on the inside enough, was he? Just clipped that wheel, and they just hang outside the guards.
Didn't really have overlap by the looks of it there, and there was turn-in from the leading driver, so the gap narrowed. That probably wasn't there to start with, so yeah, I think the Series DSO is going to have a little bit of work to do after this one, and we're only 3 laps in.
Oh, we're not even halfway of this one. As we see the yellows come out, looks like we are going to go under safety car for this race. Now, this could affect their amount of laps that they complete here for this one, because we are limited on track time here today.
All of that, Dylan Thomas finds himself back up into 4th. So Ryan Pring is your race leader. Ward, Hogan, Thomas, Melville, Aidan Williams in the 95, Brendan Hurrigan in the 1, and we haven't seen too much of Brendan throughout the weekend. I think he had a drama in the second race and dropped right back through the order. So the safety car definitely will pick them up down into turn number 1, the Hyundai i30. Yeah, they definitely have not got unattached.
No, they're glued together at the moment, so unable to reverse that car out of there. And there's a little bit of bar work on the front of those cars. Possibly it's just got caught up. It probably helps when they're doing the draft down the main straight. They can go bumper to bumper, but sometimes when they come together, they do sort of get intertwined with that bar work.
So 47 Lincoln Pope and the 94 of Riley Skinner were the 2 involved in that deal. So that was the 47 of Pope sitting side on, with Skinner parked right in the left-hand door.
So the other one's obviously Mark Duckworth in that number 10. Now we saw him go up the back of Tate.
Yeah, that landed
that big
hard,
incident.
So it hasn't damaged a shock or anything like that. I'm not too sure.
Well, let's head down to Mel in the pits.
Hi, Mel. So we know that Tony's quite famous for assisting young people to get involved in motorsport. there's lots of young kids in this category, and obviously you've got an interest as well, and he's given you the opportunity to be here this weekend. What have you been doing?
I've just been doing some scrutineering, basic, going around, just doing whatever he says, just looking over some of the vehicles, been up to Control Tower, basically, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. So will you be part of the category for the rest of the year?
Maybe. I've been invited to Winton. Hopefully I get to go.
It's good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is great.
Thank you, Mel.
That's all right.
Well, it's great to see so many people getting involved in what is a fun and fantastic little category here with the Legend Cars Australia as well. We've got so many getting around the country, they can't import them fast enough. There's so many drivers that want to get involved. Obviously, that crossover too between the dirt racing and the bitumen racing. So a lot of them doing one or the other, but potentially with setup changes, minor changes to the car, you can do both.
Yeah, different tyre package, probably a little bit different on the shocks. On the speedway side of things, more than likely they'll be running a little bit of stagger with the right rear tyres bigger than the left rear, etc., to help it get around the predominantly left-hand cornered speedways. But yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Matt, and the American Legend Company have produced over 9,000 of these around the world, and they race in over 30 countries, hence why there's a big waiting list, and 6 continents. Obviously, Australia being one in its own.
Yeah, lots of these cars getting around, so if you do want to get involved to have a go, best you talk to Tony Ward, find that out, obviously on their social media pages for Legend Cars Australia, because you want to get your orders in early is where it's at.
Well, at the moment, it's taking about 6 months to get these cars in, so a combination of the other countries in the queue for the order, plus the shipping time and everything too. So currently there is at least 14 cars ordered, partially on the water and about to be sort of heading this way. So another 14 heading to Australia.
Yeah, we're going to see some big
great demand,
especially later on in the year. The Australian title is going to be one raceway as well towards the end of October. So that's going to be another exciting one. And you always know that when you put an Australian title on, there's a few cars that probably don't see daylight as much as they normally should. They come out. They come out for daylight when it comes to Australian titles. So imagine the field we're going to have there. I'd expect over 40 of these on the racetrack.
Other than the slightly different body styles which are offered across the field, everything else is identical. Same Nankang tyre, same shock package. Obviously the engines, there are slight differences with the engines with the older 4-cylinders that aren't available anymore. They've been replaced by the 3-cylinder FZ09 engines, which are water-cooled. And so they have a different weight break across those, and eventually I think the 4-cylinders will sort of phase themselves out. But yeah, really, really competitive around the sort of 120, 130 horsepower mark. And as we've seen, in this race aside, which has had a little bit of drama going, they do provide some amazing racing at all of the different racetracks that we visit with the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
Here we go, Lockie Ward's not wasting time in this restart though. Comes down the inside of Pring and will apply the blowtorch. Look in the background, Dylan Thomas. Oh no, contact made Pring.
Ward's gone around.
Full spin. He's going to rejoin this race. Dylan Thomas has to try and avoid the CXC Legend car, the 68. He hasn't made contact, that's fortunate. Ward goes a bit further back down the pack, and he's going to have to really fight into this one as he's on the outside.
Don't think he's going to win this one now, unless a miracle happens or another safety car. But yeah, he's way back through the field, and Lockie has already won the opening 2 races of the weekend. So, okay, contact between himself and the 333 of Ryan Pring. And out in front
Rob Hogan,
is Rob Hogan in the 46 has gone.
Aidan Williams now behind Ryan Pring too. So that's your top 3 at the moment.
So Dylan Thomas, he's dropped a spot. Here's the replay. It was just awkward. Like, Ward's got to run down the inside. And I just wonder if Pring hasn't sort of maybe misjudged the turn in there as he's tried to get turned in. And Ward was still there in a straight line. He wasn't getting turned. So yeah, that's a hard one to call on that one.
A little bit uncharacteristic, isn't it, from what we've seen from these drivers?
That's a hard one to call, but yeah, the Legends DSO is going to be really, really super busy after this one.
He was pretty happy, I think, yesterday that he hadn't been working too hard and that everyone had been behaving. Well, we've changed that for him.
He's about to make up for it.
Famous last words.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Rob Hogan out in front. He had a big sideways moment there in the white 46, back on board with Dylan Thomas. So Thomas is back in 8. So Ward's just got back around him. Ward was going for the lead, battling with Pring. They got together at the start of this lap, and Ward is on the recovery.
Oh, big move on Josh Hogan now. Hourigan, sorry. You think about this yesterday, Josh Hourigan had mechanical issues and missed the race, so that's why we didn't see him out there. And now he's back in the fighting pack too, and Ward pushing through. Dylan Thomas doing the smart thing, follow him. Ryan, stay with him.
He got it turned, and then it just turned into oversteer off the exit. You could hear the Nang Kang squealing as he tried to correct it. So he's got his hands full at the moment there, and I think he's about to get freight trained.
Oh, here we go. They'll split the action 3 wide as they go into turn number 1.
Pring back into the lead.
Aidan Williams couldn't do it from around the outside, but he might get a bit of momentum into this one. Hogan trying to defend just a little bit, staying down the inside line.
So you got Scotty Melville back in the 4th position in the 81. It didn't Scott start off the pole? He was definitely off the front row with the reverse top 10.
Yeah, Scotty Melville in the 81 was on the front with Ben Goodridge in the 97. He had that spin earlier, unfortunately.
All right, so Ryan Pring back.
6 has always been the exciting corner. Anything can happen coming in here. Oh, you can see in the background, you see Dylan Thomas with the brake lock up into 6 as well. So he's gone wide.
And he's lost more spots. He's lost more spots. First time out this weekend with these cars, and he said he's struggling a little bit to try and get his head around. They've made some changes and it didn't really improve anything, and he sort of was scratching his head. So he's had some moments in this one, and he's filing back through the order, probably now outside of the top 10.
So have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Now, this was the start of this lap where they went 3 wide in this one. Pring takes the lead. Rob Hogan has to slot back into second. Aidan Williams just didn't manage to get enough drive around the outside. I thought maybe here he could have had a moment, but Rob Hogan managed to cover that off on the inside run.
Still a lap and a half left to go here. Aidan Williams looking pretty racy. Pring with a little bit of separation now. So Hogan under pressure from the chasing Aidan Williams in the 95. Green and yellow machine back on board with a very, very busy Dylan Thomas. That's the 16 of Shane Morgan up ahead of him. Scotty Morgan, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it is the 16, because it's a very red car and that light looks a bit more orange.
Goodridge is ahead of him in the 97. They're all sideways.
But Dylan Thomas really finding his feet in the legend cars. He's come out of, he did Formula Ford up in Morgan Park. He did a TA2 race at the start of the season. Now in a legend
TA2 champ, of course.
Wow.
They're all chasing each other over the track.
They're trying to break that toe, aren't they? Really trying to break that toe.
That's a big part of it, and these cars will drag into the toes.
He's already up into 4th.
Back up to 4th. Ward's back up to 4th. All right, Thomas.
Oh, look at that. Thomas as well, yeah.
He was 11th. He was 11th. I think he's back up into, potentially, I think about 8th again.
Yeah, that was moving, and it's a big risk down there. If you can get that toe, get in the slipstream, possibly bring the car forward.
Lap was the last lap.
He's going to be up into 6th.
2:14.6 for Lockie Ward, and he's back in the 4th position. This battle group is the one to watch, sort of from 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th back.
They better be careful on the run, because Ward's potentially going to catch
Hogan's back in the lead. I thought Pring was driving away from him. Hogan's back into the lead and goes purple to the first sector. He was a full second quicker than Ryan Pring, so there must have been a pass there going further back through the field. That is the 86 of Greg King. That's a cool looking little car with that design on it.
And out of South Australia as well, so obviously based over here in his home state, his home track.
This is definitely not over. It's a 3-way battle for the lead, and if these drivers aren't careful, just 1.5 seconds back is a flying
Williams
Lockie Ward.
Williams on trying to do the crisscross. There goes out a little wide. Doesn't manage to get the run down the inside. He's still in the fight. A little bit of dirt there from Rob Hogan as he just crosses over the ripple strip. And you've got to be careful on the exit there too, because, you know, with this dry sand out here, if the cars keep going over there, they start to dig away at that as well. And it's a fairly intense drop-off.
I didn't think Lockie Ward could get to them, but look who is on the back of that now. 4-way battle for the lead with the last lap board on the racetrack. It is not impossible to think that Lockie Ward could still potentially win this as Pring launches down the inside. He's trying to get the run on Hogan. They've passed each other a couple of times in the last lap or two. Williams chasing down Pring on that inside line. Ward on the outside. What happens here? Pring goes through to the lead.
Well, he manages to get it back, and while they keep battling this out, Ward is just taking advantage in the background. Look how close he is to the back of Aidan Williams now in the number 15.
Hogan's gone purple to the first sector. Lockie Ward's still got the fastest lap of the race. Back on board with Dylan Thomas in the 6th position, 7th position.
Oh, he's going to have a look down the inside. He's got a good run as well. Right behind the 97, Goodridge, who's worked his way back. But 6, no,
the
Ward's
battle
gone
for
off.
the lead's just erupted. All 4 of them have just taken each other out.
It's turn 6 again. Ryan Pring on the inside in that 333.
Who's got the lead? Melville. Melville into the lead. I think
Hogan's
Melville from 5th. So all 4 of them were involved in that deal at turn 6.
Aidan Williams got his escape and held on to his 3rd position as well.
Oh, wow.
Big dive. I'd like to, it'll be interesting to see what happened there exactly, but Lockie Ward looked like the wheels were locked up.
Like me, I reckon Scotty Melville's laughing his head off right about now, but look, Hogan's still there, so out of that leading group of 4, Hogan and Williams actually still part of that group, but Melville's come from 5th place to lead as the top 4 were all involved in that exchange at turn 6. Dylan Thomas, where's he now? He's down in 19th.
Here we go, Hogan with a late run down the inside there of 14.
Hogan back into the lead. Can Melville maybe try and get a run in the last sequence of corners onto the main straight? This is definitely not over.
Is that Lockie Ward just
Ward's
behind
back
him?
into 4th.
He's in 4th.
He's back up into 4th.
Spin out and only lose a couple of positions. Well, he's back in the position he started.
I think the others, other than Melville, the rest of them were scattering in all sorts of different directions as well. Thomas isn't back in 19th. He's 5th in the back of that group. So there was it's something with the scoring. I saw him dropping down and we didn't see him in the shot. Down to the line. What a race! Oh, Robert Hogan. I think he won it.
Yes. What? Well, let's just see what happens after that. There's going to be a bit there for the DSO to go through.
Let's call that one a provisional result, shall we?
It possibly could be a provisional result. There's so much to go through. Lockie Ward, though, he won't be upset about having to fight back to the field. It was reverse grid race for the top 10 as well.
Well, he had to come
back
twice. In fact, he had to come back 3 times. He started from 10, got through to the lead, went backwards and got back up to 4th. So, yeah.
Not quite sure what happened to Pring, whether he's rejoined us back out in the race, because that was sitting on the inside of turn number 6, and it didn't look like it was going anywhere soon. There we go, the 333 there. So he's possibly moved that car, but now it has come to a stop. Now we saw Mark Duckworth, which didn't really break coming to that corner, take out Tate as well throughout that race, went up over the back, pretty much launched himself over the roll cage. How the car managed to come back on all 4 wheels is astounding. Let's have a look at the race results. Race number 3 of the Legend Cars Australian. Rob Hogan gets the win over Scotty Melville and Aidan Williams. Lockie Ward with about 4 bite backs to end up in 4th. Then there's Dylan Thomas, Asker Sendell, Ben Goodridge, Brendan Hourigan, Scotty Morgan and Bruce Duckworth fights his way back into 10th. Shane Tate, impressive to get back into 11th with Timothy Reid and Darren Bradley up to 13. Chris Spicer in 14th. Then Stuart Bond, Hardy Martin, Blake Hayne, Greg King, Matty Bond and Kyle Murphy. Josh Hourigan, who we saw for a bit there, had issues yesterday. He was much further up the grid.
So he's gone backwards. We know Lincoln Pope did in the 47 back in 22nd.
So he managed to get back in the race despite having that contact with Riley Skinner as well. So Ryan Pring, he may have got that car across the finish line in the end, possibly to get some result. Bittersweet really in the end, when we know he's been super impressive and leading the championship coming into this weekend to Ryan Pring. So that's probably not the result he was looking for in race number 3 of the Legend Cars Australia, but let's have a look. There's plenty of highlights to go through. This could be a show on its own. We're going 8 wide to kick things off.
Where do we start? Wow, how cool a shot is that? So Hogan led in the opening lap. There was definitely contact through the middle from about 2nd to the 3rd rows back. This was the first issue with the 10 climbing over the back of the 147.
That's Duckworth and Tate. Unfortunately, you see the 47 getting involved there too.
And that nearly happened again with Skinner and the 47 of Pope. Wow, it was all on him.
This is the moment. Lockie Ward finally gets back in the lead, and Ryan Pring, we're not quite sure about turning in there, whether Lockie Ward was a bit late under brakes. Who knows?
Pring was the championship leader going into this race, so this could have championship-changing ability.
Well, these went 3 wide again. Pring on the outside, Hogan on the inside. Aidan Williams, he tried many times.
Look how far back Lockie Ward was at that stage.
Yeah, well, for a moment there.
Now, what happens here?
Yes.
Ward down the inside.
Oh, a bit of contact there between Melville. So it's actually Williams making contact with Rob Hogan. Lockie Ward outbrakes himself, and Pring gets contact from Williams. So Ward didn't make any contact with anyone, just spun himself out. Wow. That's a big replay to unfold.
Robert Hogan won.
Rob Hogan got there in the end, manages to, well, despite a little bit of a nudge there where the car got unsettled, manages to get himself back in the race as well. So, look, this one's going to be good for them to try and dissect down there in the pits when it comes to whether there will be any penalties issued and things like that. That's going to be a provisional result, I would say, for now. We've still got the Australian Super TTs to come your way here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park this morning for our lunchtime break. This afternoon, though, it's TA2 Muscle Cars. Of course, they continue on their fight for the $20,000 up for grabs this weekend, all thanks to TFH Hire and Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Of course, they got their Enduro later today. Legend Cars Australia will be straight after them, back on track for race number 4.
They got a couple of hours to sort out that.
Yes, I mean, exactly. The Legend Cars will be back on after that. The Australian Drivers' Championship, we'll see that this afternoon too in those HyperX races there. Super exciting to watch. The Australian Super TT Championship comes out this afternoon. The Formula RX8, all thanks to TFH Hire for race 4. The Legend Cars Australia, will see them again this afternoon before the Australian Drivers' Championship. And, of course, we finish off with 25 intense laps in a massive Enduro for the TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. The final race is going to come down to everything because the points accumulated over the weekend. There's $20,000, all thanks to TFH Hire and Hi-Tec Steel Framing. But then there's $5,000 worth of AC Delco tools for that final 25-lap race. So that's going to be 120 kilometres to get through. Talking to some of the teams, we're talking around about in race pace 2.5 to 3 litres a lap of fuel. They carry 80 litres, so there's plenty of fuel to get them home. The question is going to be, have we got any tyres left? Because everyone's been using a little bit of tyre. So the Australian Super TT to come out. We've lost a couple of cars through attrition this weekend, unfortunately, including the very fast car there.
No red BMW.
Of Blake Tracy. Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. So
he dominated yesterday, and obviously we didn't see that they had a drama, so they've had an engine issue. So they actually headed back to Victoria, so that's disappointing. So looking forward to a good race here between Gillett and Edwards. Those two on pretty similar pace throughout the weekend so far in the Super TTs.
Yeah, Blake Tracy, they've unfortunately found a bit of oil that was outside of where it should be, and a bit of precaution this weekend, so they've decided to take that car home. Corey Gillett, mate, when he's runs the Albury car club as well, so when he's not behind the wheel, he's spending time at the racetrack helping other racers. So great to have him here. Not only does he give a lot of time back to the racing community, but also his wife and kids down in the pits. Every time we see them at a racetrack, whether it be in New South Wales, Victoria, obviously here at the Bend, always there with the family, and it's great to have the kids coming along and being part of the motorsport journey with Dad. Brent Edwards, you can just see in the back in the cable source Ford Falcon XR6. Also Ryan Bell out of Victoria in that 370Z. Now, they're expecting to do some LS upgrades to that, probably give it a bit more horsepower, but unfortunately the car just keeps going, and it's just been minor repairs to that car over its time. So while they're out there enjoying the Super TT racing, why change a thing? Michael Ricketts in the background, well, he's in a race car every second weekend. Really, Michael Ricketts in the, what he likes to call it, the Datsun, the little Nissan Pulsar.
Does he call it a Datsun?
Yeah, he likes this.
Nissan.
He's got to be a enthusiast. Isn't it the Datsun's a real-wheel drive and Nissan's a front-wheel drive? Isn't that how we distinguish the difference?
Do you ever see the unreleased Datsun insult?
No. Well, there we go.
Dad's day joke. I'm here a week, try the veal.
Very competent race car driver.
I apologise for that.
That car prepared by Jordan Cox Racing as well. So he's here this weekend. He's had a lot of input into that.
Of the David Bunton Lotus. So David's been struggling with a supercharger leak. Loses power after 2 laps. So spoke about yesterday the fact that they've had some dramas, and the races that I can remember, he hasn't finished too many of them. So he did manage to finish the first 2 races so far this weekend, but is struggling with a supercharger leak with the little Lotus Elise.
Hopefully you sort that out. And of course, Colin Bow from Victoria running around that V6 powered Holden Commodore, and that's the beauty about TT racing, isn't it? That you can just pretty much grab a fairly standard production car there, put a roll cage in it, put some safety features in it, and come out racing. So here's our grid for race number 3. Corey Gillett will be up the front with Brent Edwards. There'll be Ryan Bell and Michael Ricketts, and David Bunton and Colin Bow on the 3rd row of the grid. So fairly evenly matched, I think, probably in those grids, because we do have the over 2 litre class and the under 2 litre class as well, and then there's the treaded and the slicks within that. So you'll probably find these 2 off the front. They're reasonably matched when it comes to lap time, so we could see a bit of a between the Sylvia there of Gillett and of course the Cable Source Falcon of Edwards. They will probably stay together for a portion of this race, and then can Michael Ricketts stay up with Ryan Bell on that 370Z, because Ricketts always has the inside rear wheel off the ground. It's glued there with 3 wheels though. Look at him just looking for a bit of fresh air on that right-hand side to the screen. And the race will get underway here for the Australian Super TT Championship, race number 3 at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
They're not going to go 8 wide.
No. But we're going 2 wide. And look at the power of the XR6 Turbo as well. Manages to get that in. So look at Ricketts on the outside in the young car wash entry. Goes around Ryan Bell, but it's a left-hander here before you go down to a bit more of a sharper right-hander. Bell's not going to push it. He might. He's on the inside as Ricketts lifts that wheel again. A slight bit of tyre smoke. Might have just pinched a brake.
Still side by side.
It's going to be a great little battle.
Michael Ricketts, would he... he'd be the most travelled racer over the last 18 months, but would there be anyone around Australia currently that races more than Michael Ricketts, full stop?
I don't think there is. I reckon even supercar drivers can't keep up with him in terms of the amount of kilometres he's doing and how many races he's been part of.
They're still side by side.
Yeah, they're still going. Bell on the outside too in the 370Z. Watch under brakes though, Ricketts. That car is super nimble, especially to the back of the pack. It's probably going to be the straight where the poor little 4-cylinder is not going to quite have the legs, possibly. Although in Darwin last year we saw that wasn't necessarily the case, because although the big V8s would get him down the straight, through all the corners he was super fast, and the late braking down the straights where he really got them as well.
So it looked like Corey Gillett was trying to get a run down the inside of Edwards and didn't get it done, so Edwards still out in front. So obviously those 2 cars are very, very different. The turbo 6-cylinder in the Falcon, the LS Chevy in the Nissan Silvia. The major difference, Brent Edwards is actually on a Michelin tyre and just struggles to get temperature in early, so it might be a slightly harder compound as Gillett goes down the inside. Oh, just ran Edwards a little bit wide off the exit there, as Gillett is on a Pirelli tyre, so they might be slightly different compounds, and Edwards was just alluding to the fact that it does take a little bit more. How's the snail trail tyre tracks coming out of the final turn, but Gillett laying down the power and goes through to the lead in the Silvia.
Well, he hasn't let us down in terms of entertainment, has he, Gillett? Every time he comes out here...
I remember the bonnet coming off at one stage.
We've never seen him do a lap where he hasn't slid the car out of at least 50% of the corners.
It used to be a drift car.
It had a brief life as a drift car, yes.
I think Mr. Bell going very defensive on the main straight there. That was as narrow as an approach as you probably will get away with here at the bend. And guess what? Ricketts and Bell side by side again.
Have a look at the braking though for Ricketts. That little pulsar pulls up. He's not worried about going wide here either. There's plenty of racing room. The young car wash keeping that car fresh. He doesn't want to get any scratches on it.
It's beautifully presented.
Like to say, a lot of kilometres around Australia on a trailer, going to so many different racetracks. He's just done the Winton 300 with Josh Haynes, where they had some good results as well.
Oh, it just dragged it. Well, it was a rear brake rather than
a drag.
But it was actually
every time it lands.
It was actually struggling to get it turned in.
It's like a plane landing, you know. You get that puff of smoke every time the tyre hits the tarmac.
Ricketts will definitely have a weight advantage. The little Nissan will be a lot lighter than the 370Z. And here's the pass for the lead. Gillett doing it pretty easily in the end, but They sort of went through the centre of the corner, and I don't know if Corey just... is there a little bit of contact there, maybe? Just a little hip shove?
He might have just pushed it through a bit, you think? Made a bit of room for himself. It's a bit of a drop-off too there, too, where you see if the cars have been coming off throughout the weekend, it starts to create a little bit of a divot that, you'll really feel that in the car. Luckily, the curbs here don't have that sharp edge like we see at Morgan Park, so you can really run off the edge of it.
Yeah, there's some vicious curbs at Morgan Park, absolutely. I think curb-wise, there is a couple of areas like right there you probably don't want to be on the curb, especially with the sawtooth on the back side of it. So that's definitely, if you're over there, you're in trouble street, definitely. Now, what I was saying earlier about Bell's Nissan is, and look, this isn't a negative thing or anything against the car, but that car, it's a relatively heavy car with the Nissan 370, 6-cylinder powered. Robert does a really good job getting that car around here, and he's having a fantastic battle at the moment with Ricketts.
Yeah, not a lot of work done to most of these cars either. It's a suspension package really that goes through them, a little bit of safety going on in the car as well. The Australian Super TT is really easy to get involved in this category. Let's head down to pit lane though, Mel's down there.
Travis Edwards, your brother Brent's out there in P2. He was P1. Looked like a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually got into him or not, but yeah, just outbraked him in second last turn. So hopefully he can pressure him enough just to, get back the lead. Got a few 7 laps to go. So yeah, hopefully they're pretty even, those two cars. They've got strengths and weaknesses in different spots. So hopefully they're driving the wheels off him, so hopefully they can we can get him back.
Well, let's hope we see a bit more passing.
It's all good racing at the moment and clean, so we'll see how we end up at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as we had that little bit of an interview down there, Brent Edwards actually locked a brake up into one of the corners and went a little bit wide. So
he might have been looking at the big screen on the centre of the infield and gone, "That's my brother." All brakes.
Maybe, possibly. Great to have all those big screens around the facilities here at the bend as well. Fantastic facility,
you
really.
are so spoiled with this place. Again, we've spoken about it right throughout the weekend. Just walking into the foyer is a highlight. When you go upstairs to the sky deck and look out over the whole facility, you just see how big it is. And one of the biggest rental kart tracks I think I've ever seen down the far end. It's really, really impressive. And there were people out there on the kart celebrating Father's Day this morning at about 8 a.m.
And I think the facilities for the drivers as well as they come down here, the pit bay facilities they've got for some of the category, we've got a lot of cars here this weekend, but pit bay facilities, the actual track itself in terms of the undulation, the cornering, the speed in some areas, the technicalities, I think it's really exciting for a driver to come here as well.
Well, it covers all sorts of different categories. So as a GT-style track for a high downforce winged car, well, the GT3 around here is spectacular. We've seen supercars, they're spectacular, but it really rewards those high downforce cars. So there is a Ligier prototype style car based on the facility that can pretty much get around most of these faster corners absolutely flat without lifting. So very, very reliant on high aero, which is not so crucial here with these Super TT cars.
Well, I might have seen a little bit of a brake lock up there from Michael Ricketts in the little Nissan Pulsar. Here with his wife this weekend, enjoying it. I did get to see them. That's the best part about the facility is that you can stay here, so you race. You don't have to go anywhere. You can go up to your hotel room.
We had dinner here last night.
You've got a restaurant here. It's got everything.
100-room hotel.
It's got everything you need so that you can spend the weekend at the racetrack and really enjoy the moment. You don't have to travel anywhere. So great to have him bring his wife along. I know she does come along to as many events as she possibly can get to. And he said the hardest thing is sometimes we go away and we'll catch a taxi to dinner, and they'll find one time we went with a taxi driver who they were talking about the race thing, and they had a Nissan Pulsar in their backyard, and he said I had to go back the next weekend and pick up another car. So
how many's he got?
I think he's got a couple of backup vehicles for some spare parts there, Michael Ricketts.
It would be a little bit harder to get the shells than that for them now, but no, it is a very, very cool little race car. All right, so Gillett has got a 2.6 second advantage over Brent Edwards. They were a little bit closer than that yesterday, where there was only a couple of tenths, I think, at the line. At that stage, what was the battle for second and third, because Blake Tracy dominated the first race of the weekend, but in doing that, unfortunately, damaged an engine, and they've headed back home. Robert Bell sideways with the 370Z, and Ricketts closes back up. There's that.
There's daylight. There's daylight under the rear tyre.
Yeah, that's very, very
I think
cool.
we should rename that car Tripod.
Tripod.
It's never got two wheels on the ground, I think. Very stiff little setup in that car. Really uses a fair bit of camber there when you know the car starts to move over, just so it gets as much a patch of tyre on the tarmac as possible. The time difference aren't too bad between our leaders, though, between Gillett and Edwards, because we're only talking half a second. Have a look at this, though. Bell and Ricketts, we're talking 0.2 of a second difference that last lap, and it's actually Ricketts that went faster.
Yeah, he had a good run there onto the main straight that time. He's tucked right up underneath the rear wing of the Nissan down here into one. Nissan versus Nissan, two very different Nissans. Tries that saying that, they're three times fast.
A bit more of a late model Nissan. Like you say, power to weight, probably not too much different, to be quite honest.
Maybe a 350 or a 370?
370.
Yeah, it would be 370, I reckon. The 350 was the shorter version, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 20 numbers less.
Yes, it's definitely how much extra space they've got in it.
All right, Gillett out in front by 2.6 seconds. There's the gap back to Brent Edwards. Edwards trying hard, but at the moment he's got no answer for the LS Chev-powered Silvia. So Bell's got away here through the infield, so he's got a little bit more pace maybe through the centre of the racetrack from 3 sort of up to 9, 10, 11 and 12. And Ricketts seems to be a bit better on the last sort of third as Gillett goes by our lapped Commodore, Colin Bow, the Mary Bow Realty Racing Commodore. So that looks sort of a saloon car spec Commodore. All right, final lap for Gillett in the Silvia. The gap is down to 2 seconds, so Brent Edwards actually took a little bit of time out of him on that last lap. Fastest lap of the race for Gillett at a 2:03.25. And Edwards has gone 2:03.86, so he's got 6 tenths on him.
Well, for Gillett, it's about how much he's going to keep his car straight in the final lap, isn't it? We know he likes to slide the car around, very aggressive on his exit of some of these corners. Pretty smooth for him. There's a lot of sections throughout here where it is about trying to maintain as much throttle as possible. Big lock up there.
Big lock up. So I thought
bringing a few undone today, isn't
I thought he might have been cruising, but he's actually trying pretty hard here on the last lap. I was just about to say the car actually looks nice and settled and sits well on the track, and then he's dragged a brake up into turn number 6. That section there, that is full commitment through there. It's like almost like a triple, maybe even a quad apex, but it's just a big carrying right-hander that actually has 7, 8, 9 and 10 as the corner call. So they do call them separate corners. But with the TA2 cars, that's a really cool part to watch, especially with the onboards and the wheel input with those race cars.
Well, we're on the final lap here of the Australian Super TT race number 3 as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round number 4. The Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend, of course, Tailem Bend, just an hour out of Adelaide. It's not too far out of town. Great facilities out here as well, very close to Murray Bridge. So a bit of motorsport going on out here. Of course, the drag racing as well, the circuit racing. Speedway not even that far away, to be quite honest. So it's like a bit of a brake lock up there from Edwards coming into the penultimate corner of this race.
Yeah, the dragway at the Bend, where it's actually running yesterday. They had a couple of Nitro Funny cars running here as part of it as well. So there's been a lot of people through the facility.
Checkered flag out now, and it looks like Corey Gillett will take the win here in the over 2 litre slick class with Brent Edwards not too far behind in the end, just under 3 seconds. As they cross the finish line, it's going to be a bit of a gap back though. Bell and Ricketts, the question will be who's going to come out in the lead coming out of this final corner, because they have been battling it out the entire race. The Nissans going for it to see who will be the 3rd place person for this race number 3, the Australian Super TT Championship.
There they are. So they're about 50 seconds down on our leading 2.
I don't know if Ricketts is close enough.
Oh, he's definitely closed the gap.
Oh, he's going to have a look.
He's definitely closed the gap. This is where Michael's been a little bit better over the race run in that sort of last third of the lap.
Might have overshot that corner just a little bit, Ricketts. Here the tyres protesting a little bit there coming out of the final turn, and it looks like Ryan Bell will get the third place in this one, the over 2 litre treaded class. Remembering Michael Ricketts in the under 2 litre class. So that is a giant slayer.
He's definitely won that.
Definitely taken that part out. As you can see our results up on your screen for the Australian Super TT race number 3. Gillett, Edwards, your top 2, followed by Bell and Ricketts and Bunton, and Colin Bow will come out 5 and 6. Blake Tracy, unfortunately, not making the race here today, the second day of competition. With some mechanical issues on the car, they decided to play it safe and put that car on the trailer and take it home before causing any more damage. It's a great day here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Father's Day, of course, plenty of dads getting around. We're going to be back after our lunch break, of course, with all of our coverage of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. They're Enduros this weekend. Make sure you get back and join us just after lunch. Well, the sun is out here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series here in South Australia. And the TA2 Muscle Cars are down there on the grid, getting ready for what is race number 5 this weekend as we put our A drivers back in the seats, and we're going to battle out all again this afternoon with a big 25 endurance race coming your way later on this afternoon. Jamie, great to have you here. What's the anticipation like?
Wow. Already gone off this weekend with the racing that we've seen and a bit of controversy in the first of the Enduros last night, and more about that down on pit lane with our team Jared and Mel.
It has been an absolutely astonishing turn of events in that final race for TA2 Muscle Cars. We saw some 5 cars getting caught up around turn 3 on lap 1 of what was supposed to be a very long race, getting shortened down to 9 laps. That hasn't been all the action, though. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this weekend's event.
Well, let's have a look. All thanks to Hi-Tec Oils. And this was obviously our race yesterday, endurance race. It was meant to be 20 laps. Look at Jordan Cox on the left-hand side. Pushed onto the grass, but it didn't stop them. They went almost 6 wide coming into turn number 1, and there was plenty going on. Zach Bates overshot the corner out on the grass to kick things off.
And that wasn't the end of it, because right about now, it all went wrong for so many cars. And there is more to go on about that through the rest of today, because we're still sitting on some provisional results for that one. But so much car damage, it was not funny. Went to the restart, the pit window changed in and out, less laps. Haynes led away off the restart, and it was all on.
Yeah, Jordan Cox, look at the intensity in the number 4 Crusher Developments vehicle. He was really pushing hard at the start before we saw Todd Hazelwood make his way into the pack as well, worked his way back through. But in the background there, we just saw Tommy Heyman, who was started at the back of this race.
He was
position
blazing.
Number 22.
He was absolutely blazing. Started from the back after a DNF in his first race and went 22nd to second. This is the crucial part right at the end. For a moment, Josh Thomas had the race lead out of the pits and then ran off at turn 1, handing the lead back to Haynes and allowing Heyman into the second position. Heyman chased down Haynes to the end. It was a stunning last couple of laps. The 3 car was parked up on the outside on the run home, but Haynes provisionally taking the victory for race number 3.
Well, we're going to wait and see how that all unfolds later. Today, though, we had a race this morning, and this is where it all ended. Our B drivers, or our co-drivers in the car for this one, Jared Hughes, you can see him on the left-hand side. Tim Brook on the outside in a very damaged and wounded number 22, but it's managed to make it back out on the racetrack. Now, Tim Brook did fantastic on the start, went around the outside, saw Todd Hazelwood in the 169, wasn't going to muck around on this, was he? He really wanted to push forward in that car, and he did really well. Under brakes here, where there was a big moment with a lock-up as he went down the gears. We're still unsure whether this was a bit of a redress there, because he opened the door up for Jared Hughes to take that position back.
I think it was. I think there was potentially enough contact there. Now, Jason Pride went around as the 54 of Nile went off track as well. There was a drama for the 54 because he ended up on pit lane with an issue. So Tim Brook was a little bit susceptible. Initially, Hazelwood went down the inside for a pass. Jared Hughes came to play as well.
He wasn't mucking around, Jared Hughes. They need to follow him through. And then in the background, we saw Elliot Barber as well in the 63. He was really impressive throughout this race. And I suppose he was just keeping his calm about it and keeping that car very stable. But Jared Hughes, well, for a moment there, we didn't know what had happened. Todd Hazelwood, a little bit of smoke coming out the front of the car, and he just seemed to lack a little bit of pace after that. So carrying a mechanical issue at the end of that race really hurt his lap times. Jared Hughes really pounced on that, took the lead and got himself a win.
Second win for the weekend for Jared Hughes, paired with Tyler Cheney for the weekend. Mechanical issues for Todd Hazelwood. Yeah, there is so much going on.
I tell you what, we can't wait for the race to unfold, this one as well as we go into the afternoon. Plenty more categories coming your way. Let's check out, though, what the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park lap looks like on the international circuit. 4.95 kilometres to get around, 18 corners. Let's see how it goes.
How you going, guys? Josh Haynes here, driver of the number 37 TA2 Herzog Steel Mustang. We're here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and I'm going to take you for a lap. Come down the straight here, grab 4th gear, lay it on the brakes as low as you can, down the gears into 2nd gear, get it turned in, don't sacrifice too much turn here, get ready for turn 2, Down into first here for turn 3. Try and focus on getting a nice exit. Grab second. Look out for this car on the left. Grab third. This is a fast sweeper through here. Run it right out to the wide. Nice under brakes. Pull it up here for this tight corner. It's pretty tricky because it's off camber. Down to first gear. Try again. Get a nice exit. Up through the gears. This third gear change is pretty tricky. Through the sweeper here. Nice big slide. Watch out for this exit curb here. Bring it back to the right. Get ready for this next section of corners. Nice big slide here. Probably not too quick. Up through the gears again. Grab third. This one's pretty cool because it's a pretty nice cambered corner. Blind exit. So really tricky to get your exit right. Pull this up nicely. Don't sacrifice too much of your corner entry. Come down here. Again, look out for this bit of traffic. Up to third, nice exit. Come down to the second last corner here. Down through the gears, get it pulled up. Really tricky one, so easy to overshoot. Up the second, and then really focus on getting a nice exit onto the main straight. Thanks so much for taking a lap around Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, a lot of work from the driver to get around those 18 turns. It doesn't give much of a break except the main straight here. Let's head down to the man of the moment on this grid.
Josh Haynes starting from pole position, and you have a 10-lap sprint ahead of you, but guaranteed your thoughts are also on that big Enduro at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's it. Look, it's all a tie game this weekend, so the Herzog Steel Mustang's been really quick. Looking forward to the sprint race. I want to just say a happy Father's Day to everyone watching at home. Thanks to all the dads out there and all my grandparents. Yeah, looking forward to a really good race. Let's do it.
Best of luck, mate. Like the crew said, lick the stamp and send it.
Thank you. Let's send it.
Well, look, he's starting off the front row. He's got a championship to play for here because he was leading the championship coming into this weekend, 648 points. It's only a 28-point lead over Graham Cheney, who's been reasonably successful, obviously sharing the car as well this weekend. We're going to have a short break and be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Stay on the edge of your seats. Well, welcome back to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series round number 4. We are into race number 5 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing, with our A-driver combinations from our Enduro pairs coming out in this race. There are a couple of these drivers who have chosen not to have an endurance partner, so they'll be doing the endurance this afternoon on their own. But so that means they'll be out in this race and taking on a packed field of fantastic drivers, including Tom Hayman down the back doing the 30, who unfortunately in his race yesterday did not complete it due to some mechanical issues to the car. So he has to start off the rear of the grid, which he did in the endurance yesterday.
He's already done it
and
once.
provisionally second. So we'll wait to see how that unfolds, but potentially he could go through the field again.
And a brand new lap record at a 156.1032 here in race number 3. So all of this is collecting points going forward to the final race of the weekend with the Enduro. On board with Brad Gardner. Brad was a little bit fired up this morning.
You think?
Frustration going on
from yesterday.
The Hi-Tec Camaro is definitely running wounded. I heard that it's got a bent chassis rail for a start. There's just something they could correct or fix here at the racetrack. So they would have worked around the car to try and get that to a point where it's drivable and sustainable.
This is how the grid's going to start off for the Driver 1 race number 5. It's Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel Mustang to lead him out over Brad Gardner alongside. And it's Graham Cheney and Mark Crutcher, John Hollinger and Michael Coulter on the 3rd row, Des Collier and Tyler Cheney in the 4th row, Domain Ramsey and Hayden Jackson will be after that in the 5th row. Then it's Brent Nile from Western Australia with Anthony Tenkate alongside. Danny Reedy and Paul Hadley on the 7th row. Steve Wilson and Greg Keane will start towards the back. And then Josh Thomas and Tom Hayman. Well, they're two very fast cars. Now let's have a talk about Josh Thomas. He's another one starting at the rear of the grid, but because he got a pit lane penalty in the race yesterday.
Yes, drive-through penalty right at the end of race number 3, which dropped him back down the order. And that was with the contact with Hayden Jackson at turn number 6 relatively early on in the race. So we didn't get to see that, but it was a very, very late race drive-through that he took part in. So this is going to be really interesting here because you got Haynes and Gardner off the front row. 1st and 3rd in the points going into the weekend, and they've already had a little bit of drama in race number 3.
And Gardner's 3rd place in the championship now under fire after not completing that endurance race yesterday, so he probably doesn't have a lot less to lose as we're heading in the second half of the championship. Every time you don't finish a race, you're sacrificing championship points. Now, yesterday we saw them bumping in the endurance, didn't we? They were bumper to bumper, and they've been told to settle that down today. So let's see if they listen to all of our stewards and whether that happens, because we're about to get underway. Race number 5. They've also been told to stay in their boxes and not pull out into fresh air until the green light is gone. The anticipation is building.
The drivers' briefing this morning was very, very energetic, and we're about to get energetic here at the bend with the race start for race number 5. Lights are out. Let's go racing.
Have a look at Tyler Cheney move to the right-hand side of our screen. He's looking down the wall. Michael Coulter's his way. Have a look there. Mark Crutcher doing a fantastic job in the number 4. That car's racing with Jordan Cox in there with him this weekend. Now we're on board with Tommy Hayman, who's come from the rear of the field. He's already made up about 4 positions. Look at Brad Gardner, though. Has something happened to Josh Haynes that start? Because Brad Gardner looks like a clear lead.
Just didn't get a good start. Cheney actually slipped down the inside of him, off the curb into 1. And Haynes might be back and forth. Watch Hayman. He is going to be absolutely charging from the rear of the field again, like we saw in race number 3, 22 to 2nd. But this is a slightly different race where he's up against just the single drivers and trying to get those points back. Haynes runs wide. Haynes runs wide at 6 and loses further positions. That is crucial.
Maybe he's trying to conserve some tyres for the race later today, because that's where it's all going to unfold to in this race, is tyre strategy. They've only got so many tyres per driver for the weekend, and whether they're going to conserve them for their sprint races of 10 laps or whether they're going to keep them for the 25 lapper this afternoon.
My understanding was that Josh had 4 fresh tyres going into the last 2 races today, so this is the important race points-wise for him for the championship. So I'm going to say he's on arguably the best tyre set he's got available to him right now. Whether it's 2 brand new tyres or 4, not 100% sure. On board with Hayman to the inside of Keenan to 13.
That might take him up into 12th position now already, with Domain Ramsey looking like he's just in front. Wow. Just a little bit of dirt in the back there, and that looks like that's going to be Danny Reedy former Speedway legend and moved over into doing some of the TA2. I think the cars move around nearly as much as a sprint car do. It's on bitumen.
He's got some travelling to do. He's based up in the Northern Territory. All right, so Gardner with a massive lead early. Okay, so Haynes is salvaged back to third out of all of that. Cheney sort of got down the inside of it one, but then he looked like he ran wider. I thought he'd lost further position.
Wow.
Oh, Hayden Jackson out in the weeds.
Can't afford to be doing that.
Did he gather it back up? Yes, he did. He goes through shot there, chased by Michael Coulter. Another car that was in the wars for race number 3. So many of these race cars were torn up, and so many spare parts have had to come out of the TA2 transporter. Back on board with Heyman.
Well, he's gone past 10K as well, so I do believe he's gone into 10th position already. So he's halfway through the field, and we're only starting lap number 2. And Josh Thomas is going to follow him to the 169. It would be very smart to stay behind Heyman. I wouldn't want to get in his way because we know the pace that he had yesterday. You can follow him. Hayden Jackson, well, he went a bit wide, lost a bit of momentum there. Michael Coulter with a wiggle, though. They've already had to replace the front end on the Terps Tippers Mustang this weekend. He got caught up in that incident yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't finish that endurance race. They've worked well into the night to repair it as well. So let's hope he can hold that. Tyler Cheney, for me, on the left-hand side of the screen, doing a fantastic job teamed up with Jared Hughes. That is super fast for the young gun who hasn't driven big race cars like this before.
He started out of grid position 8. That's where he finished in his first sprint race of the weekend. Here is Hayden Jackson. Well, he sort of almost half followed Des Collier, but he ran a lot wider. Des was actually quite wide off there too, so that was almost, oh, there's the line. No, it's not.
Turn left to go right is what they say.
So Tyler Cheney's been doing an outstanding job. Finished 8th in his first race. Now, that pairing with him and Jared Hughes are currently leading the points overall on 212. Obviously, with the completion of this race, taking us into the final endurance race, that will settle things a little bit more in the points. But of the drivers that have competed pretty much every race with the co-drivers, Jared Hughes ahead of the 63 combination of Elliot Barber and Des Collier on screen in the number 63 TFH Mustang.
So when we talk about the $20,000 prize money, it's above the cumulative points from all 6 races this weekend. Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney leading that coming into this race, and he's doing a fantastic job behind Crutcher, who's really been impressive this weekend, and he's just getting better and better with Jordan Cox helping engineer the car as well. Heyman in the background already up to Hayden Jackson, so that's 9th position now.
Haynes down the inside of Gardner. There's a change for the... Oh, there was a little lock-up from Haynes, and Gardner's going to slip back up the inside. Josh just struggled to get it stopped and get it turned through the centre, and it allowed Gardner to pull back up alongside. This is championships contending stuff. Well, wasn't a lot of love lost after race number 3 between these two, and they had a little bit of a war of words at QR as well, remember, and they're actually best mates.
Brad Gardner slid that car. He's going to have a dive down the inside of 6. Can he pull the car up? Looks like he does. We've seen so many incidents throughout racing right there. It's a tricky spot on the track. Gardner now in the Hi-Tec Oils 22 back in the lead of this race, but Haynes, look at the lap time, 1:56.1. He's a second faster than any other car out there at the moment.
He's only 100th off Heyman's track record set here in race number 3. So Gardner's looking racy right now. Tim Brook in the previous race went backwards through the field a little bit. Whether that was, we heard that they'd had an issue with the left rear tyre. It might have been a deflating tyre. We just don't know. But he's certainly backed up through the field. But the car absolutely categorically is wounded. It is carrying some issues from that contact and that massive crash in race number 3 here yesterday. On board, looking out the rear window. Haynes down the inside, back into the lead. That was a nice, cleaner pass that we saw from the earlier effort.
I think Brett Gardner with some really pent-up frustration from the weekend, really showing in his aggression in this race already to take that position back for a moment. But can he maintain the pace? And the man of steel, Josh Haynes, has got out in the lead, and looks like Crutcher still holding out that 3rd position over Tyler Cheney as well. Look at the tyres. They protest so much as they turn into that final corner, and they really shift the weight of the car over to the left-hand side as we head down the straight. Let's have a look in the background.
Tyler Cheney line of Crutcher
getting it done.
Happy Father's Day.
Look out behind as well, because who is that?
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Yeah.
He's 2 spots behind the boy.
He's trying to open it up.
Crutcher's coming back at Tyler. Crutcher back down the inside. That was deep. Can he get it stopped? There was a little brake lock up with the right front. Tyler Cheney pulls up along and gets the spot back.
Well,
how old is Tyler?
Dad would have to be super impressive because he's watching this happen right in front of him. I mean, Crutcher,
how's the emotion?
How good was that under braking? But you know it's going to advantage the crisscross there as you come down the inside into 3.
How old's Tyler?
17, I believe. Apprentice plumber. Still hasn't got a trade under him.
Graham Cheney down the inside.
6, can he pull it up?
Oh,
Slide!
he got the slide going and locked up the rear.
That was good. That was good. Look at Hayman in the background. He's not too far behind in 7th position.
Hayman up to 7th. Now, we've talked about slide jobs through the weekend. Graham Cheney's just pulled off a massive one in turn number 6 in the PhD Camaro.
It's definitely that dirt bike racing has helped Cheney out there because he slid that in. Oh, I tell you what, Haynes now with the lead there, and it's broken out to over half of a second. But this is where the battle's really unfolding. And what's Dad going to do to Son? That's the question. Graham Cheney now up behind Tyler Cheney. They're going to battle it out for 3rd position. Mark Crutcher going back to 5th. In the meantime, look at that little fluorescent car in the background with the Hayman sticker on the front. He's the quick time man from the weekend. Took out the Kubota Pole Award, and he is charging through the field from all the way at the back. He's already up into 6th position.
Here comes Tommy.
We need the theme music, don't we?
56.11, still the fastest lap for the leader, Josh Haynes out in front, only 100th off Hayman's track record in race number 3. Hayman back there in 6th, his best has been a 58.81, so he's been buried in traffic looking at his lap times. A little bit of damage to the left side of Cheney's Camaro.
Watch out for Hayman.
Hayman is so fast onto the front straight. I watched him in practice.
He's fast when he's loose, isn't he?
Oh,
we've seen him drive the wheels off that car this weekend.
That approach out of that last corner onto the main straight carries so much more speed on this massive straight compared to, say, Darwin, where we did the corresponding event last year. Hayman is well and truly on a charge here. Last laps, Haynes was half a second quicker than Gardner. Starting to extend that lead out to just on 1 second. On board with a charging Tommy Hayman. We spoke to him this morning and he had a big grin on his face.
I think he likes it coming from the back. You get to just overtake so many cars. It's where your opportunities are, and this is 6.
You could hear the chatter there under brakes. It was trying to get the thing stopped.
Crutcher covered him off though, didn't he? Come down on the low line, and unfortunately Hayman wasn't going to be able to get a dive on the inside, but he's definitely got the speed. It's how long Crutcher can really hold him out for at this point.
Well, Crutcher and Jordan Cox currently 4th overall in the points going into this race, so a good finish here will hold them in good stead for the final grid lineup for the $20,000 to win Enduro later on this afternoon.
Well, with Hayman missing out on that last race, not finishing in his single driver event, that's going to take him back a lot of points when it comes to the $20,000 prize. So he's probably out of that. This is all about glory. And here we go, a move. Can he get it done down the inside? Not going to get the nosing quite far enough on Crutcher.
That was probably a little cheeky half look just to really let Crutcher know that he's there.
But you need to be in that outside position to get this run as you come through that turn 14, 15, and
this
16.
time maybe up the inside, and yes, got overlap. Oh, wow. Can he get it stopped? Oh, that is a nice move, but like Hayman is on the edge.
Not one bit of mechanical sympathy for that car.
None at all. Absolutely none. The sound's coming off on the onboard camera. If anybody else is watching, they are cringing.
This is what we talk about when we say overdriving the car. It's going past the limits, but it's so good to watch. Watch out though, because Cheney, he's in front now, and Hayman's got him set and locked in.
So Des Collier just in back of shot, had a big sideways moment through 1, so he's in the 7th position, Crutcher back to 6th. So Collier's actually starting to get to the back of Crutcher as well. You got Hayden Jackson in 8th, Michael Coulter in 9th, and John Hollinger in 10th, and they carried a lot of damage from race 3. Hayman's just run it down on the grass on the approach to 6. That's not the preferred racing line to get down there. As Crutcher runs deep, and Des Collier ran deep, Hayden Jackson ran deep, Michael Coulter nearly ran deep, but ran it through the centre.
Is it possibly he's dragged a bit of dirt on the track there, and everyone's picked that up?
Down? Is there a little bit of oil down there maybe? Because that was a lot of cars to have to go off. Hayden Jackson with oversteer into understeer on that shot. So is there maybe a little bit of fluid down on the racetrack? Because that run through 6 with so many cars going off and doing that is quite odd.
Here's Tommy Quick Time. He's coming down up on Quick Time. He's coming on Cheney. Oh, and he's waiting for his moment, looking for an open space. The father-son combination, can they hold out a hard-charging Tommy Hayman? 20 positions yesterday in the final endurance race is what he made up. He hasn't had to do quite as many today.
He's gone 18th to 5th, so there's 13. So Cheney paired up with Zach Bates. Oh, there was a little bit of contact just with the overlap. Hayden to the inside.
Making his intention shown, isn't he?
Got the pass done, but there was just a little bit of aggravation between the two. Geez, Cheney's car's carrying some battle scars down that left side, now on the left front corner as well. Hayman to 4th. Hayman to 4th from grid 18.
The Hypercoil Hard Charger Award this weekend. I don't know if it can go to anyone else with the amount of positions we've seen him make over all of the races he's been involved in. So Tommy Hayman is going to be right up the front for that award this weekend as part of the TA2 Muscle Car Series.
He's probably got enough laps to get to Tyler Cheney. So looking at Tyler's last lap, he actually just PB'd at a 57.90. And Hayman 58.0, so there's only a 10th in it, but now Hayman's got a little bit of clear air. Oh, that is such a good shot with that four-wheel drift that he's just clipping that apex point. Didn't run it on the dirt that time.
Let's have a look here, though, because this is where we saw everyone overshoot last time, and they managed to pull him up. Can't hear any tyres screeching in the background, so I think everyone's got through that time.
Might have just been the occasion with one going wide, and they just started following, thinking, oh, there's the turn and there's the turn in, and you just sort of get tricked into that sensation. I've never seen so many go off and do that without something on the racetrack, or unless, as you said, it might have been a little bit of that dirt and dust that Hayman had dragged off from the right-hand side of the track on the run down to 6 on the previous lap.
Well, he was 3 seconds behind Tyler Cheney in 3rd position. That's now down to 2, so
he's charging.
Super hard.
Cheney does not need to do anything silly. Points-wise, between him and Jared, they are still looking very, very good. And arguably, they would still probably be leading 212 to 199 over Elliot Barber and Des Collier. Collier is back in the 7th position, so they're going to gain points there. So we'll have an update as we go into that final race as to where they line up.
Josh Haynes here, knowing that Brad Gardner's got a wounded vehicle, might just be driving to what Brad's doing at the moment, because the gap's down to 1.5 seconds, but he's not stopped driving away from him. So I wonder whether he's just taken a bit of the pressure off to try and conserve some of those tyres.
Oh, absolutely. There will be absolutely that part of the element. I'm really happy with the opening exchanges with those two. That there was some pretty good racing. Like, you know, there's been a little bit of aggravation between the two of them over the last couple of rounds, and they're in championship contention. All right, Cheney and Hayman looking at the last lap. Cheney went 58.6, Hayman 57.7, a second difference in that last lap. So you would expect with 3 to go that Hayman should get to Cheney. But if one thing is definitely happening, Hayman having to charge through the field is hurting his tyre a lot more than some of those others around him.
Still an impressive driver. Well, Graham Cheney currently 2nd in the championship, so he still needs to accumulate those points, because although it's a big weekend in terms of the AC Delco Tag Team Enduro, it's also counting towards his championship. So he has to be really smart about this weekend.
And for the championship,
he can bring those points in.
This race is more important than the Enduro final. This one carries full points for the single drivers. So the likes of Haynes, Cheney and Gardner mindful of that going into this race. So and they're near the pointy end.
In saying that, still 3rd when it comes to the big weekend here. A little bit of a move down the inside of Brett Nile in the car.
It is Brett Nile in the 54. They've had some dramas today already. Danny Reedy, who's been doing a solid job on debut this season in the Desert Palms number 5 Camaro, former Speedway racer. It took him a couple of sessions to get his eye in and figure out where he was on the racetrack. There was a little bit of negotiation going on there as well. And some of the Speedway boys have really had their hands full with this place with 18 corners.
And Greg Keem in the back of the De Beer finishes number 13 as well. Now, they were chasing some pace early this weekend. They've found a damaged shock in that car, so they've changed that overnight. It looks like it's got a little bit more pace today, and Matty McKeldon, he seemed very unsettled in the car, but he's a little bit happier today, and I think he's calmed down a bit. So watch for them in the endurance, because as he said yesterday, the over 50 smaller amount of testosterone can really pay off when we see the aggression that we had at the start of yesterday's race.
It's one of the best interviews this year. All right, Cheney, here comes Hayman. Little half look, just a little sneaky, little fake down into one, trying to apply the pressure to the back of the RAS number 118.
Slightly different lines with there. He's going to be looking for the run. Can he get it on Tyler Cheney? Not super experienced in this type of vehicle, but he's been doing plenty of 86 work, and And
Hayman.
with Excels, you'd be used to defending, wouldn't you?
That is not a usual part of the racetrack to get the pass done. He's really narrow on the approach to 6, but gets it covered coming off. Hayman to 3rd from grid 18.
When it comes to the overall weekend, though, Tyler Cheney and Jared Hughes are in it for the $20,000 Enduro race, right?
They will more than likely still
Hayman
be
is
topping the points.
He's not a threat to them when it comes to that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
So
probably best not to push it too far without having any contact on the vehicle, because they're in the prime seat now. Tyler Cheney, will he be holding a big check with Jared Hughes at the end of this weekend? Well, we'll wait and find out, because there's still 25 laps of racing to come for that, for our final race this afternoon.
Tyler Cheney, just looking at Tom's on board behind him at one stage there. Tyler had some oversteer going, actually a little bit of turn and understeer right there, so maybe the car balance has just gone away. He's not actually letting Hayman get away here though, so it's actually probably hurt him up.
Well, so a good opportunity to sit behind him to see the lines he's using throughout. Maybe, you know, you might find where he's just finding that 10th of a second in some sectors of the track.
Well, I don't think Tyler would have done 30 laps around this place so far this weekend. It might be between 30 and 40, but that's it.
How many XLs do you think you can fit in a TA2 car? 2?
Yeah, lots. And that's what I was just about to refer to. So motocross XLs and 86s is pretty much all that Tyler Cheney's been doing. So last lap run,
Brad
championship
Gardner.
Equation.
Oh, look, Brad Gardner.
Haynes, Gartner, and Cheney in 4th.
Yeah, I know. Well, Cheney in 5th. Because Graham.
Graham, sorry. Yes. I just saw Cheney.
On board with Gardner, of course. Brad Gardner, tough weekend for him again this weekend. Great news, though, coming out of TA2 recently, that he's going to be joined by Robbie Farr as a teammate for our next round at Winton, who are joining the series under the Hi-Tec team as well. So, mate, he's got a lot of experience coming his way that I think will help progress his racing. Hard for a young man when you have so much expectation of the weekend. It's his home track. His family's all here. He basically had half of the crowd here was someone he knew, was related to, a friend. And look, unfortunate yesterday afternoon. So Brad Gardner in 2nd position and limping home the number 22 Hi-Tec Oils Camaro. Josh Haynes clearly out in front now. That's pushed out to 3.3 seconds. And on this final lap, you'd expect that he will bring home the Herzog Steel number 37, the man of steel. Can he keep his nerves for these final few corners? He brings the 37 home with a row of wins, really, which we see yesterday. That's still provisional. We'll wait to see how everything unfolds with that. We really don't have any news as of yet.
More to come.
But we got a big race coming your way this afternoon. Still plenty more to figure out where everyone's going to start on the grid once we see the points coming out of this race. And he's got clear air. He's just got to hold it through the final corners.
I enjoyed the opening exchange between Haynes and Gardner. That was cool to see. As I said, there's definitely been some issues between them over the last couple of rounds, but Haynes will get the victory here, and this is the most important thing for him for the championship equation, continuing to hold on to that championship lead. And with Brad's DNF with a half-point steal in race number 3, he would have looked to have extended that. So Haynes with the win in race number 5 from Gardner and Hayman. He's got an absolute lock on that Hypercoil Hard Charger award, because he's done it again, and he's gone 18th to 3rd.
Wow, that's so impressive. That Rod Crutcher here might just hold out Des Collier over the line too. He's doing really well, Mark Crutcher in 6th position. We've just seen with Jordan Cox joining his team last year as a co-driver, and then swings from spanners on the car in the background, the changes we've seen in how well he's been driving. Hayden Jackson looks like he's had a bit of a better run there in the number 81 too. He's had some bad luck. Oh no, Domain Ramsey's going to outbrake himself. The Speedway boys are there together. Imagine what's going to happen when we put Robbie Farr in the mix here and we've got 3 of them.
I was just about to say the 2 Speedway boys will be having some fun battling each other there, and then Domain's run it off the racetrack. So Danny Rudy crosses the line, and that will be 15th.
Greg Keem
14th,
behind.
sorry, Greg Keem 13th, Greg Keem in 14th. So provisionally points going into the final race. The 118 Hughes, Tyler Cheney, combination 263. Graham Cheney, Zach Bates, car 51, 247. Mark Crutcher, Jordan Cox in the 4 on 245. And Des Collier and Elliot Barber in the 63 TFH Mustang on 244. Provisionally, that would look to be your first 2 rows for the final race in the big money.
Yeah, but we know that whoever started yesterday's race doesn't start today's race. It swaps. Let's have a look, though, at your results here for race number 5 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. Josh Haynes with the win over Brad Gardner, who got that car home. Tommy Heyman with a massive charge up to third. Tyler Cheney, well, he impressed Dad, who had to hold out for fifth position. Mark Crutcher in sixth, and it was Des Collier seventh. Hayden Jackson in eighth. Michael Coulter, fantastic race from him to get back into ninth position. And John Hollinger, who repaired that car over ninth in 10th. Josh Thomas did a good job too, starting off the rear, so he had a lot of work to do. Brett Nile keeping his nose clean that time by the looks of it. Danny Reedy, well, late charge there after we saw that late braking from Domain Rams, which allowed him and Greg Keane to get through. And then, of course, we saw Steve Wilson, Paul Hadley in 17th, and Anthony Tenko to round out our 18 cars in this race number 5 of the TA2 Muscle Cars. Great views here of the bend, of course, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the facilities, absolutely phenomenal. Look at the cars all out the back, getting ready to race here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Let's have a look, though, at these highlights of race number 5, and, well, they never disappoint because we are using the entire track once again, and we're not even at the endurance part.
Well, exactly that, and that was probably one of the cleanest starts we've seen over the weekend so far. Brad Gardner got an absolute flyer. Haynes was actually as far back as 4th. Cheney could not get that pass on the inside to stick, and Haynes got back in front. He got back to 3rd there and then started chasing down Mark Crutcher, who also got a very, very good start as well. But this exchange between Gardner and Haynes, it went on for a couple of laps.
And it wasn't all just Josh Haynes driving away. Brad Gardner managed to do the crisscross and get that lead back for a couple of corners there, but Josh Haynes just had the pace of the vehicle.
Cheney with the slider.
That was the slide for me of that race, wasn't it? Really a downshift, slid the car into the corner. Tom Heyman, well, every time we crossed the camera to him, it was impressive. Pushing his nose in definitely made it apparent that he wanted the next position.
There was a little bit of,
give him a bit of room.
There was a little bit of contact there, but nothing really in that doubt. That is one of the passes of the weekend for me, with Heyman down the inside of Tyler Cheney, and that's on the run through 5, which is high speed, and on the brake to 6 to try and get it stopped.
I think that was a smart move though from Tyler Cheney. Obviously some words from the radio there trying to keep him a level head. Josh Haynes on the Herzog Steel Mustang led the race at the end and took the checkered flag. Though Brad Gardner not too far behind. Like we say, that car's not 100%. So that was a pretty impressive finish for the Hi-Tec Oils 22 as well. So we'll wait and see exactly what they've got to say here, because it'll be interesting how Brad's gone with that car. Let's head down to pit lane though and see how our winners went.
Josh Haynes lights the flag. That's how you want it. You did have to work for it a little bit though.
Yeah, nearly lights the flag. I don't know, I thought as a lead car you'd probably have control over the pack, but I don't know, it was a weird start. So lost it down at the turn 1 there, but what dropped back to 3rd or 4th, I think. But yeah, we had a quick car, so it's good to get a lead, build a gap, and then yeah, just maintain the tyres from there.
Eyes on the prize now. It's the big go next.
Yeah, that's it. Another Enduro this afternoon, so it should be good. The Herzog Steel Mustang's quick, and yeah, the team's done an awesome job, so we'll be there.
Fantastic stuff. Over to you, Mel.
Brad Gardner, tough day yesterday. Good to see you back in P2.
Yeah, no, it's really good to be here. Obviously, Brooksy had a struggle this morning in his race, but we got the car tuned up and back probably somewhere where it should be. So we got a really good start, and I can't thank the guys enough for getting me back here. But I was the victim of 2 pit lane penalties yesterday, so it's a tough gig, and we got a pretty bent-up race car, but we'll just keep pushing and see what happens.
Some good championship points in that race?
Yeah, obviously Josh is the one we need to catch, but you know, we'll just keep doing our thing and yeah, finish it off.
Thank you. Back to you, Jared.
Tom Heyman, congratulations. 15 positions starting from rear of grid. You're going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, that was a pretty busy race. Obviously only 10 laps and made up quite a few spots. The car wasn't great, but it'll definitely be better for the next race.
Especially with a fresh set of greens going to get banged on for that 25-lapper. Tell me, we have seen in that tyre swap in those longer races, the balance of the car really gets thrown out. Have you guys worked out a fix for that?
We've got a few ideas, but we'll just wait and see how it works out with where we put the tyres on the car. We've only got 2 greens for the next race, but it'll be a good race. Have a lot of pace in the car, so we'll see how we go.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks, Tom. Back to you in commentary.
Oh, I love they've been a little bit coy about their strategy already. We've got a couple of them. We're not really going to let the cat out of the bag at this point. It's all about the endurance race. There's still plenty more coming your way this afternoon. Of course, next up will be the Legend Cars Australia coming out to the track here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. But yeah, they're going to keep that strategy tight-lipped, isn't it? They do not want to know anyone to know what's happening.
I'd written down 4 tyres with Tom there, and he just alluded to 2. So, look, he's definitely worked hard on the tyre set that he's had, because he's had to come through from the rear of the field twice. But he said the car wasn't really great, but Yeah, he's definitely got, I think he's not the only one. I definitely know there's a lot of teams on pit lane holding 2 new tyres for that final race.
With a single driver, that means they've got to come in, they've got to stop for 90 seconds, there's no driver change, but they've got to swap a front and rear left-hand side tyre. So with that comes different tyre pressures. That's what they were speaking about yesterday. So if you put your greens on the front or on the rear, all of a sudden you're mixing up your green tyres or the tyres with less wear when you come in for your pit stop. So strategically, this does open it up for a lot of things to potentially happen.
The faster stuff tends to be more turning right. So if you were going to do that and go, you'd probably go left side if you were going to do that. So yeah, look, we're not engineers, Matt. I don't pretend to be. So there will be a lot of different theories going on down in pit lane is exactly what they're going to do there. So again, just looking at provisional points going into that final race, you'll have Tyler Cheney and Jared Hughes likely to sit on the pole on 263 points. And then you've got Graham Cheney and Zach Bates on 247. So you've got father and son on the front row for that last race.
Let's have a look at the Legend Cars Australia starting grid for their race number 4. Robbie Hogan's going to take it off with Scotty Melville alongside. It's Aidan Williams and Lockie Ward. Dylan Thomas and Asker Sendel on the 3rd row. Benny Goodridge and Brendan Hourigan on the 4th row. Before we head back to our 5th row out there of Duckworth and Scotty Morgan. Now that is the 160 though. It won't be the number 10 we saw of Mark Duckworth who had that big moment in the last race. Now, it's hard to keep your breath when it comes to the Legend Cars Australia because we've already seen what happened in that last one. The races throughout the weekend probably haven't had that much excitement in terms of contact, but I'll tell you what, there's always 4 or 5 positions being changed every corner.
Yeah, when we look at the highlights, it's just about counting how many passes there are through the field because it's been mega. I think we've got all 27 back out there for the 4th race of the weekend for the Legend Cars Australia. Lined up behind the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series Hyundai i30N, the distinctive blue Hyundai.
Well, we saw Rob Hogan do that fantastic job. He went off in the final lap there for a moment, got a little bit of contact and went back a couple of positions, managed to work his way back through it in the final moments, got the lead back and won that last race over Scotty Melville, and Aidan Williams was right there. Lockie Ward, now, that was a reverse grid for the top 10. Lockie Ward had come from 10th. Now, we're back to 10th 3 times. And he managed to work his way back.
So I'm just trying to figure, looking at the grid, if anyone's copped any penalties after that last race, and by the looks of it, nothing really actually stands out. So whether they're going to deal with it post-race meeting from that last one or they're relatively happy with what went on. The one to watch here, Matt, will be Ryan Pring from grid 24. So he had a late race issue after actually leading at one point in race number 3. Leading the championship, he is back in 24th, and that gap to Shane Tate for the championship is narrowed down to 15 points.
Well, you can tell, though, it wasn't just 1 point throughout the race. He led through several points as they like to change positions, so they'll get themselves one more warm-up lap.
He's definitely out there.
Rolling start for this one, yes. It was an incident.
I was looking for the green wheels.
He got tangled up there, didn't he? And the car didn't manage to complete the lap. It looked like he might have completed the lap at the end, but he had to limp that car home. Lost a whole heap of positions there for Ryan Pring, former Australian champion as well. There's the South Aussie. I just see going around there in what looks like the 86 car. Great to have him joining us. Oh, sorry, Greg King in the 86 out of South Australia, the Modbury Fresh Racing entry.
Yeah, we saw the 66 there too of Kyle Murphy, who's I think that's a relatively new name to the championship. Dylan Thomas is having an awful lot of fun in these cars on debut this weekend. The reigning TA2 Muscle Car Series champion. He started the championship off in the TA2 at Sydney, went to Morgan Park, raced the Formula V, didn't race with us at Queensland Raceway because I think his young fella might have been away racing motocross, and then's rejoined us here and jumped into a Legend. So who knows what he's going to race for the last couple of rounds if he joins us for those as well.
You never know. He's really enjoying this category in 5th position, and he was back in, he got about 4 positions on one corner there in that final lap of the last race as well. So anything can happen. Imagine having a Hypercoil Hard Charger award in Legends. It would be almost impossible. You'd have to have someone counting the amount of overtakes for each driver out there, and there's 27 of them on this grid today.
So Brendan Horrigan, speaking of number 1s, he starts out at position 8. He's had an up and down weekend. Dylan Thomas carrying our onboard, sunglasses on,
Well, there's been some brightness. Yesterday we had a lot of cloud cover. Today it's sporadic.
We've had the threat of rain on the forecast, which was going to be heavier than what we've seen here on Friday and Saturday. So as yet, we haven't seen that. And the scattered cloud that we've got around us is a little bit more broken up with some blue sky poking through. So fingers crossed we don't have any of that R-word stuff headed our way, which was in the forecast and mentioned at driver's briefing this morning.
Well, the lights are out on the safety car, which means it will deviate off track and get back into its position. Our Legend Cars Australia about to get underway with their race number 4 for the week, and they've still got one more to go this afternoon. But this one, well, let's see if we can keep our breath for this. On board with Dylan Thomas there, coming out of 5th position, the 3rd row on the grid, right behind Aidan Williams in front. As we wait, you can just hear those 3 cylinders, the big RPM on board, aren't they? Just buzzing away, and I want to try and get that in the right gear to get the start here. Very, very important when it comes to getting the toe down there, the slipstream, using the aero effect. The ones on the left-hand side may try to shoot over to that wall. It's going to run out very quickly, and we're underway. The lights are out. We are good to go. Rob Hogan going to get the lead very early in this one after finishing the last race in front. Scotty Melville. But are we going to see 8 wide at the start of it? It's looking a bit more sedate on this one. Further back they are. Have a look at them all the way out to the grass on the left-hand side, and coming in, Rob Hogan got the lead. Lockie Ward up into 2nd maybe, or 3rd, 2nd now over Aidan Williams around the outside in the number 15. Scotty Melville back to 4th, and here we go in 5th position. Dylan Thomas got to run down the inside into 3.
Look at the wheel work. He's working really, really hard. Lachlan sort of laid back off that start. There was a good car length in front of him, but he might have just got to run down there. But yeah, if you want to fill a racetrack in that shot, just put Legends out there. That'll do it every time.
Well, it's like ants, isn't it? They're everywhere. They just keep multiplying.
Well, we saw some issues in the previous race, especially under brakes here into 6. Ryan Pring has made a massive amount of spots already in the first. It's not even the first third of the lap. I reckon Pring is up inside the top 15. He started 23rd, 24th.
Look at Hurrigan there on the outside too. Looks like he's back in about 6th position. Trying to get a move done though on the 97 of Goodridge.
We haven't seen much of the one this weekend. Hurrigan's had a very, very quiet weekend here at the Bend. But he's now back into the equation here in race number 4. They've still got a 5th race to come later on this afternoon. All right, here's Lachlan Ward down the inside of Hogan. Back into the race lead, not for the first time this weekend. I think he's led every race. He's definitely won 2 of them. Was in the wars in the 3rd one. In a borrowed car as the 72's off track.
Yeah,
Darren Bradley.
Yeah, he was a bit further.
Oh, that's carrying some damage.
Yeah,
so
you could see some spin out before too. There was something in the background going on. So I wonder whether he's made contact with any other vehicle out there.
It's broken the front end, so broken kingpins or tie rods. The 2 front wheels have changed in the different directions. A little bit more toe out than you would normally run with these cars. So I don't think he'll be going any further in this 4th race for the Legends as Lachlan Ward runs a little bit wide off onto the main street. Hogan's got to run. It just killed all the exit speed, and Hogan slipped up the inside. See if he can get the lead back down into turn number 1 as they fly past the wall here at the Bend. Hogan has got the lead. Lockie actually got a 2nd draft. Hogan drafted him first. Lockie got back in the draft, and he's
contact
got
at the back. Oh no!
That was the
Hurrigan
97
on the outside, but the 97 tried to climb him and Brendan Melville.
Goodridge in the 97.
He almost got sandwiched there, and he hit both back tyres of the cars in front, went up in the air. Luckily, that's come down. He's continued on. Unfortunate for Hurrigan, who loses a number of positions.
That's going to be between 180 and 200 kilometres an hour, I'm thinking. That was a scary, scary moment. Let's have a look at it here. So just further back in shot. So the one down the inside, oh yeah, it's just the sandwich effect. Melville was in there in the 81 as well. And poor old Brendan Hurrigan, nowhere to go, he's ended up out on the grass. But yeah, that was for the 97 at Goodridge, that was really, really lucky.
Well, there's plenty more action still to unfold in this Legend Cars Australia race, where we are only on the 2nd lap of their race number 4. And Brendan Dylan Thomas starting to come to terms with how to use the vehicle to its advantage when it comes to using the slipstream and the aero of these cars, because he didn't lose too much time on that main straight where you said he's been struggling with that yesterday's racing. Car looks like it's on the way on the left-hand side, might be in a safe position so we can keep racing out there. On board with Dylan Thomas, and He's hunting all over the back of Rob Hogan's car. Can he get close enough?
Lachlan Ward's just gone purple in the second sector. Shane Tate actually topped the first sector. He's back in the 5th position as we're on board here with Thomas. Car looks to be a little bit more settled. He certainly had a lot more wheel work going on off the race start, where it was probably more an avoidance thing more than anything else. But he's just been struggling a little bit with how to set the car up. Obviously, compared to the TA2, it'd be very, very different. Made some major changes, and it actually made it worse. So they've gone back in the other direction. And the car at the moment looks a lot more settled than it probably has throughout the weekend.
A little bit different to a Formula Ford too, I'd say.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
You really can't lose momentum in these cars. There is not enough horsepower. If you have to get off the accelerator for a moment there and you lose 10 kilometre speed, maybe coming out of a corner, it's really going to disadvantage you later on, as they're definitely using every bit of the exit there. And have a look at this. Dylan Thomas down the inside of Rob Hogan. It looks like he's going to get the move done. Hogan with the crisscross though, because you go through the left and the right. Thomas though with the exit speed. He's going to hold him off there in the CXC 68 Legend car.
Lachlan Ward's just at the fastest lap of the race at 2:15.02. He was 6/10 quicker than Hogan and only a 10th quicker than Thomas. Thomas went 15.19, so Thomas has got some pace. And it definitely looks a little bit smarter in a straight line.
Ryan Pring already up to 9th position through this pack though. He is really applying some pressure and trying to get through as best he can.
I think we got a safety car coming. I think we got a safety car coming.
That'll be Bradley too, sitting on the side of that
I think
track?
so. It was actually pretty close to the side of the racetrack, so I can only figure it is for the retrieval of that car. So that'll close this field up. Dylan Thomas looking really, really strong. Lachlan Ward out in front, looking for his 3rd win of the weekend out of 4 starts. So the safety car is definitely out on the racetrack.
No, Hyundai Inline will come out and lead these Legend cars around. We'll bunch them back up. Now, what could go wrong when you bunch the Legend cars back up? Nothing at all. 27 out there on track. Looks like we might have lost one there. Looks like that might be the car of Bradley, who we will be recovering off the track this time. That's super unfortunate for him. So we saw Bradley in 13th position last race out of the ACT. Anyway, we're going to have a short break while this safety car's out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Well, we return to Legend Cars Australia under safety car conditions here. It's their race number 4 of the weekend here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series from this fantastic venue, of course, Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at Tailem Bend. We're over an hour out of Adelaide. Like, we're not that far out of the big city there of Adelaide. Beautiful facilities out this way, so close to Murray Bridge. A great, fantastic facility to come and have a bit of a racing holiday. You've got the hotel here, all the facilities. Let's have a look at some of the Hi-Tec Oil's replays here as there's been a fair bit to try and decipher.
Oh,
wow, huge
that
impact.
Would explain the front end damage to the 72.
And that's why
what
Spicer,
we didn't see was the rear end damage to the number 33 of Spicer.
Spicer, yeah, and looks like he may have also possibly had to go into the pits. So there's a whole heap of...
I think he was already slowing because Riley Skinner went by him at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And potentially here we could have a red flag coming up. It looked like to me the 33 was actually slowing up. He's got picked up, crashed into the back of by the 72 because Riley Skinner went firing down the inside to clear both of them. So that was actually a pretty big contact.
Yeah, huge moment there for them and the red flag coming out because it's going to take a little bit of time to try and recover these vehicles off the track as well. Of course, we do have a lot more action coming your way this afternoon. They'll be looking at the time it's going to take to recover these vehicles and the allocation that they had. Australian Drivers' Championship not too far away, which we haven't seen as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series before, Jamie, have we? Because these are exciting little hyper races that get out there. They've got Hayabusa engines. They're like a little miniature Formula 1 car, but they're super fast.
And they sound the part too. They sound the part. I've really enjoyed watching them so far this weekend, as we always do with the Legends. That Lachlan Ward's waving to the camera car.
Why not? He's probably getting a bit of direction from someone in the pit saying, mate, you're on TV. Camera. And unfortunately, this does look like it is going to be red flagged. We've got that from race control, though. We'll bring these cars into the pits. I'll turn off. They've still got one more race this afternoon, though, the Legend Cars Australia to come out on track, and that'll be after 2:30 this afternoon. Can't wait to see what action will actually happen because anything could go their way. Dylan Thomas up into second position, so that's exciting. He seems to be getting a handle on that car now and understanding, I suppose, what the car's doing through the corners and the setup changes. So you know, it's always interesting as these new drivers come in the category and they start to find their feet. Dylan Thomas with a wealth of knowledge when it comes to racing. Now, we caught up with a couple of these drivers from the Legend Cars Australia earlier this weekend.
Previously I was doing go-karting. I've done that for about 6 years, and then I decided to hop into Legend Cars as a step into my journey. I've been slowly going up. I've had a few ups and downs with the car, but nothing major, just still learning. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
I started karting when I was 10, karting all the way through when I was 16, competed at nationals for a couple of years, did some state titles, competed pretty well, and then Lockie convinced us to hop into a Legend car when I turned 16, and the category's awesome, the environment's really good, everyone's supportive, the car's awesome to drive, and it really helps with Lockie coaching me as well to pick up the car quickly.
Great to catch up there with some of the young drivers in the Australian Legends category. So just waiting to hear if this will be the conclusion of this particular race. And we might, I think, have the Australian Drivers' Championship cars coming out on track. So the Legends are definitely heading out to the back of the pit area here at the bend.
Yeah, so unfortunate, isn't it, Jamie?
Yeah.
But I mean, we saw them, they've got... I suppose more confident over the weekend because yesterday we seen them getting around. There's been a lot of position changes when the Legend cars come out. A little bit of contact this morning. Everyone just pushing a little bit harder. It's a big track out there, 4.95 kilometres, very wide. This is what we've got coming up for this afternoon. Of course, we've still got the Australian Drivers' Championship and the Australian Super TT still to come out and do a few laps for us. Before we go to the TFH Hire Formula RX8s for their race number 4, as Legend cars back out for their final race of the weekend. And then, of course, the Australian Drivers' Championship, where we're heading to the big one. 25 laps for the TA2 Muscle Cars to get around. 2 drivers. It's the only event for these cars where they have a driver change. We've got some combinations coming into this that have only come out for this race. Other ones who are in the main game who have championships to fight for as well. So that's going to be interesting to see how they play this out, what's more important to them. $20,000, though, up for grabs in that tag team enduro. And, of course, AC Delco. For that final race of 25 laps, the winner will get himself $5,000 tool pack.
Yeah, that's just huge. And the event is so unique. there is no other TA2 category in the world that does these enduro style events with driver changes. So, you know, it's ours here in Australia. It's all ours. They're the only ones to do it.
Our next round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We're coming away from Winton Motor Raceway in Victoria, and that'll be on the 4th to the 6th of October. We'll have a full complement of racing, including the TA2 Muscle Cars will be back out for that one. It's only a few hours out of Melbourne. You can fly in, drive up. You can even fly into Albury, which you're less than an hour away from the track. Fantastic little facility as well to go around there. It's really the home of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. On top of that, we're going to have the Hi-Tec Drifting All-Stars at that round as well for some nighttime entertainment. So it's going to be a huge weekend. As you can see, some of the families and friends gathered up the top of this impressive facility. That's 4 stories up, looking over the track, which really gives you a nice view of the undulation of the corners as they go up and down.
Well, you, myself, and Jared popped out of there. So that's the Sky Deck. On the 4th level in the main control area, and the view is just spectacular of this facility over the racetrack. What you can't comprehend is how far away over the backside of the circuit the run through 10, 11 and 12 is. It's like a kilometre, maybe a kilometre and a half away, and that's how big this place is. So it is seriously spectacular.
Yes, massive complex here. So much to go on at the bend, of course, with the drag racing off to the right-hand side there. Of course, we've got the go-karts on the left. Look, we're about to get underway with all our action of the Australian Drivers' Championship. And still then, stay tuned. We're going to have a short break.
Until you've driven the car, so you can explain how much grip it's got. It's very hard. They've got like downforce like you wouldn't believe, and ground effect and slicks, and so much grip. It's pretty mind warping, but once you get used to it, it's a very, very fun car to drive, and it creates very good racing.
The hyper races really come to existence because there was nowhere for people that were talented in motorsport but didn't have any money that could race. So we've, for the first time in history, people with go-karts, literally on a go-kart budget, can now drive in race meetings for the Australian Drivers' Championship based on their skill alone. There's no modern whiz-bang electronic technology in it. It's a gear lever, it's a go pedal and a stop pedal, and you look out the front of the car and make sure you know where you're going. It's that simple, you know. This is the track of, you know, all tracks here. So the guys are just absolutely wrapped. So to do this and then finish off at the new Wakefield circuit will be fantastic.
Well, welcome back here to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series round number 4. The noise has gone down a little bit as we get a couple of cars off the track here for the Legend Cars Australia. Our Australian Drivers' Championship not too far away, but we're going to have a look at some of the highlights of the previous race here of these HyperX Racers cars as they get around. Dan McCarthy joins me here in commentary. These are some very impressive little cars, and let's run through how this race went.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic weekend so far. They were fanning out down towards turn number 1 in race number 2 yesterday. Super 2 driver and Bathurst 1000 wildcard Brad Vaughan led the way early on after winning the opening race, but it was side by side between two of the title contenders in 2nd and 3rd position early on in the race. And further back, there were still 2, even 3 wide. But this really was the story of the race. At the midway point, the 2 fast drivers began to make their way forwards. And Damon Sterling took 2nd position from the number 88 of Dean Crook, and then a lap later he was followed through by Hayden Crossland. So those 2 were the fast guys yesterday. They both caught and passed Brad Vaughan. So here was Sterling the inside, taking Vaughan into turn number 14. And very soon after, through came the car of Crossland up the inside into turn number 1. So it shows that there is a lot of passing that can be done in these cars around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. But once out front, nobody could stop Sterling. It was another race victory for the current championship leader. A great performance from him.
Yeah, it's just so tight, the racing is with these hypercars. I mean, they can really follow each other down the main straight, leave no gap whatsoever, and it really is a driver's championship. All equalised when it comes to the cars. It's a kit car that they get. John, obviously, who we spoke to earlier, makes the cars over there in Victoria. He's shipping them over to America as well. They can't keep up with productions of these things. They're 400 kilos in race trim, you know, going down the track, Hayabusa engine in the back of them, so we know what sort of horsepower they can make. They're actually struggling with the headwinds when we get them. They're 41 kilometres an hour earlier, and they're struggling to get them into top gear, and they're still doing in excess of 230 kilometres an hour down that straight.
Yeah, it's bonkers down the pit straight, but that's what produced such good slipstreaming duels in yesterday's races. The wind is still pretty strong here today, but there's a bit more sunlight on the racetrack, so it'll be interesting to see if the racing dynamics change at all with the wind not quite as strong, I don't think, as it was yesterday.
We'll head down to the TA2 Muscle Car pits. You can see there, currently leading the championship, Josh Haynes is Herzog Steel number 37 Mustang, and they're looking pretty relaxed down there at the moment. It looks like maintenance, a bit of a check. They'll be going over the vision they've got. Obviously, these cars carry a camera in there in the Motec system. They can overlay where the braking and the accelerating was. They'll be reviewing all those markers on the track to make sure they're getting the optimum out of these cars. And with strategy, they'll be deciding where they're going to be putting the tyres. Obviously, the 2 driver cars, well, they don't have to change tyres over. But for those single drivers, they've got to change the front and the rear on the left-hand side. So how are they going to play that out? Possibly they run the 2 green tyres if they've got them on the right-hand side of the car. Everyone's going to have a little bit of a different struggle, some minor adjustments, and I suppose the difference is some drivers like Lucia, look at Tommy Heyman sliding the car everywhere. Other drivers don't like it like that, so those people sharing a car have to find that happiness between both drivers.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out with, as you say, tyres, because it is the longer race today, 25 laps in distance. It's over double what we've done at any point this weekend. Of course, we were meant to run the 20-lap race late yesterday, but due to an incident and a red flag, that race was shortened, and it means that they really are going into the great unknown around this racetrack later on this afternoon.
Talking to some of the teams down there, fuel economy probably not going to be too much of an issue, somewhere between 2.5, 3 litres per lap when they're in full race trim for those up the front. 80-litre tank on board. It's still going to be a lot heavier because it's not often that they actually fill the fuel tanks up in these cars. So weight's going to be a big thing. If they want to just not risk it, they may put the full 80. I think they can take about 87 litres total across the fuel system. So whether they'll run that or whether they'll run the gauntlet after yesterday you know, it's not out of the realm that we're going to see a safety car at some point through the 25 laps, but it's just over 120 kilometres. There's Jared Hughes, Tyler Cheney, the young guns, currently leading the points at the moment, though, and in contention for the $20,000 from the weekend. And there's some real talent there. Jared Hughes obviously doing some Super 2 racing. He's been in the 86s. Tyler Cheney following in those footsteps when it comes to 86 racing as well. So they're looking pretty relaxed down there at the moment. That's all about to change in a couple of hours.
Absolutely. Two great personalities sharing the car together, and what a weekend they've had. Jared Hughes winning the race just a few hours ago. The co-driver race, I suppose you'd call it, wasn't it, earlier on today? But those two will be starting right up the pointy end in this afternoon's endurance race. We can see a few changes being made to cars up and down the lane. It's been a busy pit area, the TA2 category, but some great aerial shots of this Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This just shows how big this pit facility is, and all those second-story buildings are the hotel rooms.
Right on the track, you can wake up to racing, especially if you get a bit of a sleep in. How good is that? I mean, a few of the teams are probably very happy, though, that the lights work in the garages, because they were here late last night, a few of those teams repairing them. Let's head down to Mel, though, in pit lane.
Nico French, the hypercars are about to go out for their next race, and sadly you'll be here watching again. What happened?
I lost an engine in race 2, unfortunately, which is every racer's worst nightmare. But look, I can't complain. We qualified close enough to the pace that we were battling for third before I lost my engine. So I've had a brilliant weekend so far. And I have to say big thanks to my sponsors, YTG and Rusty French, and also to AASA. I mean, we're living in the golden era of motorsport as far as we're concerned, and that's all because of them.
Oh, that's good. It's been really good to have the hypercars here with us this weekend. I trust you guys have had a good time too.
We are absolutely loving it. This track is phenomenal. I mean, 6 wide into turn 1 is something that we haven't had before, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Good to have Brad Vaughan Super 2 here to try us out and make sure that we're all competitive. And it's just been a fantastic weekend. I'm really looking forward to watching for the first time, because I'm always in the car and they look amazing on the replays. So I'm looking forward to actually heading up to the Sky Deck, and Hayden and Damon, it's on. Let's see how we go.
Fantastic. Thanks, Nico. Over to you, Jared.
Well, I'm up here at TFH Hires Garages, just looking in, and things looking fairly relaxed up here with the Thomas and Hazelwood car. We did see earlier for Hazelwood's last stint, they blew a power steering hose, which is probably the cause of the smoke that we did see wisping out. Didn't sound like it was anything too major. They were checking over. They would have pressurised the system, and like I say, it's fairly relaxed. Cruising on down, let's have a quick look in at the combo of Collier and Barber. Again, we've mentioned it a few times. Barber, the DSO for the TA2 Muscle Car, is very interesting to see him paired up with Collier. So they've been having an interesting weekend with some fantastic sort of performances along the way, but sporting some battle scars. We'll see how that looks after a 25-hour enduro. And of course, the team's really battling the wind, so there's a few closed garage doors, but we'll cruise on down. In the meantime, Mel, what have you found?
Jason Pride, a bit of preparation coming into the last race for the weekend. What's in store for you?
Yeah, hopefully just a good result. It's going to be a long 25 laps, but we're boys are giving us a good car, I think, so they're just tuning it up, and yeah, we'll see where we go. I think we'll be out of about P10 or something like that, so yeah. And
how's your tyre supply looking for the last one?
Yeah, about the same as everyone else. I think we've got 2 greens, but yeah, we should be, they are what they are, and we'll deal with it.
Thank you. Over to you, Jared.
Here with Graham and Tyler Cheney, and a little bit of fun and games out there in that last one. How'd you feel fending the old man off?
Yeah, it was pretty good. He went a bit easy, I reckon, but I'm probably too fast for him anyway.
Well, surely we have to give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, after that little comment, I don't think I'll be as easy next time, so it's going to be an interesting last race for sure, that is.
Talking about this last race, Tyler, how's the tyre bank looking for your crew?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I'm sure the tyre people are onto it. So, yeah, just drive it pretty much.
Graham?
Yeah, no, we've got a pretty good set. We've sort of saved the good set for the last race. So, yeah, been using the same tyres pretty much all weekend. And, yeah, hopefully we've got some good tyres there for the 25-lapper.
Looking forward to it. You better stick it to him on Father's Day, mate. Everyone's rooting for you.
I will.
Over to you, Mel.
Justin Lewis, Formula RX8, you got your first podium yesterday. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was super duper. I tell you right now, I'm so proud of the kids that I was racing. One very special thing about our category, we've levelled out that playing field. So kids, we've got a school kid, Ayrton Felipe, we've got Thomas Derwent, who's we met last year racing, who couldn't get a good package together, and also Jeff Connell, the rookie, the sim guy. It was the four of us duking it out. I came on top, but I tell you what, we all got out. I'm so proud of the way that we're getting really good grassroots racing and we're presenting it to Australia. It's working. We've smashed lap records. It's awesome. And thanks to Hi-Tec, what a package.
Thank you. Well done. Back to you, Jared.
Over here with Jared Hughes, and you got a fresh bit of kit there, fresh from AC Delco, great supporters of this event, putting up $5,000 worth of tools for the winner of race 6. Man, oh man, she's a mean bit of kit.
Oh, it's a very mean bit. I've got no idea how these things work, to be honest with you, but it's got some torque control on it, and it's been doing our wheels up. We haven't lost a wheel yet, so we're going strong. But no, it's been awesome to have AC Delco chuck in a bit of support for this race. It's such a cool race and such a cool series, so it's awesome these guys are come on board and shown some support.
A little bit of time now until we run into that 25-lap Enduro. Any last thoughts?
Send it. No, I think we're in a good spot. I'm just waiting to see what the final points are after the last race. Tyler, unbelievable. I saw him pull out in 4th after the start, and I'm like, how the hell has he done that? But he's doing an awesome job, and we'll see what the points are like, and then we'll see what we've got to do.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward to it. Over to you, Mel.
George Gambino, the guy behind Hi-Tec Oils. You must be proud of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend this weekend with a lot of cars out and about and a few crashes, which is not nice, but they're racing hard, which is good to see.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Sorry, I just...
All right, Mike. Good luck to you.
Oh, George Gambino, he's had a big week here at the Bend. He gets the car set up. They've got the fuel station set up over there as well. He's doing everything. And what I like about him as a sponsor is it's not just about having his product and his brand out there. He comes and enjoys the racing. He hasn't missed a Hi-Tec Oils Super Series yet. Now let's head back down to pit lane with Jared.
Here with Michael Coulter in the Terps Tippers machine, and it was an up and down weekend for you up to this point. That last race going out on some slightly older tyres, but you've got fresh stickers out for the next one. How do you rate yourself? These solo drive jobs in the Enduro, it's going to be a tough ask.
It is, mate, yeah, 25 laps. I mean, after 10 laps just now, I'm absolutely buggered. So, yeah, we're thinking about trying to do a few things, i.e. cool suit, drink bottle, blah, 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 to make me comfortable in the car and to obviously get the endurance out of me for the rest of this race. But, yeah, look, it's going to be a tough one, 25 laps. We're also quite concerned on fuel, as probably most of the pit lane is as well. So 25 laps around here, 125 Ks, it's a bloody long way.
Absolutely, mate. Best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Over to you, Mel.
Matty McKeldin, one race to go and you'll be starting the second Enduro.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to being over, I reckon, because we've had a hard weekend this weekend. The car's just it's not where we want it to be, and we're sort of struggling to find out as to why that is. Greg's driving really well. I think I'm driving pretty well, but we're just not quick enough. So, but we are finishing. You know, we're not throwing it off the road. We are finishing. So I think we're 10th for the championship or the weekend so far. But yeah, it's been a different experience being this co-driver thing. There's too much talent in my group. When you get Brooks and you know, people like Hughesy and Hazelwood, yeah, go away. You're too talented. I want to go and play with the Coulters of the world and have a bit more fun. So it's been frustrating, but it's been fun as well.
Maybe we need to initiate a masterclass, do we?
Well, we do have a masterclass over 50s, as I said yesterday. The old depletion of the young man's genes, I should say, or something like that. You know, it's been hard this weekend, but I like driving in the over 50s because we don't want to crash our cars. We're happy to race and have a bit of fun, but it's been good.
Well, it's good to see you back. Over to you, Jared.
Here with Craig Denyer, and it has been a big weekend wrangling the TA2 Muscle Car Series competitors. I know that Dean Canto must have had his work cut out for him yesterday, our DSO, trying to unpick that Enduro. But man, we have so much to look forward to. The action's been red hot.
Absolutely, but I think in results only just released, Tom Heyman was now declared winner of yesterday's Race 3 Enduro, last to first. What a drive, what a kid, what a star.
Absolutely stunning stuff. Talk about some of the highlights of what you've seen out there today. You've been keeping a weather eye out on it. We've seen, again, a fantastic performance from Heyman. And Josh Haynes, well, he's been on fire as well. But potentially some issues in that for this 25-lapper.
Yeah, he copped a 5-second penalty for basically crowding at the start, not giving enough racing room. So that's what dropped him out of, I guess, the podium position from yesterday, or the race winner's position. But I'll tell you what, I'm impressed by Tyler Cheney, 16 years of age. I mean, the kid is in there for the first time, racing against his father, taking series championship points off his father when his father's in the top 3 of the series. And what a great job they're doing. So all these young fellas, like, they've got an enormous amount of talent jumping into these cars that aren't easy to drive, 525 horsepower. They move around like the good old boys do. 4 on the floor. It's a great race package, but some real talent coming through. Very, very proud to see.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks for those kind words. And we are going to get back up into commentary. We'll be right back in just a second with some more action.
Yeah, it's deal or no deal out there. I'll tell you what, Josh Haynes, he is copping a 5-second penalty. That is big news, isn't it? Because Tommy Hayman was right behind him at the end. That pushes Tommy Hayman into first position. So the talking point is last to first. He is doing a fantastic job on the weekend, but they're both not in contention for the 20,000 because they don't have that co-driver accumulating those points. So they're not really in for that. The final race, though, that will go down to the $5,000 with AC Delco products.
It doesn't hurt Josh that much. A 5-second penalty just drops him to second. So, like, it's one position. Okay, it takes the win away from him and makes that story about Hayman so much more important going from last to first. So, speaking of Josh Haynes, let's take an opportunity to take a hot lap around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here at the Bend.
How you going, guys? Josh Haynes here, driver of the number 37 TA2 Herzog Steel Mustang. We're here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and I'm going to take you for a lap. Coming down the straight here, grab 4th gear, lay it on the brakes as low as you can, down the gears into 2nd gear, get it turned in, don't sacrifice too much turn here, get ready for turn 2, down into 1st here for turn 3. Try and focus on getting a nice exit, grab 2nd, look out for this car on the left. Grab 3rd, this is a fast sweeper through here. Run it right out to the wide. Nice under brakes, pull it up here for this tight corner. It's pretty tricky because it's off camber. Down to 1st gear, try again, get a nice exit. Up through the gears. This 3rd gear change is pretty tricky. Through the sweeper here. Nice big slide. Watch out for this exit curb here. Bring it back to the right, get ready for this next section of corners. Nice big slide here, probably not too quick. Up through the gears again, grab 3rd. This one's pretty cool because it's a pretty nice cambered corner. Blind exit, so really tricky to get your exit right. Pull this up nicely, don't sacrifice too much of your corner entry. Come down here, again look out for this bit of traffic. Up to 3rd, nice exit. Come down to the 2nd last corner here. Down through the gears, get it pulled up, really tricky one, so easy to overshoot. Up the 2nd, and then really focus on getting a nice exit onto the main straight. Thanks so much for taking a lap around Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Have a good weekend.
And in race pace, they get around that 4.95 kilometres in about 1 minute 55, give or take, depending on how good the tyres are and the amount of weight they're carrying in the car. Our Hyper Racer X in the Australian Drivers' Championship ready to race in just a moment. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with Mel.
Tony Sewell representing AC Delco this weekend, who have generously donated some tools to the winner of the next race.
Yep, they've generously donated $4,700 worth of all their range of tools, a full range to the winner, as well as the TFH check for $20,000. So it's going to be exciting to see who wins. And stay tuned, it's coming up soon.
Well, by the looks of things leading into this race, you've chosen the right jumper to wear.
Yes, that's. I'm a bit biased. I'm Jared Hughes' manager, so I want him to win, and we need the money for this and Super 2. So we're hanging out for it.
Is he going to give you some as well, or are you going to give him some?
No, that all goes into the team, into the kitty.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, coming out onto the racetrack after that unfortunate delay off the back of the Legends. We do have some race cars coming out on track. We've got the Australian Drivers' Championship with the Hypers. Joining me back in commentary for this one is Dan McCarthy. Welcome back, Dan. Good to see some race cars back out on track, my young friend.
It is good to have them back out there on the race circuit. Don't they look absolutely fantastic here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park? We had 2 races for the Australian Drivers' Championship yesterday. This is the 3rd of the weekend, and they've got a short turnaround before their 4th one in around about an hour's time. So they'll be looking to try and keep it clean, because any damage might not be able to be repaired in time for the final race this afternoon.
Well, like some of the other categories here, they've actually had to raid the spare parts bin in a few cases, and there have been a couple of engine issues. So notably, Nico in the number 12, Nico French, I went past the garage this morning, and when the crankshaft is sitting on the floor behind the race car, that's usually not a good look.
No, it's never preferred, is it? No, you'd rather have it in the race car itself. So yeah, unfortunately, Nico French, a disastrous weekend, goes away with no points whatsoever after a DNF in. Oh, he did finish actually, but well down the order in race number 1, but not the amount of points he would have liked to have taken away from this weekend. And Lucas Stasi, another one who's leading race number 1. His engine expired as well, so that's a bit of a shame that we've lost 2 of the runners, but the rest are out there on the race circuit, and it's going to be Damon Sterling, the championship leader, that will take them away from pole position. He'll start alongside Hayden Crossland, who took his maiden win at Winton at the last round and has been strong in the first couple of races. He'll be looking to try and move forward just the 1 position in this one. Out of 3rd is the Super 2 front runner, Tickford Super 2 driver Brad Vaughan. He'll be making a Bathurst 1000 wildcard, his debut in the Bathurst 1000 alongside Matt Charter in the Charter Motorsport car. So he will come out of 3rd alongside Claver. But a great field of Hyper Racer X1s here this weekend. And we can see from the back of the Hyundai safety car, all of those machines lining up on the grid. For this one, they will do 1 more rolling lap, and it'll be a rolling start for this race. 9 laps are scheduled in the book, and if anything is to go by after the first 2 races, we are expecting an absolute cracker.
So I understand that we'll continue to have a delay here at the moment with these cars parked up on the front straight. So we are still attending to some issues from that previous Legends race. So with the systems there, that's got to happen. So we'll park them up down here on the grid in the meantime. You've got Sterling there. We'll start off the front row for the race when it does start. They are a very, very cool looking race car, and that is a neat shot actually showing how big the rear wings are on these cars.
Brilliant shots of the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park facility. You can see all the fans on the top of the pit straight building. Great view from up there. You can see the entirety of the 4.95 kilometre circuit.
All right, don't go away. We will be back with more from Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Hi and welcome back to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. We've had a little bit of a delay off the back of the previous Legends race. We've got the Australian Drivers' Championship cars lined up on the grid. We're going to cross down onto the grid and catch up with Mel and Jared with some of our drivers with the Hyper X1s.
Damon Sterling, starting P1 from this race. A great first weekend for you so far at Tailem Bend.
Yeah, it's I'm really enjoying the track, and it's been some good hard racing, so hopefully there's some more.
Looks like lots of fun in these cars, that's for sure.
Yes, it's good fun. It's just pinned everywhere, and I'm loving it.
Fantastic. Enjoy. Over to you, Jared.
Well, here to have a look through some of the key features of these Hyper Racer X1s that are being driven in the Australian Drivers' Championship. First of all, wings and slicks. We'll start with the wings. A whole heap of aero here. Of course, separate elements, adjustable. You can actually see they can really raise the height of that rear element just to generate more downforce. Hand-cooked soft tyres. Now, get this. The teams only get 3 sets per season. These are straight out of F3. Coming along back, you can see all the non-structural carbon. Of course, affordability has been a big feature of these Hyper Racer X1s. So all of this non-structural. The actual cockpit is a tube steel sort of composition. Here through to the side pods, they will feed air into the radiators and cooling system. But a massive, massive gain to be had. And one of the key features of these cars is the ability for cars to actually follow, and that's all helped out by maintaining nice clean airflow. These strakes off the side of the floor really make it possible for drivers to really run in good clean air. Here through to the back, you can see brake ducts. These are cooling Willwood brakes. They have bias that they can actually crank up and down, front to rear. And of course, not necessarily running any modifications to that balance throughout the course of the race, but they are able to set and forget. Coming back around right behind the driver, we have the 1340cc Suzuki inline 4-cylinder dual overhead cams. These things are known to put out about 170-ish horsepower. But those 3 letters right there, Phil Tainton Racing, that is an outfit that has been tuning these ECUs. They are a locked ECU tune. There's no latitude for teams to really mess around with them. Sequential 6-speed, all managed through a lever on the driver's right-hand side. Chain drive to the rear end, and then we get into the piece de resistance, this massive, massive wing generating so much downforce. And tucked in just under that, we have this massive diffuser, just to really keep the lines super clean. Let's have a chat with Mel. You're back up the front of the grid.
Hayden Crosswell, 2 seconds so far, third time lucky?
Hopefully. It's been an awesome weekend so far, loving learning the new track, so we're having lots of fun. The draft's huge, so we're just trying to wrap our head around it.
And does it affect you a lot around here? The winds have been really high this weekend.
Yeah, massively. As soon as you get out from behind that wall down the pit straight, you can feel a massive gust of wind that slows the car down instantly, so it's pretty hard through all the back sections with the fast corners.
And slipstreaming's a really big thing in this category, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. So even though I'm starting on the front row, I doubt I'll be leading the first corner. So it's pretty interesting.
Well, hopefully. You only need to lead the last one, yeah?
Exactly right.
Okay, take care. Over to you, Jared.
Down here with Bastian Treptel. Give us a rundown on your weekend here at the Super Series.
Mate, I'm an ex-tech guy, and to be able to race these things, it's the closest I'll ever come to riding a Formula 1 car. Absolutely incredible grip, G-forces. Huge thanks to our sponsors. And actually a special shout out to my grandma who's sick in hospital at the moment. Salut, mamie. But yeah, this weekend's been amazing, mate. I wish you guys could all get in here and feel the G-forces that we do. We actually end up with bruises where the seatbelt comes from the braking at the end of this straight.
Talk to me a little bit about the toe, because it is so powerful here at Tailem Bend.
It's almost like a cheat code, so you can actually fall back a little bit, and if I get within, let's say, I don't know, 30 metres of the car in front, I'll get sucked right back up into them. It's super important to this racetrack, particularly with the headwind that we got here today.
Yeah, these cars down on top speeds, but definitely not short on action. Over to you, Mel.
Luke Claver, you just said you were making your way forward, only one more row to go.
Yeah, steadily progressing as the weekend goes on. Got the 2 young boys in front of me and young Brad Vaughan over there to the right, so see how the first corner goes and try and make one more spot up by the end of this one.
Hope you can give them a run for their money.
Yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how we go.
Fantastic. Good luck.
Josh Gardner, mate, we've been working our way through the grid. I tell you what, it's pretty cosy in these cockpits of the Hyper Racer X1, aren't they?
It is, mate, it is. There is a bit more room in here than you would think, though. Once your legs get in here, you're good to go.
Give us a rundown. What's your previous experience in vehicles outside of this?
I raced dirt bikes growing up, so it was never really any good, but tried these out and, yeah, hooked on these now.
Sounds like a fantastic addiction to have if I ever heard one. Well, it looks like we are getting ready. Let's go back up to commentary.
Thanks, Jared. All right, not too far away from getting this race started for the Australian Drivers' Championship. We'll be back with more very, very shortly from Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. Hi and welcome back to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend, Tailem Bend, South Australia. We've got race 3 out on track for the 2024 Australian Drivers' Championship after some delays from the previous Legends race, unfortunately. So we are about to go racing here very, very shortly. The 4th round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series at this absolutely stunning facility in South Australia. Little bit of cloud over and above us. The wind still gusting pretty much straight down the front straight. And no sign, and hopefully no sign for the rest of the day, of the forecast little bit of rain that was on the forecast earlier on this morning. So we do have some race cars on track. Race 3 for the Australian Drivers' Championship over 10 laps. I understand that will be shortened by 1 to 9 out for this one. Joining commentary by Dan McCarthy. Dan, let's talk about some of these drivers and a very, very, very diverse background for some of them coming out of simulator racing. As we just heard there from one of the boys, from dirt bikes and things like that. So lots of different backgrounds with the drivers in this category.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a few older statesmen out there that have just decided to go motor racing for the first time, who haven't done anything previously. Then there's others that are really trying to make a future career out of it, the likes of Brad Vaughan, the likes of Hayden Crossland, that are really trying to go places in their motorsport career. So as you say, a really diverse range and some real quality drivers up the pointy end of this field, that is for certain. And it's going to be Damon Sterling, the championship leader, that will start out of pole position. He's had a good season so far, and he's continued that here this weekend. Hayden Crossland took his maiden win at Winton last time out, and he will start on the front row alongside him. He's come home strong in both of the first two races. Can he go with Sterling early? We will find out in this one. Brad Vaughan, Super 2 driver, Bathurst 1000 wildcard later on in the year. In fact, not that long, not that far away now, only just a few weeks. So he'll start out a third ahead of Luke Claver. He's had a fantastic weekend so far. Dean Crook's having a few gremlins in his machine. I'll talk about that as the race progresses. So his former champion will start from 5th ahead of Hamish Layton. Beyond that, we've got Brenton Davey and Bastian Treptow, Josh Gardner and Raphael Thomas Kadar rounding out the top 10. Beyond that, Bradley Smith, Hardy Kuhn, Nico French will be a non-starter. Same with Lucas Stasi. However, Peter Nolan's car has been repaired and he will be back out on the race circuit, making it 13 cars in this one.
So with Hamish Layton, we talk about background, sponsored by Stoke Foiling. I'm going to say there's a yachting input there.
I'd say a good little note that you've made there.
They'd be used to carbon fibre. There's lots of them on these race cars. All right, we are not too far away from going racing. The Hyundai safety car is pulling away. Lights are out. We are about to go green. 9 laps. Race 3 for the weekend. Crossland and Sterling have been the class of the field, and Brad Vaughan has not been too far away as well. In fact, won the first race of the weekend on debut in these cars. We are about to go green. A big headwind for these cars, and if anything, that wind direction has actually settled, so it is a true headwind right now, and it's not so gusty in the different positions as they fan out across the racetrack. And we go green with race number 3 for the Australian Drivers' Championship. Vaughan's down on the grass off the race start. And he's going to get jumped at definitely the 26er into the lead if Sterling. Crossland goes by him, but Vaughan living dangerously, and we got one going around.
Oh, a 2 round. There's another one further back, but that one that we're looking at, Davey in the number 24 machine. So in the switch between turns 1 and 2, the right to the left, a few cars have come together, but out front the top 5 somehow remain the same, and all stayed out of each other's way. But looking into the hairpin as we cut back to the 27, that's the other car that was involved. That's Treptow, who started this one out of position number 8. Unfortunately, he's dropped down. There's some smoke out there, a delaminated tyre. That's for Peter Nolan, who started this one from the tail of the field. So there was certainly some front wings and rear tyres that came into contact, and the outcome is the puncture there for the number 23 machine. What a chaotic opening couple of corners.
Looks like it actually popped it off the bead. It was not seated on the rim at all. So the 24 of Brenton Davey, he is going no further with that one. So might have had some damage with that rotation down into turn number 1. Very, very wide there. Was that the 32 of Claver?
It was.
All I saw was a big flash of the monstrous rear wing on the back of it. So Hamish Layton there.
There's the number 23, Nolan, trying to make his way back, but he's decided, I think, the safer option to pull off on the side of the circuit and try and get that out of harm's way. But Layton, that we're looking at on the screen at the moment, sits in a very lonely 6th. The cars behind have all been caught up in drama, and those 5 ahead have absolutely no idea what's gone on behind. They have broken away from the field. There they are on the pit straight. So Damon Sterling leads the way. The margin 1.1 seconds at the end of the first lap. Brad Vaughan's a further 2.5 back in 3rd, but up the inside comes Dean Crook. Good move on Claver.
So Dean Crook, he's had an up and down weekend. Former series champion, former Australia karting champion. He's Dad John is the brainchild behind this category, and no doubt Dean's been a big part of that as well. I'm seriously impressed with this race car. Like, John Crook's been around for a long, long time. Let's have a look at a replay of the start, and this is going to get very, very busy. So the first half of the field got through, definitely contact there. The 74 was involved, Bradley Smith. So I think that was the contact with the 24 of Brenton Davies. So I think certainly the 74 was the trigger with the contact there, and we saw Bradley Smith obviously delayed as well. Not too sure what part that's Nolan played in that with the 23. But that popped the tyre off. Oh, Brad Vaughan's rotated. Brad Vaughan's, that's an awkward part of the racetrack too, as the rest of the field are just screaming past the nose of the 77. That is not a good part of the racetrack to be stopped.
No, that's a Crofty corner, and he's right on the racing line there. That's where the full 7.77 kilometre circuit rejoins the circuit that we are using. That's why you saw the cones and the curbing out there. But Brad Vaughan has plummeted down the order. To me, it just looked like, I don't know whether he's a bit trigger happy, a little bit wide, but the back end of the car looped around, and he spun 270 degrees, unfortunately, and fortunately kept out of harm's way. Here is a replay. Lots of smoke coming from the back of that machine. Not sure if that's a contributing factor, but he turns it in. All looks all right. Then a bit of smoke over the the left rear, and around she went, just like a spinning top there. No way was he saving that one.
No, that was an odd one. Certainly an odd one.
So, he's gone around again.
And he's gone around again.
I don't know if this that smoke has got a bit of fluid in it and it's dropping on the rear tyre there.
Maybe out of a breather or something like that, because it just looked like a wisp, a trail of oil. Like typically with a race engine, if you overfill them, they have a breather or a catch can, and maybe that's where the issue's coming from for Brad Vaughan. All right, Sterling's just gone purple. Fastest lap of the race of the 1:54.609. Pretty sure we got down into the 50s here yesterday, so not really stunning lap times at the moment, but there's a fair bit going on, and if anything, I think the racetrack's quite dirty right about now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Leighton has overtaken Claver in the early stages of this motor race. We do see a bit of the smoke. They run a Suzuki Hayabusa engine, but they run it at a weird angle based on the fact that they're in a race car, and that means that at times the oil sloshing around causes smoke to come out the exhaust. Doesn't mean they've necessarily got a problem. It's just due to the angle at which the engines are placed in these machines.
We did see that earlier on the weekend with Nico French, and unfortunately for Nico, he has had a terminal engine drama. So I think it's just down to that breathing system in these cars and the higher loads generated around the Shelby Power Motorsport Park here at the Bend. So Sterling again goes fastest, 1:54.609. Crossland's just gone purple to the second sector. The gap is about 1.2 seconds as they complete this next lap. And Sterling down into the 53s, 53.7926. Crossland, though, goes faster with a 53.7328 by only 600ths.
I was talking to Crossland just before this race, and he was telling me he likes to set up a car that comes on strong late on. We've seen that so far this weekend, and in fact over the season really as a whole. And he is coming on strong at the moment. The problem is, due to the delay and the crash that we saw in Legend Cars Australia just before this, the race has been cut short to 5 laps.
He's going to run out of laps.
Exactly. He's only got 2 laps, unfortunately. So that's not what Crossland was after at all. And we can see around sector number 1, he is right there, he's close. Sterling, though, purple in that first sector, but by less than a 10th from Crossland. So these two are absolutely matching each other. This time, though, in the first couple of races, Crossland lost places on the opening laps. This time, he remained in second. This is the closest he's been at this stage of a race all weekend. But as we say, with just a lap and a half now to go, the cutting in half of this race distance has really done him a bit of a dirty, unfortunately.
Oh, Sterling's living on the edge. He just dropped the left front off the edge of the track on turn in there. You run the risk of cutting a tyre if you get that curve too badly. Crossing that beautifully presented number 6 machine. So as you say, if they've set up that car for a longer run to come on and be a little bit better later in the run, that's just going to be a moot point now, because he's just going to run out of race laps here. But Sterling's trying really, really hard out in front.
You can certainly still see him in the mirrors, and I think Crossland's there close enough that if Sterling does make a mistake, he can pounce on it. Behind that, Dean Crook is sitting in a lonely third position as the checkered flag comes out. So at the end there, Sterling taking the win. That caught us by surprise. So Sterling taking the win from Crossland. The margin in the end, 1.7 seconds. This is the fight for 5th position between Claver and Leighton, and it's a change of position there on the final lap. So Claver moving back ahead of Leighton. Those two exchanging positions on a couple of occasions in that race. It's Kadar in position number 6 at the moment. He's just crossed the line, originally from France, but moved to Australia several years ago, and he's really been enjoying his debut weekend and finishing in 6th place in that one.
They're actually still on the final lap. Like you, mate, I was confused as well, but Sterling and Crossland are still under full race pace, because Sterling's gone 44.6 to the first sector. Yeah, I wondered about that too, but on the scoring,
everything went grey, which means it's the end of the race, doesn't it?
We'll keep calling it. We'll bring them home. They've got an extra bonus lap out of it, so that's all cool. So Sterling actually has extended over Crossland. I wonder if Crossland thought the race was finished as well, because
I think
he was over a second and a half down on Sterling to the first sector split, and Sterling's gone 2 purple, so he's on an absolute flyer here. Fastest lap of the weekend. Pretty sure Crossland holds the lap record down in the late 150s. Look at the gap back to Crossland. So I think Crossland thought the same thing, but there was not actually a checkered flag out on the finish line.
What did they say? Race till you see the checkered flag.
The checkered flag, exactly. And yeah, if you don't, put the banker lap in, and that's the important one. So now we see the checkered flag. I'm going to guess Mr. Crossland's not going to be overly happy about that, because he was sort of chasing him down. I think he still would have run out of laps. But Sterling with the victory from Crossland, and a big gap back to, it should be Dean Crook in 3rd. There he is there in the predominantly red Hyper machine. So Crook salvaging something a little bit of a better result out of the weekend with a 3rd place finish. Then Claver in 4th in the 32, Leighton in 5th in the number 19 machine, sponsored by Stoke Foiling.
You love that sponsor, don't you?
I just wanted to say it.
Kadar on his debut weekend is set to come across the line in 6th, so a best result for him. Very nicely done, staying out of trouble. He just beat home Gardner in the end, the margin 1.1 seconds, and Kuhn will round out the finishes in what was an attritional and dramatic opening race of their day, race number 3 of the weekend.
Damon Sterling with the win from Hayden Crossland. Dean Crook in 3rd, Luke Claver in 4th position, Hamish Leighton, Raphael Thomas Kadar, Josh Gardner, Hardy Kuhn, a troubled Brad Vaughan. Not sure if Brad actually made the finish with his issues, and Bradley Smith also with some issues in that one. I think we had 8 finishes for the 3rd race of the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championships. Right, still lots more to come up this afternoon. We'll just wait for confirmation of exactly what is going to come out and the length, the lap duration for those categories as we go to the highlights for the Australian Drivers' Championship. That's a long way back down the main straight here at the bend. So they got the race start there. Watch Brad Vaughan on the left. Initially tucked in behind Sterling off the start. Dean Crook also went down the left. Brad Vaughan, he ended up way over left. In fact, Crook actually dropped a couple of wheels off on their right-hand side as well, Dan.
Yeah, he did. Somehow they all stayed out of trouble. They were briefly 3 wide midway through turn number 1, but this was the drama further back. Smith and the number 24 machine coming together. And then I think the collision further back was just evasive action, really. This was the result of that second incident. Nolan with a puncture. The 24, unfortunately, never returned to the lane of Davey. This is one of the talking points, though. Race 1 winner, Brad Vaughan, having some sort of issue. He looped it around at turn number 12, Crofty Corner, and then he also looped it around the penultimate corner as well. While all of that was happening behind, this man took off into the distance. He was briefly challenged by Crossland, but he took another race victory, his second of the weekend.
And with a fastest lap at a 1:53.42 for race number 3. So no mucking around, we are straight back into it, and our next race is out on track for the Australian Super TTs. Their 4th and final run of the weekend here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend.
Great to have them back out on track, and we're going to reignite this little, I suppose, competition between Corey Gillett and Brent Edwards, and that's going to be at the front of the row. Behind them, you're going to see Ryan Bell and Michael Ricketts. Well, that was most of the race last time around, wasn't it, where those two were... Well, Michael Ricketts was trying to get in front of him, and Ryan Bell did really well to hold out. Remembering one's an over 2 litre, Michael Ricketts the under 2 litre class, and David Bunton and Colin Bower will be the next two on the grid. Blake Tracy, unfortunately, didn't make it all the way to day 2 of competition, with the BMWs succumbing to a couple of mechanical issues there that they just weren't willing to risk throughout the weekend, and decided to leave that car in the sheds for today's racing. But we've got 6 cars on track for the Australian Super TTs here at this super impressive Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, 4.9 kilometres. Well, Corey Gillett in the S13, what's he going to do? Because he likes to slide this car around quite a bit. Keeps us entertained up here in the commentary box, doesn't it?
Yeah, he didn't actually slide around too much in the previous race, so...
Well, don't sound so disappointed.
Good to have you back, Matt.
It's great to be back here. We're going to be a fast afternoon. Obviously, a few delays here with our Legend Cars Australia getting those cars off track and attending to a couple of the drivers. So there might be a couple of races here with a couple of laps shaved off as we head towards this afternoon's 25-lap endurance race for the TA2 Muscle Cars. All thanks to TFH Hire, AC Delco, and of course Hi-Tec Steel Framing. $20,000 for the most points over the weekend, and $5,000 worth of AC Delco products when it comes to the winner of that race as well. So there's plenty to play for at the moment. It's Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney in the hot seat, leading the points, doing a fantastic job, the young combination. And what a way the AC Delco representative down there, his team, he's the manager for Jared Hughes as well. So, I mean, sometimes things just play out. Will they bring home the goods?
So by my reckoning, unofficially, they got about a 16-point advantage over the 51 Camaro of Graham Cheney and Zach Bates. Now, I can't remember the point separation last year, the advantage that Tim Brook and Dylan Thomas had going into that final race, where we actually got to the conclusion that they only really needed to start that final race to take the money, which they did, and they didn't need to win the last race. Jordan Cox and Mark Crutcher, I'm pretty sure, won that last race, and they won the overall points with that. So I can't remember how big a gap that was, but certainly the 118 team have got a bit of an advantage in positions at the moment over the 51. And then you go back to Mark Crutcher and Jordan Cox. So they are in the mix, only 2 points behind Cheney and Bates. And then Des Collier and Elliot Barber on 244. So there's only 3 points, second, third and fourth, as we head towards that 25 lap or a little bit later on this afternoon.
Well, that's going to be super interesting. Let's get underway with the Australian Super TT, though, and it's going to be each row in their own battle. We know that in the third row there, that Colin Bow out of Victoria will be taking on David Bunton, and Bunton obviously have some supercharger issues there with the Lotus Elise, with some leakage of some boost, so he's going to struggle a little bit as the laps tick down in this race.
The boost
is leaking. All right, the Australian Super TT race number 4, their final race for the weekend here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. 18 corners in the international circuit, and look at them, 2 wide down into turn number 1, the XR6. You know, once you get boosting those things, they make plenty of power. It's a big car. The Sylvia should be a little bit more nimble. Same thing happened last time. Got the run on the outside, big advantage there, and he's already slided it out, Gillett. Look, that's just tyre temp. He's just waiting for the tyre temp to come up, surely.
So those 6-cylinder Barras, turbocharged, a pretty stout piece of kit standard. I don't think Brent's is very standard, so I'm not 100% sure what sort of horsepower it's capable of doing. But, he's just pinched the left front. Gillett reacted, and he's actually run himself off track through the dirt, and advantage Brent Edwards. So Edwards triggered that by making a little mistake under brakes, and Gillett's reacted and actually outbraked himself and run off track. And Edwards is going to get a big gain here. So what I was about to say with the Barras before that issue, you can get that there's tuners and engine builders around Australia getting up to 2,000 horsepower out of a billet blocked or even a standard blocked Barra Turbo 6.
So about 2,200 horsepower out of a standard block. Now they're making the billet blocks, but
wow,
at that boost, they all seem to break at the same area as well. But that's, you know, you're talking like drag racing and stuff.
Yeah, it's not, you won't get the power down in a circuit car.
But what's surprising is there's plenty of 1,000 horsepower versions getting around the streets.
Street cars, yeah.
So, you know, it's not unheard of easily for 500 kilowatts or 650 horsepower at the wheels with relatively minor modifications to these engine combinations and some, you know, tuning to get those cars to that category. Corey Gillett, look at him fighting back already, the aggression now.
I would have thought Edwards had a much bigger lead than that, so has he made a small mistake? Because Gillett's right back up and behind him, and he lost the better part of probably 5 or 6 seconds at least.
Have a look at Ricketts in the background on the tripod. He's managed to get past Ryan Bell.
Ricketts on the tripod.
Oh. When is that car on 4 wheels except down the main straight?
All right, Gillett trying to get a run. Edwards is being, should we use the word defensive?
He's covering off on the inside line.
It's a very wide Ford Falcon. Gillett's just driven around the outside. Edwards.
He just can't get the power down. Look at the car moving.
Well, he's on the dirtiest side of the track, so there is a lot of debris getting blown around this facility with the wind gusts up to 60 kilometres an hour. You can hear it there on that camera.
Yeah,
it's just about louder than the race
Lots
cars.
of wind running across the racetrack here. Dive down the inside from Gillett. Oh, no, it's the outside.
Oh,
Edwards
Edwards locked another break up.
He's going to do the crisscross. He'll get the run down here, but will it be enough? The right-handers, he's on the outside.
Oh, we're going to go side by side.
Has he got enough grip to be on the dirty side of the track? You know, it's full throttle through here. You've really got to hold on to the car and maintain that speed.
Well, 2 laps, and Brent Edwards has pinched that left front at exactly the same part of the racetrack. So if he's got a big flat spot on that left front, it's going to keep doing it, especially into turn number 6. He's going to have to be a little bit careful. He's holding on to the lead at the moment. And in turn, you talked about Gillett getting sideways. He's spent most of the first 3 laps sideways as he sort of reacted a couple of times to Brent having issues, and then he's tried to get the power down, and it's just lit the rears up of Sylvia.
Oh, no, he's off the track. He's gone on an excursion out on the grass. Outbraked himself. Gillett will get a nice big advantage now as he'll get in the lead of this race for the second time of this short race here for the Australian Super TT Championship.
Look how much ground Brent lost out of that deal. So,
also noticing on our timing board, Ryan Bell in that 370Z dropping back into 6th position. So Ricketts had gone past, and there might be some issues with that car. You'll have to do a whole heap of work to catch up to Gillett. It felt like Gillett probably has the faster car here. Here's a replay, though, of earlier. Ryan Bell, smoke out the back of the car, goes towards the inside on the grass. Has he retired there, though?
His race is
Maybe
done.
that is something terminal.
Yep, his race is done. That may be time to put the LS in it now.
Well, it's been what he's been waiting for. Exactly what he's been waiting for as we're on the Hi-Tec Goals replay.
Oh, Edwards,
this is where he outbrakes to our big wiggle. Now, do you think that he felt the brake pinch there and he decided to get off it for a second because he had a big wiggle on the steering wheel?
It was a left-hander like 6, but not as slow on turn-in. So, yeah, he might have just reacted to try it and got off the pedal to stop it locking. And then the outside of that is literally he's gone to the outside and not made the turn. So
hasn't done as much driving this year, Brent Edwards, as we normally see him getting around.
Oh, Michael Ricketts, left front tyre. He's got a left front tyre going down, so that explains why Ricketts was going back through the order, and the Elise is now up into 3rd.
He's going to try and limp
all the air has gone to the top.
That is unfortunate there for Michael Ricketts. That was super quick in this race as well.
Has
is his wife got the jacks ready?
What's let go with the Bell Nissan that maybe has gone through the tyre?
Maybe a bolt, Conrod bolt or something.
Maybe. I'm not going to say, but
if that was the case, I think we'd be having a bit of a clean up on aisle 7 down there. So hopefully that's not going to cause any issues there. Michael Ricketts, the young car wash entry, that's unfortunate for him. You know, he likes just doing so many laps, like you say. Probably one of the most travelled races out of many around Australia, including the professional race car drivers in the higher categories. Michael Ricketts just tows the car around everywhere.
I think that's the first DNF I think I've seen with Michael Ricketts in the time that we've been doing the Hi-Tec Super Series.
I've had a couple, but they've normally been through situations very similar to that where they're out of his control.
So Gillett out in front, he actually just pinched a brake that time, and he's out there by himself, and the lead is going to be well and truly over 30 seconds because the little Lotus Elise that's struggling with supercharger problems, David Bunton, is up into the second position as we look like we've got the Hyundai safety car coming out, and that will be more than likely to retrieve the Bell Nissan.
Possibly. Or is there something going on with that Ricketts car as well? Like, is there something on the track that they've spotted? Look at that, the amount of rim damage that's happened. Did they possibly make contact or something?
Before Bell went off, because, yeah, that I don't... Oh, has it run around on the rim and just damaged the rim? But, like, that's
maybe a ripple strip or something?
There's a couple of big chunks taken off the outside of that rim.
Yeah, you're not going to be repairing that one. That one's going to be probably one that's going to have to be retired to the shed, get another one out. So safety car released here for race number 4 of the Australian Super TT Championships. It's part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series round number 4 here at the Bend.
So up after this, we've got Formula RX-8 Legend cars back out as they're retrieving the Bell Nissan off the infield. Another race on a very, very tight turnaround for the Australian Drivers' Championship, and that'll lead us into our 25-lapper for the TA2 Muscle Cars. Down onto pit lane with Jared.
Really unfortunate turn of events, a broken front left. Give us a rundown. What happened out there?
Yeah, well, Ryan come up on the outside of me. I thought we had room, but I don't actually know till I have a look at the replay. So, yeah, we've touched wheels, and he's gone off into the gravel pit, and yeah, I was lucky to make it back around here, I think.
She's an absolutely dynamite little pocket rocket. It must be a heap of fun wrestling it around this track.
It is actually, yeah, it's great fun. It's a perfect track for it too, and plenty of twists and turns, and you get a bit of an advantage over the big, more powerful cars, but yeah, on the straight they certainly get away. Anyway, that's the nature of the beast.
Well, it's a tough end to the weekend, but I'm sure we'll see you smiling and wrestling the Little Red Nissan once again.
We'll be back at Winton. No worries.
We're looking forward to it. Back to you in commentary.
Good thing about that car is not often is it on 4 wheels. If he put that to the rear, possibly as we've got quite a lot of right-hand corners here. If he put it on the if he put it on the right rear, I reckon we could almost get around the track for Michael Ricketts. He could keep that car running if he really had to, as our safety car there.
So we were right, Matt. They did make contact. So that was the reason for Bell also stopping. So just before we saw Bell going off track, the contact had already happened between the two of them. So a territorial dispute between two Nissans.
Oh. Or is it a Datsun? Oh, there's going to be some purists out there, aren't there? Well, our safety car, I'm not quite sure how long this is going to stay out on track. Hopefully we're not going to be having any fluid coming out of the Ryan Bell 370Z either, which should be a quick turn of events to be able to get that car to a safe and secure location so we can continue on with racing here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Still got our Formula RX-8 Legend cars, the Australian Drivers' Championship back for one more round of their racing, and then it's the 25-lap TA2 Muscle Cars, $20,000 up for grabs, all thanks to TFH Hire. Of course, Hi-Tec Steel Framing and the AC Delco, $5,000 worth of tools for the final race. It's all to play for this afternoon. The points there, Tyler Cheney, and of course, they've got everything to play for there. The young man doing a fantastic job. Jared Hughes, obviously it's his car. He's been superb, winning both his races.
Yeah, so again, just provisionally from what I got off the back of that last race, and any penalties pending. We've already talked about the penalty, assessed a 5-second penalty for Josh Haynes after the third race here yesterday afternoon that had a fair bit of carnage going about it. It's only cost him one position, so Tom Heyman taking the victory in that race yesterday, and it was just minimal points in one position change, so I don't think Josh will be too unhappy about it, but definitely did cop a penalty. Now, the penalty was basically lack of racing room given to Brad Gartner on that run down to turn 1 before that accident was triggered up at 2 and 3. So Tyler Cheney and Jared Hughes in the 118 Camaro on 263 points. Graham Cheney and Zach Bates in the number 51 Camaro on 247 points. Mark Crutcher and Jordan Cox in the number 4 Mustang on 245. Des Collier and Elliot Barber in the number 63 TFH Mustang on 244. And then Josh Thomas and Todd Hazelwood in the number 169 TFH Mustang on 220. And still inside the top 6 after the dramas for Brad and Tim Brook yesterday. They're actually in P6 provisionally on 213 points. So while it's been costly, as we've got the Commodore down on pit lane now, and we've got 3 left on the racetrack. Wow. So, 16-point advantage for the 118 over the 51. So, I don't know if that works out to 1 point per position with the points break, but we'll have that points situation up on the timing screens in front of us to keep you up to date when we go to that last race.
Well, the lights are out on the safety car, which should mean we're going to get a restart at the commencement of this lap. I'll move into pit lane. 3 cars left in the Australian Super TT. It's a winner through attrition. They're all going to end up on the podium of this race.
If David Bunton finishes this race, he's guaranteed a podium. We've talked about the fact that David has had some issues throughout the championship and hasn't had too many finishes, and I don't think the Lotus is entirely happy because they've been chasing some supercharger issues. Oh, Matt Gillett has just laid down a huge skid out of turn number 1 as he's lit the rears up on that LS-powered Sylvia.
Plenty of rubber on the exit there, isn't there?
There's a little bit less on the rear tyres of the Sylvia, but yeah, it just laid out 2 perfect strips on power down out of turn number 1. So Edwards back into the lead, not for long.
Yellow down the inside of 6. Can he pull the car up though? Slide! He's got it under control, but he's gone too wide.
He's gone off again. Edwards back into the front. Gillett's gone off there for the 2nd time in the race. Well, Edwards had been off at another part of the track to put him back down the order. Bell and Ricketts have got together. They brought out the safety car.
He needs to be watching Graham Cheney, doesn't he, if you want to do that turn 6 right? Slide into it.
I'm still deciding whether Dylan Thomas's legend or Graham Cheney's slide job was better across the 2 categories into turn number 6. So at the moment, I'm actually probably going to go with Cheney because Dylan Thomas's one was, close my eyes, I'm going through the centre of that one. All right, so Brent Edwards is leading this, and it has come up as the final lap. Did not expect that off the restart, Matt.
Oh, none of us expected that to happen on the restart. Brent Edwards looks like he is going to come home from this. He's Corey Gillett just a little bit too far away. It's not over though till it's over. The Australian Super TT race number 4.
So Edwards went off a little bit earlier. Like he's got to stay on track here to try and get this. Oh, Gillett's gone off again. He's out in the dirt off the backside of the curb. The second to last corner out of 17 and off of 18, and Brent Edwards should take the checkered flag here. He's weaving and celebrating, so yeah, checkered flag definitely out on the racetrack. This results board's going to be really, really easy, but Brent Edwards takes the victory. Gillett in second, and yes, David Bunton will get a podium in the Little Lotus Elise, proving finish first. First you must finish, and you might finish 3rd.
But provisional results maybe, because we don't know what's going to happen between Ryan Bell and Michael Ricketts. Possibly we could see some stewards having some words over that. We didn't see exactly what happened earlier. Well, let's check out the results though from the Australian Super TT race number 4 in the background. You can see Con Bow just making his way across the finish line in what is a production style Commodore really with a V6 Buick in it.
Well, he ended up on pit lane, so I'm not too sure what happened to Colin, but he was definitely traversing pit lane there at one stage, so he's going to get a finish out of it. He was
thirsty. He wanted a drink.
Might have.
Pit stop for the car. Maybe check a few things as we send out one of our Hyundai cars coming through at the moment. So he's turned around to the right-hand side. They'll be doing some passenger rides between races if they can get out there as well. So some of our great sponsors of the Hi-Tec or Super Series managing to get a lap out there on this fantastic track of the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here at Tail and Bend in South Australia.
You got some laps this morning?
I went out with Mel Price, yes. She's definitely been a race car driver before.
Mad invite. Thanks, mate.
You were invited. Just you know.
I was actually standing next to you 2 minutes before you went out, and I still missed the
You were
kick.
too busy talking. That's what commentators do. They talk too much.
Just
They
so rude.
Couldn't wait for
I'll
any more.
remember
Mel
that.
took us around. What I must admit, there's a couple of corners there where the road actually comes up. You know, it's quite an incline as they head into the corner as well to really help the cars slow down. It's not as much off Canberra.
I'm just hearing. I'm just looking at you. Yep, I'm just hearing you talking. I'm not actually taking any notice at the moment. So we'll talk about that later. Cool shot here. Over in the background, you can see the go-kart facility here. We still haven't got out on track yet, mate. We might have to do that before we go tonight. But it's a massive rental cart over there at the back, and it's almost, you're sort of watching the front straight, and you've got all these carts zipping through the background as part of the awesome facility here. It's a bit of Adelaide is a bit of a motorsport hotbed, isn't it? So we've got, obviously, here at Tailem Bend, the Shelby Power Motorsport Park, you've got the dragway at the bend just next door, a state-of-the-art, one of the best drag racing facilities, definitely in Australia, if not the world. About an hour, 40 minutes south of us is a little country town called Keith, and they've got one of the best jet sprinting facilities anywhere in the world, in this little country town with one pub and one hotel and some of the best jet sprinting you will ever see. So, and then back in Adelaide, of course, where it was once the venue for Formula One, the Adelaide Historic Festival. It's certainly a bit of a hotbed for motorsport in South Australia.
Well, let's get our buzz into the TFH Hire Formula RX8's up next as we hear him come on the track. Yes, we've got these little 13Bs fired up, and they are going to wind the revs up after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Well and truly underway here for the Formula RX8, the final race of the weekend for them. Race number 4, and we've got our first lap run and done with Brock Payne in the lead over Rob Bowden, who are 2 championship leaders when it comes to Formula RX8 for the 2024 season. We're going to wait and see how they fight that out. Brock Payne now, he's on an impressive run of wins though, because he just keeps ending up at the front end of all of these races. It is now 7 wins in a row and going for an 8th one here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series at Tailem Bend. Well, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park has really thrown some exciting racing with this category here, and so many to go through. Brad Harris has shown he's got an opportunity here. He's been hovering around that position 3 all weekend. Justin Lewis has had to work his way through the pack in the Yellow Express, the man with the van.
Terry Derwin's got a problem in the 42. Sorry, Thomas Derwin, not Terry. Might have missed a gear because he's back up to pace now, but 3 cars went by him there, so Thomas Derwin having a little moment out there on the racetrack. So Payne, fastest lap of the race at a 2:15.4784, and he's topped every sector, so just complete and utter dominant.
Oh, is there smoke in the background or dust?
I'd say that was dust. Yeah, so if that's the
Lewis
13, I think, over there. So that we've seen that throughout the weekend quite a lot at that part of the racetrack. So look, Payne's dominance is just it just doesn't stop.
On board. Let's have a look. This is the Grinio Slipstream Autosport, of Ivan Vantagiato. He's got a brand new car they built from South Australia. So again, a lot of family and friends here, sponsors supporting him throughout this year. Come out of a lease vehicle now, built his own, debuted here this weekend. He's been running through a lot of the issues they've had, and it's always with a new car, it's minor things, adjustments, changes, but doing a fantastic job to keep fighting here. Bit further down the track at the moment because he's had to start out of rear of field, back in 14th position. He's got Stacey Vickers just in front of him in that wild livery.
Yeah, it's a really cool paint job, that car, the AutoLink sponsored number 35. So Payne with a pretty decent advantage over Bowden. So first and second in the championship, they went into the round tied on 206 points apiece. A little bit of the underbody just hanging down on the front of the 46 machine there from that front shot. Edson Philippi, the Cassavin Group Bendigo Mazda RX-8. Got Derwin in behind him, so I think Derwin just simply missed a gear.
And that's really hard in these 13Bs. I mean, they make plenty of power for the size of the engine, 1.3 litres, but when you miss a gear, if everyone maintains their momentum, it is the possibility when you're that close together towards the beginning of a race that you will lose 2 or 3 positions. You can see how dominant Justin Lewis was last year in the RX8 series, and now he carried that on the start of this year, but just falling a little bit behind as the competition's getting better and better, and there's so many new players coming in. What gets me is the amount of these kids in this category that are coming out of sim racing.
Yeah, sim racing and kart sport. Jackson Shaw making a little error there at 6. Oh, and Derwin likewise has gone off track. So, yeah, he's got his hands full at the moment because he's had a couple of issues out there already in this race, which will be shortened again with a little bit of time lost earlier on in the afternoon with an accident in the Legends cars, which are actually due to come back out on track next, followed by the final race of the Australian Drivers' Championship, and then the big one that we're heading for, the final race of the weekend, race 6, the 25-lap Enduro for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars framed by Hi-Tec steel framing.
Yeah, a couple of shortened races here this afternoon, unfortunately, for our categories here, so we can make some time up. Of course, the 25-lap Enduro, a big event here. The only 2-driver TA2 Muscle Car event in the world that we've seen. There will be some driver changes going on. There's some single drivers in there as well who have to adhere to some of those pit stop rules so they don't get a clear advantage. We'll wait to unfold all that this afternoon with some big prize money on the line. Brock Payne still leading this one out of Bowden, Harris, Connell, and we're on screen now. Who that looks like? That's going to be Shaw, Jackson Shaw.
Yep. So he's had a few little dramas. Actually had a brake caliper bolt break earlier on in the weekend and damaged a wheel. Saw him in the pits for race number 1. So he's been sort of on the comeback trail throughout the day. Normally driven by Diesel Thomas, who's up in Brisbane celebrating his birthday this weekend.
Ed Philippi on the outside, the young gun out of Victoria. just putting a lot of this team together with him and his family. Not a massive motorsports family in terms of the heritage of physically racing, obviously motorsport fans, but great for them to put a lot of support behind their son, who's come out here in the RX8 series for the first time in 2024.
So we're on the final lap here for Formula RX8, brought to you by TFH Hire. Payne, your race leader from Bowden, Harris Connell and Justin Lewis in the 5th position. Justin's had a podium this weekend, but this will be what win number for Brock Payne in a row? Number 8. Wow.
Well, he's just got to get this lap finished.
2 rounds back to back and has not been beaten. Came into the weekend carrying a pretty heavy flu. Hasn't been that well as we go back on board with Ivan Bantagiato in the number 89 machine. So he's still chasing down Vickers. I think Ivan came into this race with a couple of little issues himself. We weren't actually too sure if he was going to start the race.
Yeah, so they're not running under full power in that car at the moment, still ironing out a few bugs on the new build. So just to have him back out on track and circulating, getting some points out here in the series. Brock Payne looking pretty comfortable out in front, and he's just getting plenty of seat time. It's a busy workshop down there. Remember, they've got 2 RX8s, they've got 2 TA2 Muscle Cars down there in their pit bay too. So there's plenty of hustle and bustle, I'm sure. They're jumping over to the cars to help out with anything that might happen on those as well. We saw there's been a fair few running repairs on the TA2 Muscle Cars after yesterday's Enduro, where there was some massive collision there for 5 cars, but there were some minor brushes where something could have gone a lot worse.
Oh, Canales has gone off in the 88. I was just about to say, yeah, South Australia's run out of 3M race tape.
And pressure pack cans. Old Bunnings might be selling a few too. And here we go, checkered flag now for race number 4 of the TFH Hire Formula RX8. Rob Bowden celebrating another 2nd position, so he'll go 8 from 8 in 2nd position behind Brock Payne. And
pretty much.
That's a championship at the moment. That should separate him by about 5 points now at the end of this weekend. So
I think it was 3 going into today. So, yeah, it'll extend over another couple of races. So, yeah, it's just 5 points. Still not a lot in it. So Bowden knows with that result, he is still close in that championship chase.
And there we go. As they start to head across the finish line, we'll wrap things up. Unfortunately, Ed and Philippi not going to get to 6th position. We'll end up in 7th there. Tom Derwent, well, that's a bit of a fight back after that excursion off the road. He looked like he missed a gear possibly earlier on, lost a position or 2. Good to see the field, though, getting out there. This is the results of race number 4 of the TFH Hire Formula RX8. Brock Payne with another win, followed by Rob Bowden. That seems to be becoming the repetition of the series at the moment. Brad Harris back up into 3rd after a DNF in race 2. We'll see Jeff Connell in 4th, Justin Lewis, Jackson Shaw, Ed Philippi, Thomas Derwent, Brett Thomas and Paul Spiteri in 10th position. Back to Shad Hassan, Stacey Vickers, Ivan Vantagiato and Jamie Canellis. And unfortunately, not all of our RX8s making it to the final race of today, but they've been out in the field. They all team together down there, though, to make it happen. Let's have a look at some of the Hi-Tec Oils highlights, though, of this race number 4. No surprise, Brock Payne got a good start. Rob Bowden, very similar speeds. We saw the difference in them yesterday, didn't we? Where one of them, Brock Payne got the advantage, one Rob Bowden. This time, they are side by side, and a little bit of gentleman-like sportsmanship in the background, because we could have seen 4 or 5 wide. Justin Lewis had a big moment there. Great start up into 3rd position, the Yellow Express RX8. Derwent was on the outside. Harris was back in 5th position. He started this race out of 3rd, so it wasn't a great start for him.
Well, that's where Lewis dropped back to 5th. So he actually had a couple of cars splitting, and so he may have actually missed a gear change on that one. Oh, they went 3 wide, and there was contact there from Lewis to the 74 of Harris. Got away with it, but yeah, Harris was very, very sideways on that one.
Sorry, Harris starting out at 8th position in this race, actually, so he had to do a fair bit of work. Rob Bowden had a bit of a challenge here for a moment. You can see him got the move done on Brock Payne early in the race, but maybe a slightly different tyre strategy. Brock Payne managed to hold him out as they went around the right-handers on the inside line. Everyone behind Brad Harris will be saying, please get involved in this fight so I can catch up to you. Thomas Derwent decided to go exit stage left, had a little bit of an excursion out onto the grass for a moment. And then it was Canellis in the 88 in the final stages of the race, had a spin out onto the grass. So he ended up a little bit further down where we probably expected him to be at the start of the race after what was a great start. And great to have the TFH Hire Formula RX8 back here for round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, they've really enjoyed the bend. It's great to have people like Ivan have his home track, where he's been racing on the East Coast. We're gifted with a number of tracks over here, but to come and enjoy a facility like this with his home crowd, fantastic for him and his sponsors. The Legend Cars Australia, well, unfortunately, we've lost a couple of drivers there who had to be attended to after the last race, where there was a little bit of an incident. Put us a little bit behind on our schedule here today, but these are fun, fast little cars. Now, having a look at this startup, Dylan Thomas, who was pretty lucky in the end with the shortened race to be second. He did the hard work. The car looking much more stable out there.
Best it's looked all weekend. So before that red flag, he was second, hence that's why he's starting second here behind Lachlan Ward. Obviously, Lachlan's going to be very, very hard to chase down, but Lachlan didn't get the best of starts in the last race. Aidan Williams up there as well, Robert Hogan. There's been a fair amount going on across this Legends category throughout the weekend. Very, very busy. Some fantastic racing. But the first time in a little while, we've had a few little clashes as well.
They were pretty nice to each other yesterday, weren't they? Today,
they were nice yesterday. Not so nice
today, I would say they've just got a little bit more enthusiastic. It hasn't been... We have... It's probably not been through... really pushing the limits. It's probably been just taking those opportunities today where they probably didn't take yesterday, with some small openings. We've seen them go 8 wide down the main straight. 8 of these cars, and there's room for more. Let's have a look at the starting grid though for race number 5, the Legend Cars Australia. Lockie Ward's going to lead us out over Dylan Thomas in the front row. There's Rob Hogan and Aidan Williams, Shane Tate and Ben Goodridge. Ryan Pring will be back to the 4th row with Lincoln Pope after a big fight back in the last one, starting off rear of grid. And then Scotty Melville and Asker Sendel on the 5th row of the grid. Back to Scotty Morgan and Riley Skinner, Timothy Reed, Brendan Hourigan, Bruce Duckworth, Josh Hourigan, Blake Hayne, Mark Duckworth, Greg King and Matty Bond will round out your top 20 on the 10th row of the grid. There's 27 of them here this weekend. We've cut a couple off. Kylie Murphy, Roy Hammett, Darren Bradley will continue this race. Chris Spicer should be there, and Hardy Martin looks like might have sustained a little bit of damage, maybe out there for this one, but we'll wait and find out. There was a big incident there actually with the Spicer car, wasn't it? The 33 was part of that.
I think we'll be missing
earlier.
I think we'll be missing at least a couple. So championship-wise, Ryan Pring on 16.29. So that gap has definitely narrowed after some issues for Ryan earlier on. Shane Tate second on 16.06. Robert Hogan third on 1,550 points.
Well, we're ready for a rolling start here with the Legend Cars Australia as they come onto the main straight. And how much is Dylan Thomas going to push it around the outside in the CXC 68? It's his first time out in a Legend car, and he looks like he's having an absolutely great time, swapping positions like they do. Lachlan Ward, he's been dominant every time he's been behind the wheel, but can he get it done? Can he hold on to that first position into turn 1? They're starting to spread out. They're looking for gaps. Ooh, it's not as many on the front row as we've seen before. Wow, they keep weaving in and out, looking for a little bit of space down the inside, and it looks like Hogan might have gone. He might have ducked down, Rob Hogan. He's dropped back 3 positions already, Dylan Thomas. That's not what he wants.
Lincoln Pope had nowhere to go. He was stuck right in the middle, and he got a little bit of a sandwich going and literally had nowhere to go. So who comes out of this one?
Well,
is it Robert Hogan in the 46?
Look at Pring on the outside, but on the inside it's the 47 there, Lincoln Pope.
Oh, Dylan Thomas didn't get it stopped, and he's guided Pring off in the process. So he was trying to defend the position, and he's outbraked himself, and he's guided Ryan Pring, the championship leader, off to the outside of the circuit, back on board with Thomas, trying to regroup here.
I think Pring did really well not to avoid contact there. Looking right on the edge of the tyre there. These poor little radial tyres being pushed to their absolute limits.
That's Lincoln Pope
went through in the 47. Riley Skinner behind in the 94, sandwiching Dylan Thomas, and that'll be for position.
Lachlan Ward back out
6,
in front,
yeah.
So he's managed to get around Hogan on this lap, then go back to Williams. A guardless Tate in the 147, so missing the left rear guard on the number 147 machine back there in 4th, the blue car, which I think he had missing in the previous race as well.
Well, Lockie Ward's still out in front. Wow, they're close, aren't they? When you go back to Pope there in 5th position, Thomas Skinner, you can throw a tea towel over the 3 of them. Pring working his way back into this one as well, and Goodridge not too far behind. Maybe a beach towel over the 5 of them.
So for the round, Lachlan Ward is in the box seat, and with Pring back in 9th, That's going to take some more points out of his championship lead. Where's Tate? Tate currently in the fourth position.
There in the blue, number 147. Pringo, look at him, how close is he? And this is where it is, the drafting. You know, we've cut this down to 4 laps of this race. However, down this main straight, big advantage if you're behind a car in front, but you leave your run late, because we've seen them draft, change positions, then the other car's drafted back. Ward, though, on the inside here, Hogan on the outside, Williams just watching on.
Hogan's got some straight line speed, man. He's been really strong all day in a straight line.
And Pring past Skinner as well, so he's made another position, and he'll be into 7th now behind Dylan Thomas. He'd be wanting to watch out on that turn number 6, because Thomas, he's had a couple of really hairy moments coming into there under brakes.
Has he what? That one wasn't so dramatic with the slide job, but like he just accidentally guided Pring out, who went with it, because Thomas, he was just running out of racetrack. As Pring goes down the inside of Thomas, 4 positions.
That's
that'll
one
be
way
6.
to avoid it, isn't it?
That'll be 6th. That time he got it done.
Yeah, don't stay on the outside, don't risk it. Pring on the inside. He's got the green back on the wheels. That's what's giving him the pace today.
Seriously, these things look like so much fun to drive.
Oh, just a feather on the throttle, isn't it?
Thomas just with a big twitch on the wheel. You saw the correction there as he's really on the limit with that race car.
Ward super fast when it comes through the actual circuit, especially once he gets down into 6th. Very fast out of there and takes a big advantage of that middle section of the track. Look at Pope though, he has the fastest first sector at the moment in the 47, so he is pushing super hard out there. Have a look now, the 147 of Tate, having a look inside Aidan Williams, maybe he's going to have to go around the outside here on this left-hander. Coming out of 14 and 15. Still plenty more fighting going on throughout the field. You can see, just saw Goodrich, Morgan, Reed, Sendell go past.
That would have been 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, back to the 2 Duckworth boys, 13th and 14th. So Lachlan Ward in control at the moment. So Hogan's been very fast in the straight line, but probably the biggest gap that Lockie has had in this race with just a couple of laps left to go. Ward goes the fastest lap of the race at a 2:15.1.
Pring having a move already. Can he get past Pope? But it's a long straight. Pope might try and fight back. Ward trying to break that draft. I mean, it is pit exit there, but you can see there's no cars coming out. Hogan follows him through. Tate's in 3rd now, got past Aidan Williams, and Pring gets himself another position. Working away, chipping away, but there's only 2 laps remaining.
Lincoln Pope settling back there in the 47. So Brian Pring on the comeback, trying to minimise that points loss. Still the championship leader, but it definitely has narrowed after some issues. Pretty sure in race number 3 earlier on today. So Tate here, you can see that left rear guard missing on there.
Wow, Pring goes wide
himself. He's just done what Dylan Thomas basically did a couple of laps ago. Holds on to the spots.
4 right-handers. This is going to be an advantage for Pring to try and keep that position. He's going to lose one to Pope.
Oh, another big twitch from Dylan Thomas, and I think that was at the same part of the racetrack he did it the lap earlier.
To Tate, just trying to hold out Aidan Williams for that 3rd position at the moment. So Lockie Ward and Rob Hogan probably have a little bit of a gap. It can go anywhere when it comes to legends. You might have a gap, 1 gear shift miss, not quite get a corner on the right RPM, and they'll catch up very quickly as Aidan Williams uses the wind to go past Tate. Back into that 3rd position, the Budget Rentals, 147 will have to go back to 4th. Pring now back on the rear bar of Pope. Really got to get this corner right so you can carry that momentum out of 14 and 15. Keep it through 16 and up to the penultimate corner.
So Ryan Pring back up into 6th and on the back bumper of Pope. There's the gap, 1 to 2. Ward and Hogan, battle group there for 4th, 5th and 6th, headed by Tate's.
Well, now with Pring, can he get 2 cars in this one? Tate's dropping off. What's happened to Tate's car? The pace just doesn't seem to be there. Pring pulls out behind him to stay in control of the championship.
It was a really different line for Tate coming out of there. It was really narrow, which you would have thought took some exit speed out of it, and it definitely did, because Pring has managed to get by down on the inside. and Pope, and potentially
Skinner on the inside.
Skinner's going to try and bomb them all.
Well, he's got past the bottom of his run.
Contact.
How did they miss him?
He got into Pring. He actually got into Pring. But yeah, you're right. How did they miss him?
Wow, you cringe every time you watch a car go past because you know you come around that corner at speed. Dylan Thomas missed him. We saw Williams. Well, Williams further up. We saw Pope. They're all there, and somehow they've managed to avoid contact.
Well, Goodrich, he's going forward. He's up inside the top 7, I think. But yeah, definitely contact. Like, that was from a long way back from Skinner, and it was just the slightest touch with Pring. Pring has managed to continue. So again, from a championship point of view, that could have been a lot worse for the driver of the 333.
I think a couple of the young guns have already had to be calmed down a little bit after some races we've seen previously where we've seen them, same thing, take those big dives, those risks down the inside.
Scott Morgan there in the 16 chasing down the 6 of Timothy Reed. So Tim Reed up into the top 10 for I think the first time this weekend. Final lap, last lap Porter's out on the racetrack. A shortened race for the last race for the Legends this weekend, back on board with a very, very busy Dylan Thomas with Tate's up ahead. Tate's very, very sideways, and whoever was just up ahead of them, I think it was Pring, dropped the wheel off through the outside, the left-hand side of the car as we look back to race the main compound here, the bend.
Well, he's sliding, isn't he?
Tate's sliding big time.
The car's really unsettled. Thomas with a dive down the inside. Will he make it? No, he's going to have to pull back in. He's got to watch out, though. Behind him is Goodrich. Ward, though, comes around the final corner. Can he hold on to this? The checkered flag is out, and he will get himself another race win for Lockie Ward. That's going to be 4 wins for the weekend as well. So Lachlan Ward having another fantastic weekend. Looks like it's going to be Rob Hogan, Aidan Williams. Pope going to hold on, Pring in 5th, but it's the 3 behind him. It might go Tate, Thomas and Goodrich is how it ends up. We couldn't tell from this angle. They were so close. Behind them, it's Reed, Morgan and Sendell. Obviously, Scotty Morgan in that red rocket. There's number 16.
I think there was less than a 1/10 of a second between Pring, Tate and Thomas.
Yeah, not much in it. Not much in that at all. Always exciting racing when it comes to the Legend Cars Australia. And the checkered flag out as we finish this 5th and final race for them at round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And great to have them here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at Tailem Bend in South Australia. You can see our TA2 Muscle Cars just starting to prepare themselves, get themselves set for just over 120 kilometres of endurance racing here this afternoon. 25 laps coming your way. But here's the results from race number 5 of the Legend Cars Australia. Lachlan Ward in first with Robert Hogan in second. Goes back to Aidan Williams, Lincoln Pope, Brian Pring, Shane Tate, Dylan Thomas, Ben Goodrich, Timothy Reed and Scotty Morgan will round out your top 10. Back there, Asker Sendell, Bruce Duckworth, Blake Hayne, Mark Duckworth, Hardy Martin, Scotty Melville, Stuart Bond, Matthew Bond, Greg. That'll be Greg King and Murphy in 20th position. So a lot going on. I'm not quite sure what happened to Ryan. Well, Ryan Skinner spun out. He obviously didn't get back into that race too much. Let's have a look at some of the Hi-Tec Oils highlights, though. And, of course, with the Legend Cars Australia, it's always a highlight from the start of the race. Wasn't as busy as what we've seen in some of the previous ones. We're only gone about 5 or 6 wide coming down this main straight. Now, Rob Hogan, big dive down the inside, got it on Lockie Ward. Aidan Williams did a fantastic job around the outside, but Tate did fantastic. Pring dropped back a few positions, though, so that was unfortunate for him. Obviously, he's in control of the championship at the moment. There was a couple of big moments here, though, when we saw Pope down the inside in the 47, Pring on the outside. Thomas outbraked himself. Pring did a nice job there to avoid making contact. He preempted that with a little bit of tyre smoke, but it's a draft down the main straight that creates this. Tate went round Williams. In the meantime, Pring goes round Pope. Thomas ducks in behind, and they managed to get back on with this fight. This had championship implications there. Williams now going back to that 3rd position and Tate in the 147. Just starting to slow down in the back half of this race. Pring was just behind. You saw Pope just get a little bit loose. And then once we get that draft again, Pring, Pope, they all take a dive. And this was the moment here, though. Skinner comes down the inside. Not quite sure how much he really touched Pring there, but sort of spun out on his own. Unfortunately, he loses a lot of positions. Lucky for no contact to be made with anyone throughout that.
Absolutely, Lachlan Ward going on to take victory number 4 out of 5 starts for the weekend with the Hi-Tec Oils highlights.
Well, don't go too far because the TA2 Muscle Car Endurance race is not far away. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series at Shelby Power Motorsport Park, the final race of the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championship. Onto the grid for the final one here, Damon Sturley, the points leader, and the round points leader starting off the pole from Hayden Crossland, Dean Crook in 3rd, Luke Claver back there in 4th, Hamish Leighton 5th, Raphael Thomas Kadar will start out at grid position 6th, below with Josh Gardner, Hardy Kuhn, Brad Vaughan and Brenton Davey. A couple of those drivers having some issues in the previous race with some contact and some mechanical problems as well. Joining commentary by Dan McCarthy. A little bit went on in that last one, and he Gosram down on pit lane going into this final race.
Oh, plenty. There was a lot of carnage, as we say, only 8 finishes in that previous race. One of the notable ones, Brad Vaughan. We saw some...
It looked like it was breathing.
Yes. Well, turned out the fuel cap wasn't done on properly.
Oh, wow.
Fuel
It was breathing. Fuel.
Yes,
okay.
That was dripping on the left rear,
That's a new
one. Spin. Yeah.
That's a new one. Okay. It wasn't the oil breather like I thought it was, so it was actually fuel. Yeah, that's going to do it.
Yeah. Yep. So that was the reason for his DNF. All the other ones were just involved really in that turn 2 scuffle. There was a couple involved in that. Originally Davey was the one spun around, and then Treptow was involved with Nolan in a separate incident trying to avoid that one. So there's plenty going on in the opening laps, but hopefully this one goes without a hitch and we can have some nice clean racing to finish things off for this round of the Hyper Racer X1s, now known as the Australian Drivers' Championship this year, as they come around turn number 17. Just a couple of corners to go. This is the first time they've been on the Hi-Tec Super Series support bill, and they have been a great addition to the series. Here they come then around the final corner. Lights are on. When they go off, we will be underway to commence this final race.
Heading down towards the start. Nice and slow, we are going to go green. The red's built up and we are racing. Sterling should lead them away. Crook got a fantastic start as well. I think again he's to the inside of Sterling in the middle. Crossland to the outside. Can Crossland get the crossover into one and drive around the outside of Sterling? Yes, he can.
Very nice move from the youngster. He'll be pleased with that start. And up into third position is Claver as well. So he's got through on Dean Crook, who with no one in front of him on the inside of the road has been shuffled back to fourth position. But Brad Vaughan has moved from ninth up to position number 5. A great start from him as Crook locks to the inside on Claver for third and makes that stick. You saw there Claver had to open the steering.
Opened the wheel up. He opened the wheel up. Oh, they're going to try and go 3 wide here. Brad Vaughan to the outside. He may get Claver. I don't think he's not going to get Cook. No, he couldn't get the pass mate, so he had a look. Super 2 and on debut this weekend. Brad Vaughan has been very, very good to watch. Crossland leading out in front. Sterling back into second. And I believe that's the original Hyper X1 chassis number 001.
That is correct, yeah, the one in second position, and chassis 002 is the one in third, not third, it's the number 88. In third position out there on the racetrack at the moment. So some of the originals out there, they've now built 38 of these. There's 10 that have gone over to the US, and in recent weeks one's been deported over to the UK, so some European interest in these cars now. How cool is it though that the Australian Drivers' Championship raced by Australian drivers in Australian cars? It's a brilliant, brilliant concept.
Absolutely, absolutely. Crossland doing a really, really good job. So Sterling there in second. His background's predominantly been in karting. Dean Crook likewise. Dean's obviously had a lot of input, and I'm pretty sure has designed these race cars along with his dad John, and so he's had a lot of input with these race cars. Crossland, Sterling is closing that gap. Purple for Crossland on that opening flyer of 58.18. So we have seen sub 51 so far here this weekend, but as the winds got stronger, the straight line speed capabilities have slowed right down, because the headwind that we've talked about that's been sort of gusting around from sideways down the front straight to full on head on pretty much stops these things when they get to about 200 kilometres an hour, and they're about 30 kilometres an hour down on their outright speed because of the windy conditions.
That's something right. I was just talking to them before this race, and they were saying the headwind in that first race today was even stronger than yesterday. They weren't even reaching 200 kilometres an hour in a straight line. But we can see Sterling is closing up on the tail of Crossland. There's a lap and a half to go, and he is right there now, right there to make a move at any point. They'll both swing it up through turn number 13 and towards turn number 14. He's not close enough here as they head into what I call the stadium section of the course. It's a great spectator viewing point on the inside there of the circuit, and also from the main pit building you can see that area of the track really well as well. It's right in front of the main viewing point, the sky deck at the top of the Ben Motorsport Park precinct on Pitt Straight.
Oh, Crossland just had a little moment under brakes there, and it twitched and just unsettled the car. I think Sterling just trying to make a gain here. He's got a great run onto the front straight here.
can see him right up against the pit wall, trying to make his car as aero-effective as possible. But is it going to be enough? He hits the wall of air as he breaks out from the pit building.
Oh, Sterling with a huge run. He was 4 to 5 car lengths back on the run down. I know one of the drivers earlier on said you can get within to about 30 metres and get sucked into that draft in the car in front, and that pretty much highlighted that because Sterling had to be at least that far back.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a big look up the inside. Crossland gave him some room, but he wasn't able to make it stick. They're saying here today, compared to Friday, they're braking about 40 metres earlier, such as the tailwind, but up the inside comes Sterling.
Launched and he got too far deep. It went in too deep, and Crossland comes out with the lead. Sterling sent it. He's talked about sending it this weekend. He well and truly sent it there, but the problem with that is it actually had to turn left and it kept going straight on at turn 6. How many times have we talked about turn 6 this weekend?
Absolutely, it's been a big talking point. That is because of the tailwind. It's catching people out. If they just break 1 or 2 metres later and there's a gust of wind at that precise moment, they find themselves in the doors of other vehicles in front of them in a heartbeat. That mistake from Sterling has left Crossland with a little bit of a margin, around about a second as they finished the second sector. So with just a handful of corners to go for the youngster Crossland, this could be his first victory of the weekend. We've seen Vaughan on debut took race victory number 1. Sterling has taken 2 and 3, but Crossland looking good here for the final race win.
Oh, big puff of smoke there from the back of the 32. Luke Claver, he is in the 3rd position. Can he hold on? Just a few corners left to go here to get to the end of this race. Final race of the weekend for the Australian Drivers' Championship, and Crossland will take the victory from Sterling. That had some entertainment going forward in the last lap or so. Claver will hold on. The 3rd just had that puff of smoke. That might have been the breather issue that we've been talking about with that car. Dean Crook in 4th. Brad Vaughan back to 5th. And then you've got the 24 of Brenton Davey in the 6th position. That's a good comeback considering he was a DNF in the previous race.
Yeah, he was the one that was caught out at turn 2, went spinning through the grass and was a DNF. He beat Homer Leighton, Gardner, Treptoll and Smith. Great to see that we had a few more finishes in that one. All the ones that started made it to the checkered flag.
Hayden Crossland with victory in the final race for the Australian Drivers' Championship here at the Bend this weekend. Damon Sterling in 2nd, just 1 second back. Luke Claver in 3rd ahead of Dean Crook. Brad Vaughan, Brenton Davey, Hamish Leighton, Josh Gardner, Bastian Treptow and Bradley Smith completing your top 10. Raphael Thomas Kadar and Peter Nolan as finishers, and Hardy Kuhn as well. Thank you very much, Dan, for coming in with us. We're going to go TA2 racing, and down on pit lane, Jared McLean with our pole starter.
Yeah, I'm down here with Paul Heyman, crew chief, father of Tom Heyman, arguably the best odds on the Hard Charger Award. Tell me, it's a fantastic Father's Day present he's putting together for you, isn't it?
It couldn't be much better at the moment. So, yeah, he's doing an absolute fabulous job. We couldn't ask any more of him. So he tends to shine at his best in the face of adversity. So, mate, great kid. Yeah, couldn't be more proud.
25 laps is a big ask. You have a firm idea of strategy?
At the moment, yes. We just got to base to see what the race how the race unfolds. We'll work with it from there. So got a bit of an idea in place, but yeah, we'll see what comes with what laps, and yeah.
Looking forward to it. Mel, over to you.
Todd Hazelwood, you're still in the running for the 20,000.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be in it to win it, and we've got a fast car. So fast cars win fast races, and you know, we obviously pretty competitive field this weekend, but hey, anything can unfold like we saw yesterday. When there's money on the line, there's generally a little bit of chaos. So yeah, I've just told Josh, you know, just keep his head down, try and stay out of trouble. It's a long race. 25 laps in these cars is a long way. So it's anyone's race from my point of view.
An exciting end to a fun weekend.
Yeah, it is. It's been a really action-packed weekend. I've really enjoyed it. The team at TFH Racing are a great bunch of people to work with. So, yeah, looking forward to see what we can do in this one.
Thank you. Over to you, Jared.
Here with Chase Hoy, and it has been an up-and-down weekend, paired up with John Hollinger. He's in the car for the race start. Tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I just found out that we're starting from the rear grid because we didn't finish that race, so it's going to make things a little bit more difficult, but I definitely think if we can finish in the top 10, we finish on the weekend on a high.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Best of luck, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Over to you, Mel.
Elliot Barber, you're still in the running for the money as well. What's in store this time?
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's all coming down this last race, and it's getting a bit windy. So we'll see what happens. We'll obviously change the cars out there a bit. It's really blowy, but Des doing a great job. So yeah, we'll just keep doing what we've been doing all weekend and chipping away and see where we end up when the checkered flag falls.
Thank you. Back to you, Jared.
Well, I'm standing here in front of Michael Coulter's car. He is one of the only drivers to actually have a full set of fresh tyres under his TA2 muscle car. Coulter starting relatively far back in the grid, one position off the back by the looks of things. It's going to be interesting to see how this 25-lap Enduro unfolds and if he's going to have the pace to make his way up. Mel, who have you got?
Jared Hughes, you enter this race as the favourite. If we don't get blown away here, you must be feeling confident.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to it. Tyler's in the car, ready to go, give it a send, and yeah, hopefully he doesn't get blown off the track with this wind. This is crazy.
Thank you.
There we go. Tyler Cheney and Jared Hughes, 263 points. They've got himself a slim 16-point lead over Graham Cheney and Zach Bates, followed by Mark Crutcher and Jordan Cox. Now, if we do the sums out here with 20 cars, the cut line's probably going to come back to Josh Thomas, I think, and Todd Hazelwood back in 5th position. They're probably the 5 that can get enough points, depending on what happens in this race, to actually take out the 20,000. I think Tim Brook and Brad Gardner are right on the edge of possibility. I think they're just below the line. So this is going to come down to a 5-horse race over 25 laps for the $20,000. Remembering, though, the winner of this race also gets a bonus, $5,000 in AC Delco products. So it's not about the weekend for that. It's about this one 25 lap. It's 120 kilometres to get through in these cars. Fuel, we've spoken about it. It's not going to be on the limit, but it's going to be getting close to the limit. So they're going to be filled up. A lot of them are going to be having some tyres, a couple of green tyres on the car. Michael Coulter, well, what did Jared say? He's got freshies all round. So they've been saving those, especially with that incident yesterday in the Enduro where they were out in lap 1.
So Tom Heyman starting off the pole. Now, he was given the race 3 victory with the 5-second penalty to Josh Haynes. So this is based off
yesterday's result.
The result from yesterday, all right? So on the points, and I think I got confused with this earlier, actually, with Tyler Cheney and Graham Cheney. That is just for the overall round. So, yeah, based on the yesterday results for the grid position.
Tom Heyman and Haynes will be on the front row there. With Haynes with that penalty yesterday, 5 seconds. Hazelwood and Thomas will be on the second row with Cheney and Hughes. Collier and Barber and Cheney and Bates alongside each other in the third row. There's back to Prosser with Crutch and Cox on the 4th row. Pride and Reedy on the 5th row of the grid. So 2 driver combinations and single driver combinations. This Lindstrom, unfortunately, in the 39 will not make it out for this race. It is done for the TDP Mobile Services Ford Mustang for this weekend. Kima McKeldin doing really well there in the 7th row too. They are starting to find that race car. They've been working on it. Like we said earlier, we've got that shock issue there they found yesterday, and they fixed that. Gardner and Brook back down on the 19th row of the grid in 18th position.
Well, they were one of the cars that they were obviously DNF, so that's why they're starting so far back. Points-wise, they're not bad, but they might just be outside of that window for the overall victory based on what's about to happen here. So, the other driver is starting this second Enduro race of the weekend. So, if one driver started yesterday, the other driver starts this one. So you've got Tim Brook in the Brad Gartland number 22. Crutcher will start the 4.
Danny Reedy's going to be out in his own. Obviously, Matty Mack will start. Yep. Tim Brook will be the first guy in the car there for the Hi-Tec Oars one. John Hollinger will be out there, as we saw Chase Hoy being interviewed before. Hugh McAllister will take the Paul Hadley vehicle. Graham Cheney will start out in his own car and leave Zach Bates, the young gun, to fight it out at the end. Clint Harvey out of Western Australia will take the lead over Brett Nile there. Des Collier's in the car. Obviously, we spoke to Elliot Barber. Rusty Wright, the inaugural winner of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, will be in the car to start with. The 2... what do we want to call it, most experienced racers out there, the combined experience. Of course, also we've got Tyler Cheney. He's another young talent. We're starting this on with his dad, really. Josh Thomas will be in the car over Todd Hazelwood as well to start the race. Now, there is a lap window to get in, which is when the lead driver completes lap 8. So if you're down in 10th position, the lead driver's gone over, you come around the last corner, you can come in. As long as the lead driver completes lap 8, you can then enter pit lane. And once the lead driver has completed lap 12, it's all over.
Yeah, I think you take the earliest opportunity that you can. So that pit window closes when the leader starts the 16th
Oh, 16,
lap.
yeah, sorry.
8 and 16, so it's a little bit different to yesterday, but it's way different to yesterday because I think that pit window changed 3 times with the laps getting short.
Yesterday's first lap incident brought us back down to 9 laps, and a big shout out to AC Delco for the tag team endurance for the TA2 Muscle Car Series here at round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. That $5,000 of tools up for grabs for the winner of this race, but it goes into the TFH Hire and Hi-Tec Steel Framing $20,000 prize check that's going to go to one of these teams. It's one of probably only 5 teams though that's got the opportunity to take that. Just having a look at that down there with 22 cars on the grid, it's about a 35 points difference between first and last. So if you're not within 35 points, you're out of the running for the 20,000.
Pretty much how that works. Right, so we've got a little bit of a mix-up in the grid. All right, so the grid, as we explained, based off the results from yesterday, Josh Haynes starting from 2. A 5-second penalty assessed this morning off the back of yesterday for not allowing enough racing room with Brad Gartner on the run through turn number 1 at the start of yesterday's race. It's just cost him 1 position. Tom Heyman went from 22nd to the win in the end. Yes, he was gifted 1 spot right at the end, but it was still a storming drive, and he also set the new track record here for TA2 Trans Am at a 156.1032 in race 3.
Well, they'll warm the tyres up though. They've got 25 laps to get around. They've got to make them last. Now, the difference going to be, Jamie, is with the single drivers, because they have a mandatory, well, they all have a mandatory 90-second stationary time. We've done the calculations. It's about 31-second transport time. So 2 minutes and 1 second to go from pit entry to pit exit. A single driver, though, they've got to jack the car up on the left-hand side of the vehicle, swap the front and rear tyres, whereas the 2-driver guys, well, they've got to change drivers, but they don't have to change tyres. So then you've got different tyre pressures, different tyre wear. So, you know, is it an advantage to have 2 drivers and share those driving, or you're in the car, you're in the groove, and maybe your tyres aren't exactly what you want? So this is how it's all going to unfold. There's lots of things to play in this one. We'll see how they go on fuel as well, because they might be a bit tight after yesterday.
There's going to be some different theories on how to do this. Fuel-wise, look, I don't think that's going to become an issue. These cars will be very, very full of fuel right now as we're on board with Mark Crutcher in the number 4. So remembering, the other driver is starting the second Enduro race from yesterday.
So how aggressive were they? And we spoke about it in driver's brief today. They were bumping together down the straight yesterday. It was a no-go, according to our stewards today. They are to separate. And how is the start going to be? The 2 young guns, the quick time, Tommy Heyman. He took out the Kubota Pole Award this weekend. He is on the inside out of pole position. Josh Haynes, the man of steel, on the 37 Herzog Mustang on the outside. But look at the TFH boys. They are lined up and ready for a big line. Oh, Tyler Cheney moves to the outside. Graham on the outside to hit his father. There were some big words down in pit lane, and he is not going to take it easy on him on this rain. Heyman, can he get down the inside? He crosses over. We've got 1 wheel off on the dirt. That looks like Crosser, but he holds on to it. We get on board here with Tim Brook, though, in the Hi-Tec Oils 22, and already a bit of a bump and shove in turn number 1. There's a heap of them off already, and that's Des Collier under 63.
Jason Pride involved, and Michael Coulter as well. Michael was at the rear of the field, but yeah, after telling all of the drivers and drivers briefing this morning to just lighten up a little bit, again, it's gone wrong at 1. So we've got to figure out who's sort of compromised here on this early stages of the lap. But certainly Brook was in there. Looking at it, Prosser, who started 7th, he's a long way back. So he's had to take avoiding action on that as well, as we went on board there with Crutcher. Heyman out in front in the 30, chased by Haynes. And then it is Josh Thomas in the 3rd position.
Oh, no, Hadley.
Brook.
That's I think that's going to be Paul Hadley. No,
it's
Hugh McAllister in the car at the moment. And that's Brook. Oh, Hayden Jackson as well. He has had such a bad run in 2024. It's not just this.
I think that's at 6.
We'll have to really try and get some footage of what's happened there.
I was talking to Hayden this morning, and I said to him, I was clapping here in commentary when he avoided yesterday's deal.
And they're not too far away from coming in contact, so let's hope there's no fluid on that corner either, because there's going to be a lot of fiberglass. Are we going to have any punches if they try and roll through that? This is going to play out lap number 1 again. A big problem here for the TA2 muscle cars. Unfortunately, everyone being super aggressive in the run for that $20,000 or the $5,000 AC Delco tools, and that Tim Brook, he's got back underway, so they'll be checking some of the gauges on their car, just making sure they've got oil pressure and the temperature's fine. Let's have a replay here of the start, though, and they were still 6 wide. Look at Graham on the right-hand side around Tyler Cheney. Dad's coming around saying, it's Father's Day. I'm taking that position. Tom Heyman covered a little bit there. I was looking at Prosser in the background, just got a smidgen of wheel off onto the dirt. Crunch sandwiched in the middle here. Des Collier, has he just clipped the inside there and brought himself unstuck?
Hard to see with that angle, but Tyler Cheney actually gave his dad the no argue on the run down into 1 and snicked up the inside, and then made side-by-side contact with Crutcher in the 4. There's where Prosser had to take avoiding action. He's got some damage to the back of the car.
I don't think there's too much contact there. I think everyone's avoided it who was behind him by the looks of it.
And this is the other incident. 6. This is at 6. So Domain Ramsey's locked up ahead of that. It's already happened there. So it's actually off the exit of 6. So I think someone's got turned around there potentially, because it's off the exit. It's not under brakes in.
Tim Brook in front, you think maybe he's been turned around. He's trying to start the car. We see the lick of flame there as it gets underway.
Oh, it's
a very sad-looking Camaro on the front.
Big time damage safety car. We are on safety car. So front splitter damage to the front of the Gartner.
And we haven't completed 8 laps though, because even under safety car, the pit window won't open for the driver change.
No, Hayden Jackson cannot see a thing. Absolutely can't see a thing. Let's hope he can negotiate the pit entry.
Slowing right down as well. Really hard here. They've all got their allocated spots there for stopping as well, because we don't want to have these double car lineups where we've got teams here this weekend. They've all got their allocated position, so the team will have to come out. Fiberglass, really, hopefully maybe they can just try and patch it up. Let's head down to pit lane now, though. It's all happening.
Watching on the number 50 machine of Hugh McAllister and Paul Hadley, unfortunately meeting with disaster there, and this is where the judicious application of race tape will really come into it. Car back down on all 4, and it looks like it's only going to be some patchwork repairs at this point in time. Back to you guys in commentary.
Oh, that race tape, that must be the last roll we've got left in
I didn't think there was any left.
Let's try and have a look at the replay here and see if we see what happens, because it'll be a bit further. Here's Tim Brook, though, coming through.
Oh, Brook's
he's
actually gone around.
Yeah, he's right in front of Danny Reedy. He's gone around. Hugh McAllister really... Oh, Hayden Jackson hasn't seen it. He hasn't managed to get on the brake fast enough, and that's unfortunate, because Hugh McAllister's seen what's happened in front, hit the brake, and Hayden Jackson nowhere to go at that point. So that's an unfortunate incident there. Tim Brook will be kicking himself that he spun around.
It certainly looked that way, didn't it?
It'll be very interesting to see if that's exactly what happened. Let's head down to Mel and see if she knows more.
Oh, Brad Gardner, terrible start. Brooksy's spun or something. If you had any news from him?
Yeah, no news from Brooksy as of yet. All we got was I'm out into turn 6. Sorry. So, look, I'm not really sure. It seems to be the way we're going at the moment, but we can't point fingers. We don't actually know who it was yet. So let's hope it wasn't Brooksy's fault. And I think just the front bar's dragging a bit. Well, I reckon we'll get out there and we'll get it to lap 9.
Yep, go and put your gear on then.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
That's a very different Brad Gardner, isn't it? He was very animated earlier today. Is that a nice way of putting it?
Yeah, he was a little bit more settled, I think. Considering what's just gone on, from a rock star at Morgan Park, where he dominated the weekend, and look, he had to concede to Josh Haynes at QR, but was well and truly on the money. And what can go wrong has gone wrong for that team this weekend.
Well, they're patching that car up. It is looking pretty second-hand, isn't it? They've had to resort to the silver tape as well, using some stickers. Just patching it up enough to keep that front end off the ground. I mean, the front bar's pretty much done and dusted. That spoiler is going to be in the bin. The truck, I tell you what, the PBR truck's going home a lot lighter this weekend.
Well and truly. All right, so Tyler Cheney in the 118 machine is currently in P3. They are leading the points, and by the looks of it, Graham Cheney is about 20 points behind, back in the 5th position. So there's a bit of breathing space for Tyler Cheney and Jared Hughes here right at the moment, but it's very, very close in behind them, but still with a lot of racing to try and get through here. with this 25-lap Enduro.
Well, Mark Crutcher in third in the points at the moment, where they're sitting in sixth position now. You've got to remember, he is also going to get out of the car, hand that over to a pretty fast and capable Jordan Cox. So Crutcher's doing a fantastic job to stay out of trouble in the number 4. We've seen a couple of on-board footages there as he's really just sort of been in that 4th and 5th position, but that's where all the action's been happening. Have a look behind, though. The experience not too far further back there. Rusty Wright, the inaugural champion, back in 8th position. So experience really playing its part here in this endurance race. Let's head back down to the pits, though.
Really unfortunate turn of events there for the number 50 Camaro. I know you agree.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. We've been very consistent all weekend. He's a very solid, driver. He doesn't normally get into trouble. So now, from what I understand, he had no choice in that. So we got hit from behind and shoved into the other cars. So anyway, we'll try and nurse the car home and see where we finish up.
Best of luck.
Thanks.
That's a moment, isn't it, for Paul Hadley, just to stay calm. We know how he likes to keep his cars looking clean, but we're underway with a restart here. Single file as they take off. Heyman will lead them out and set the pace. They're just waiting for that light to go, and here we go. You can hear the V8, the McLaren power plant fires up, and they head down the main straight here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And we have only completed 3 laps as we head into this one. How messy is it going to get coming into turn 1? Heyman's got through. Haynes has got through. Tyler Cheney goes through. I tell you what, Heyman, Haynes, they never sound very familiar. Let's call it Quick Time and the Man of Steel. But the Quick Time's out in front. Have a look on board here, though. This is Josh Thomas, teamed up with Todd Hazelwood this weekend in 4th position. And they are looking at the pointy end. They're still in the running for the $20,000 at the moment, so just trying to hold on to that 4th position.
They went into this final race 5th in the points to Maine Ramsey with a big sideways moment to the inside of Matty McKeldin in the keen number 13. Back on board with Tim Brook. He's struggling with damage to that front splitter. He's back in the 15th position.
I don't reckon it's going to be damaged. I don't reckon he's going to be struggling with it for much longer, because if that keeps scraping away, that's just going to disintegrate very shortly. Here go the Man of Steel in 2nd position, though. The Herzog Mustang entry now. He's got championship to worry about. Heyman is not part of the championship.
Heyman's got nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose, considering our pole sitter DNF'd in the first race. We got Jason Pride in the background. That was Jason Pride going around the Western Australian in the 14. Aaron Prosser looks like he's got a problem. He's slowing in the 91. So that's actually the leaders going by him. So Aaron Prosser, after a 7th place finish, he's going backwards as Pride rejoins the track. You've just spotted something there, Matty. Who was that?
It looked like a TFH car, and I thought it might have been Thomas, because he's the only one in that era, but because it looks like he's gone back a couple of positions, possibly there behind Crutcher. He is now.
He has gone back.
Is that Des Collier working his way through? Has he moved up from 10th all the way up? I'm just waiting for our timing to update there, but it looks like a TFH car.
Prosser's back on the journey, so he's back up to speed. So whether he was trying to recover and get back around and just moved over for the leaders, he sort of got back in that queue and back underway. So Prosser's a lap down and in amongst the leading group at the moment. Russell Wright's got some damage to the front of the 69.
Yeah, Rusty Wright working around Nick Lang.
Collier's going backwards. Collier's getting shuffled back through the field. Boy, there is so much going on here right through from 1 to 22.
Forget about where they're sitting on the $20,000 round prize pool. Let's just keep going on the race at the moment here. And he'll pull in Josh Thomas, trying to go around the outside there by the looks of it. Of a lap, that'll be a lap car.
Yeah, that was Prosser. That was Prosser. But even so, like Thomas, a lot of wheel work to try and get that car stopped and turned.
Hollinger doing a nice job too in the 23, tucked in behind in 7th position. And Rusty Wright, the team of experience, back in 8th position.
But carrying some damage. So, yeah, Rusty's got a great run, but he's carrying damage. So there's been a fair amount of contact in these opening laps and exchanges in this 25-lap finale, as now finally things just start to settle down. Heyman's gone purple, fastest lap of the race at a 59.4525.
Not surprised there with quick time, but Bill has a brake lock up there. He's grabbed that Crutcher in the number 4 machine, and look at Thomas. He is all over the back now. This one's going to become a little bit of a dogfight, and it's for position number 5.
Fifth and sixth.
Down
Thomas down the inside. Thomas down the inside.
Why he's
trying to
sliding
get it stopped.
Oh,
He's
no.
got around contacts.
Let's hope no one else gets involved in this one. Crutcher's turn. Oh, Hollinger makes it through. Look at Rusty Wright. He might make a couple of positions out of this one.
Well, Thomas was committed. He got down there, and you could hear he was struggling to get it stopped, and he's made contact with Crutcher. Meanwhile, out in front, Hayman is still your race leader.
Brook back up into 10. Massive move there in the Hi-Tec Oils 22. He's starting to work his way back through the field.
Look at the front of it. It's not pretty.
It's not about being pretty. Hollinger gets back past Rusty Wright.
But it doesn't seem like it's really hurting him for outright lap speed, because he's going by some of those midfield guys. So trying to regroup and recover and get them into a better position.
Let's have a look at some of the Hi-Tec Oil replays here and see what happened. Josh Thomas had a big dive down the inside. It looks like he had to try and grab that under brakes. It was a bit of a lock up there.
It had a big chatter going.
Crutcher left him plenty of room. That's unfortunately, he's come down the inside. Looks
Hollinger
like he's
did a
lost
good job
control of the car.
Yeah,
he slid
locked up the rear.
He slid it into Crutcher, so that's unfortunate for Mark Crutcher there. The others have got around nicely. I'm just glad there wasn't more damage on that one, where we have seen them, when they're a lot closer together, make a lot of contact and cause a few cars to have to do a journey through pits for some minor repairs, because we're still on lap 6 at 25, which means our pit window hasn't opened yet. So you want to try and limp that car, and that's what Brook is doing at the moment. He's already back up into 9th position, Tim, trying to limp that Hi-Tec Oils 22 to that pit window.
So Russell Wright's made a gain up to 7th. All contact with Prosser. Hold on to it, Russell. And that was a lap car too. So Prosser's in a really, really awkward position.
Look at Domain Ramsey in the 71. He's had a mixed weekend as he breaks himself out. And Matty Mack does a big slide that time.
Oh, wow. And here comes Tim Brook.
Wow. Big
Brook
move.
up inside the top 8.
Yeah. Oh, Crutcher, unfortunately, we can see in the background, back to 13th position at the moment. So that's unfortunate for the number 4 Crutcher Developments team.
Jordan will be on the radio, or one of the boys will be on the radio. I think Jordan will be helmets on and suited up, ready to go, because this will be the completion of lap number 7.
Rusty Wright is about to lose his bonnet and probably part of the front of the car there at the moment. The fiberglass is barely hanging on now. When will race control get involved in that? Maybe.
Oh, that's getting worse.
Main Ramsey, look at the Matty Mack in the background there. Is that keen? Just something hanging off the right-hand side of that car.
Part of the underbody, maybe underneath the guard of the right front guard there, as Hayman goes fastest again at a 56.984. 1.5 second advantage over Haynes. Rusty Wright, he's going to struggle a little bit with some vision. He's on the left-hand side of the car, so like at this point it's not so much of a problem, but with a right-hander he's going to have some dramas. And Prosser fires down the inside, not for position, because Prosser's actually down in 19th.
He slides the car out as well, and this is what I mean, he's sort of become involved in this battle pack, but it's not for the position, which is the car that he's overtaking. So he's a lot further down, probably trying to get back on that lead lap.
So the pit window's not too far away from opening. When Hayman completes the start of lap 8, the pit window can open. So those in behind can take the opportunity to pit, and a couple of them might need to throw a little bit of race tape at it, or do you just leave it? I know they're on pit lane for a long, long time. Oh, Wright locked up the right front.
Domain Ramsey down the inside. We just missed out on that. He might have made it through. Tim Brook, though, dive here. Can he get the move done? Don't want to put it at risk there. Of course, Clint Harvey out of Western Australia. A fair bit of GT racing and things overseas. With
done a good job.
Teammates. They've got plenty of experience racing, him and Brett Nylands. Whether they've done it in a TA2 car before, well, that's a bit of a different story. They do race them over in WA.
Brook down the inside. That is for 7th. 7th place now for Tim Brook.
They are fighting back. Crutcher now going past the number 3 there, which will be Nick Lang.
And looking to the inside of Rusty Wright, who's going to pit.
Yeah, that bonnet's barely holding on, so that's very unfortunate for him.
I think he's just sneaked in that pit window.
He might have actually. Oh, no, because it's lap 8. They haven't completed lap 8.
No, Hayman just needs to start the 8th lap. So, pit window should be open.
We'll wait and find out.
It's going to get busy. It's going to get busy very shortly.
I read it that they actually had to complete lap 8 before coming in. We'll wait and find out.
Start of lap 8. So on board here with Hayman, race leader, continues to set purple sectors.
So I'm just confirming that. It opens at the start of lap 9, so they have to complete 8 laps. Because they haven't done that, pit window is not open, so they're coming in out of sequence. If those guys are coming in, hopefully, it must be for damage, Rusty, or they've read it wrong.
I think Rusty's come in for damage if that's the case.
But Josh Thomas came in, and Hazelwood, the 169. So we need to get down and find out exactly what's going on with that. Why has Thomas come in already? If they're swapping drivers, they're outside the pit window. That's really going to hurt him because they were in the running for the big prize money.
Yeah, I don't think Rusty Wright's changing drivers, so he pitted too early. He obviously thought that he couldn't stay out there with the damage to the front of that car. So, all right.
Let's calm down. Mind where we are. Prosser's back in 19th position. Although he's middle of the pack here, he's not affecting these positions. Domain Ramsey right behind him. He's in 8th position, and Clint Harvey in front in 7th. So Prosser's out of sequence at the moment. Hayman, though, look at him. The quick time, the number 30. There's the horn.
Pit window is now open. Absolutely, now the pit window is open.
Josh Haynes in 2nd position, but the man of steel, this will help him in his championship fight. It's not about this weekend. Him and Hayman can't do it. They didn't have a co-driver. They're not going to accumulate enough points for the $20,000. What do? Josh Haynes, do you worry about the AC Delco prize? No, it's championship, because Tyler Cheney's in 3rd, and Graham Cheney, who's 2nd in the championship at the moment, in 4th position.
Yeah, so it's still Tyler Cheney and Jared Hughes that are in the box seat points-wise for the AC Delco. For the 20,000.
And they're reacting. They're reacting right, further back. Clutches in early. They know because the leader has to complete 8 laps. Domain Ramsey sliding it all over the place. It looks like a late model after this weekend. He's driving it like a late model, isn't he? It's on tar.
All right, so Colt is in. Collie is in to hand over to Elliot Barber. Jordan Cox getting in the 4. Danny Reedy's in. They're doing that tyre change front to rear.
So minimum 90 seconds stopping there as well. So minimum 90 seconds stop. And you can see there's some nervous drivers down there waiting for their moment where they'll have time to talk to us, because who's going to take advantage of the early pit window? Tyler Cheney, what do you do? He's running numbers out there. He's keeping up with Josh Haynes. He's only a couple of tenths a second off him. Are you worried about your 20,000? Because really the closest person to that is Graham Cheney behind him. And who's going to take the initiative to come in first and try and do the undercut? I mean, you got to think, what do you do at this point? I mean, he's a young gun out there. He's doing really well. Or do you have a look over and go, well, the driver alongside is coming out of Super 2. He's got a real opportunity there with Jared Hughes. He's done plenty of laps. He's going to be a co-driver at some point. So do we get him in? As we can see some of our drivers getting out after this initial pit stop window. They've come in very early after those first 8 laps. See Crutcher there just getting the hat on. He'll be having a moment as he puts Jordan Cox in. He'll be getting super excited down in the pits too, because that the unofficial mayor of Young down there. We started the campaign for him again in 2024. Domain Ramsey's had a move though. He's got past the Western Australians. And Domain Ramsey, obviously with a few people going in, he's moved up into 8th position as Harvey falls back a bit, but now we're starting to see them peel off. And that's what's going to happen over these next 8 laps, because the window will shut on lap 16, the lead driver. They can come in, the lead driver can come in on lap 16 and make that happen.
Both Cheney's in. All right, so 3rd and 4th, and Hayman and Haynes have stayed out on track. So the undercut could come into play here. So Hayman and Haynes 1st and 2nd have stayed out on track. The 118 of Tyler Cheney and the 51 of Graham Cheney pitted on the same lap. Rusty right
he's lost the bonnet now.
Yeah, he's lost the bonnet now.
Because that was taped up. So he has actually lost that somewhere around the track. Let's hope that's made it off. There is going to be no aero on that left-hand side. That air coming right through onto the front tyre. We'll see how that affects him in the car, but they'll be coming in for a change soon.
Zach Bates getting in. Graham Cheney's number 51. Very experienced, Zach Bates.
So Tyler Cheney's in too. That means Jared Hughes will be getting in the car.
Hughes is getting in the
Harvey changing over. That means we'll see Brett Nile get in the car. the single drivers, we haven't seen them come in yet, really. You take their 90-second stop. Coxie's back out there now. Jordan Cox in the number 4 Crutcher Developments car in 12th position, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to put the pedal to the metal as well. We've seen the aggression that he's shown throughout any form of racing he's been part of. There's Collier. Well, it's Barber, Elliot Barber now back behind the wheel of the 63, just going past Jason Pride.
So Pride hasn't pitted, so Pride's actually up in the 8th position. So Elliott's just unlapped himself there. So Pride still yet to pit. Heyman and Haynes continue on as Jared Hughes was just coming off pit lane. So as they start cycling here, and they've got to get that pit stop done by lap 16. So Heyman continues on. Haynes going with him. There's the second place Haynes. The gap is 2.5 seconds.
So keeping in mind, transport time, a perfect 90-second stop will take about 2 minutes and 1 second to go through. So we're going to start looking at these times as they go around to see how they're going with that undercut.
The closest anyone got, they really didn't push the envelope yesterday, was within 6.8 seconds of that CPS time. So with the travel down pit lane and the 90-second stop, no one was actually within just about 7 seconds of that. So no one was really pushing the limit. On the downside, some of the teams mistimed their stop and spent more time on pit lane as Brad Gartner's about to get in, the Hi-Tec 22, carrying some front end damage to that car, but it didn't look like it had hurt it that much speed-wise because Brooke was actually up inside the top 7.
Just having a look at some of these drivers, they get out, the window net has to come out. There's going to be an insert put in here for Greg Keem to get in after Matty Max just got out in his Kubota racing suit. You can see it there. They need to plug the radio back in, the water as well, make sure the comms are working, get them belted up, and of course you can't always pull them right down. You need to get help, and then he's really got to reef down to them, set himself up in the car. 90 seconds is a lot of time when you sit there and counter, but you know, normally these drivers have time to settle in, focus. This time round, they've just got to get in the car and make it happen.
Race leader Heyman still to pit. Haynes hasn't pitted either, and Heyman, I thought he was going. I thought he was going there, but no, he stayed out. I don't know if that was a late call. Haynes staying with him, so neither of the leading two are blinking right now. There's some debris down there on the track. Yeah. That may be some of the remains of Russell Wright's bonnet. So Domain Ramsey, Nick Lang and Jason Pride also have not pitted. So I think there's just 5 cars that have not pitted as yet. So at the moment, I would expect Tyler Cheney on track, the first to be one of those stoppers, leading the points back in 9th position at the moment, still with some pit stops to come. The crucial ones are going to be Heyman and Haynes, first and second.
So look at that, Jared Hughes back out, but Zach Bates now in the Graham Cheney machine. They have come out 9th and 10th. That battle is going to continue with some young talent that we see in Super 2 and going to get a chance at some Enduros this year later on. And there we go, Brad Gartner back out in the Hi-Tec Oils 22. Now he went in 7th position and had a good chance here as well. So he'll have to work back through that car. Still scarred from yesterday and a lot more scarred after that turnaround early in this race. But we'll wait and see if the car wants to hold on, because I'm sure Brad Gartner's ready to unleash a little bit of that fury we saw today and that enthusiasm he had.
He's fed right back into traffic. He's in a fairly heavy group there. I don't know if they took a little bit of extra time. Oh, he's pitched the right front. He's way deep into 6. Heyman and Haynes, Ramsey, Lang and Pride still to take the pit stops. They've still got at least 4 laps to be able to do it in. I think Heyman and Haynes, while they had some clear air around them, deciding to stay out on track and see where it sort of feeds them back in. So of the stoppers, Tyler Cheney on track back in the 6th position is the first of those that have pitted to come back out on track with Jared Hughes in the car.
So, shortened race now. As you can see, the laps have been cut back, obviously with our delayed coverage.
Well, how does that go with Heyman and Haynes?
17 laps, so
they haven't pitted.
They're going to have to come in soon, because I don't know if the pit window has changed. Maybe with the late change in laps, they have not called that through. We haven't got any information on that, but they'll be getting calls from their crews now. Domain Ramsey! Big lock up on the back brake.
And he's in the Rebel, and he's well and truly
and you can come in under a safety car. This might go down really well for Heyman and Haynes. I'm just trying to see where they are out on track at the moment, because Quick Time and the Man of Steel, where are they and will they get in? Will there be a safety car with he's beached as over there as well? The main round's in the 71.
This could be a game changer. This could be a game changer.
Brad Gardner's going to get a move done there. It's Prosser a bit further down.
I think that there was the McAllister car on pit lane.
But is it out of the way? Is it going to bring out the safety car? We are watching the screens at the moment. Jason Pride getting around in the 14.
He hasn't pitted either.
Is it down at 17 where he's gone off? Because that's quite deep down there, run off. We've seen a lot of cars do that.
So Ramsey hadn't pitted either, and he's buried. Heyman, Haynes, first and second. So how is this, if it goes safety car, how's that going to affect them? Do they lose or do they gain? We don't know because it hasn't gone safety car yet.
Way, are they going to come in now with our reduced laps down to 17 as well? This is going to change absolutely everything. At the moment, still leading the points for the weekend.
It'll be Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney.
That's exactly
currently
right.
in the
Here we go. He's going to come in. Here we go. He reacts.
Heyman had to, and Haynes, I'd be very surprised if he hasn't followed him in. Haynes went around again. I think Haynes has kept going.
He has. He's taken over the lead. Now have a look, 1.1 laps behind for Jared Hughes. So that's going to be it's going to be around about the 2 minute 4 or 5 mark. So these guys are going to have to be counting that 90 seconds. They're going to have the stopwatch out and be absolutely perfect. But they've got to swap those wheels on the left-hand side of the vehicle. Dive now for Todd Hazelwood in the 169. And I think Rusty might have got out of that car and 10K might have got back behind the wheel, possibly.
That's for 14th and 15th.
No, Rusty Wright's still in there.
So I don't know that Rusty's actually taken their compulsory pit stop. If he was in the car, I don't believe he got out of the car when they were taping the front up because they had pitted too early.
And I didn't see any frames come out. They were ready to wheel themselves out this weekend.
So Haynes stayed out here. Haynes stayed out. Heyman is on pit lane. Nick Lang's on pit lane. He's about to come out.
Well, has the pit window changed? We haven't heard word on that.
We haven't been told.
We've just been told 17 laps in this race now instead of 25. It cuts it down, so there's no issue with fuel. Tyres should be fine, especially with most of them having 2 greens, as we see. Elliot Barber slides the car out, and Brad Gardner, well, he's had a few words with the TFH hire crew. It's been pretty heated down there where we've seen the contact over the weekend, and it was the opposite way around last time where Elliot Barber was up the rear of Brad Gardner with that incident. And, wow, this could get heated.
Gardner's ninth, but we've still got pit stops. We've still got a couple of pit stops. Heyman's on pit lane. He's about to come out. Haynes has still not. So no change to the pit window. Heyman, not too far away from coming out. Pride and Haynes have not stopped.
He's left.
Heyman's out. Heyman is leaving pit lane.
It's not really going to show. It's more about Jared Hughes at the moment.
I think that was Haynes in the backer shot coming out of the final corner.
It's more
on pit lane. Haynes is on pit lane.
So it's more about does he get out in front of Hughes at the moment. Heyman, there's Hughes. You can see him. Let's stay glued to this. And does he get out and get enough momentum to hold on to the lead? I think he will.
Heyman will maintain the lead.
One more lap and we'll find Graham Cheney's car with Zach Bates behind the wheel in the background too. So
and he's on a charge. He's going purple in the sector, Zach Bates. So in the box seat, this car, Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney. Here's Heyman. So Heyman with a good stop. Here is Haynes on pit lane. So like Heyman, they've got to do the tyre change. No driver change. Haynes left it super late.
But look at him.
There is literally going to be no more than a couple of laps for Josh Haynes to get to the end because they've shortened it from 25
remember,
to 17.
changing front to rear will change the balance of the car, so he's got an extra lap in with that balance.
Wow, they left it late. And again, the chatter on the radios must have just erupted.
Let's watch this because you need to stay smooth. Any issue here could cause a drama. Tyres are done. They'll be counting down the final 90 seconds, torquing the tyres, the wheel nuts up just to make sure they don't come off. And watch Heyman on the left-hand side of screen. Quick time himself. Will he get around to make this happen?
Haynes won't be too far away from leaving here.
The spotter in front. Now, the spotter has to get back over the yellow line too before the car leaves. So be waiting to give him the radio signal. The Herzog Man of Steel. Oh, imagine the nerves inside that car right now. He knows Heyman will be charging down.
It was about a 2.5 second gap between Heyman and Haynes. It was about 2.5 to 3 seconds. Heyman had a lock-up.
But he's on the main straight. Is he? No,
no,
before.
he's not on the main straight. Here we go. Here comes Haynes.
Now he's got a speed limit.
Heyman onto the main straight. Heyman onto the main straight. This is going to be close. I think Heyman's going to have the advantage.
Well, he's on a big run. He did have a lock-up just before, but Josh Haynes has to stick to the speed limit in there, and Heyman's going to make it happen. Will Josh Hughes get him though? The big undercut. Oh, it's hurt Haynes.
Well, it was about a 2.5 to 3 second disadvantage from Haynes to Heyman, but Hughes has jumped Haynes in that pit stop cycle and maintains that points lead for the $20,000.
But championship-wise, he stayed in front of Zach Bates, which is what he needed to do because he's teamed up with Graham Cheney this weekend, who's second in the championship. So Haynes, it's not bad for him when we talk championship at all. It hasn't affected it that completely, but he has dropped back one position with Hughes going through. And look at Brad Gardner. He is pushing on, back in 9th position at the moment. Was there been a change? Is that Elliot Barber actually behind Gardner? Just trying to see if they're actually... It don't look like they've gone a lap down, but I thought that was Elliot Barber behind in the 63, possibly.
So Jason Pride was the only car that hadn't pitted. He is now on pit lane. So Heyman, Hughes, Haynes, Zach Bates, Chase Hoy, Jordan Cox, your top 6.
And here we go. Heyman pushing hard. He loves to slide this car around. We're only got a lap and a half remaining in this shortened endurance race, and hear the protest. Jason Pride into the pits now. Obviously, single drive will have to do that tyre change front to rear.
Jason might not come out of this too bad, actually. This might still sort of put him in midfield, but Tommy Heyman looking forward to some AC Delco power tools.
Oh, he would be too as well. He's been racing in the GT4s this year. Very impressive young man. He won a pole award on Friday afternoon. He was super quick in qualifying, and he's continued that. He went from last to first yesterday, obviously with that Haynes penalty at the end of the race. So he is got to be on track for our hypercoil hard charger as well.
Hughes is chasing him down. He was 0.6 quicker on that last lap. The gap is down to 2.5 seconds, so Hughes is actually closing the gap, but I think he's going to run out of laps. But what Heyman can't afford to do is make a mistake. He's already been on the edge a couple of times under brakes. And
when hasn't he been on the edge this weekend?
We talked to him this morning, and he said he struggled after the tyre change in the first race yesterday, which he ended up winning. Hughes is definitely catching.
He's got to be full of confidence too, because he's seeing that. It's a visual representation as he gets closer. It's not like Heyman's 10 seconds or 20 seconds in front. He can see the gap closing, and he's just got to be pushing that car to the absolute limit there. Jared Hughes, he had a big smile on his face, didn't he, coming into this race? They've had a very relaxed weekend, I think, Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney. They've been mucking around.
Two young heads.
Having fun.
Two young heads that have really put on a school here for some of the more established drivers. They've basically done what Brooke and Dylan Thomas did a year ago in Darwin. Kept out of trouble, been fast, but keeping out of trouble has been the big one here.
So I'm still trying to see who could possibly end up. At the moment, Jordan Cox up into 6th position, and that may... Oh no, it's not going to leapfrog into Zach Bates, and Graham Cheney still in 2nd position for the weekend. Jordan Cox and Michael Crutcher in 3rd. So they actually haven't had a bad weekend in Darwin. They had that incident down the main straight, which put them really out of contention for the endurance pair, the tag team Enduros. Wow, listen to those tyres.
Hughes was quicker again on the last lap. Now, is it the last lap board now?
Final lap now for our TA2 Muscle Cars. $20,000 up for grabs, all thanks to TFH Hire and Hi-Tec Steel Framing.
Hughes down to 2.1 seconds. He's taken 4/10 out of Heyman. There's the gap, 1st to 2nd. Haynes just out of background and shot. He is 3 seconds down on Jared Hughes. They have a very good race car. And look, my star of the weekend, Hughes has done an amazing job, but Tyler Cheney, unbelievable, 17 years of age.
If I'm Graham Cheney, I'm worried that I've got to hand my car over to my son at this point.
It's going to happen at some stage,
super impressive to come out here in a car that's a lot bigger than the 86 that he's just started competing in 2024.
And there's no doubt Hayman is going to pick up the Hypercoil Hard Charger Award as well, with a couple of brand new Hypercoil springs as part of the AC Dalco prize that's about to come to him on the last lap. But yeah, like Tyler Cheney's done just an unbelievable job. Nobody has passed more cars than Tom Hayman this weekend.
In the season?
Just about in the season, you'd have to argue about it, because man, has he passed some cars this weekend.
There were 22 cars in the field yesterday, 21 positions. He made that hard charge through. Have a look though, Jared Hughes, well, he's in the points lead for the weekend. Tommy Hayman though, looking for the $5,000 AC Delco tool pack to take home after having an issue in his first race and losing a lot of, but got a DNF there, which is why we saw him start at the back of the grid yesterday. This one's going to go right down to the wire with only a few corners left to run. Hayman leading the race. Jared Hughes leading the weekend on points with Tyler Cheney. Just hold your breath for this one. He's not going to catch him as long as Hayman can hold on to this.
I don't think
Will he bring it home?
Too worried
Is he
about
going to slide it out of the final corner? No, he keeps it under control. And big round of applause for Tommy. Quick time Hayman there gets himself a race win in the endurance. Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney, I tell you what, $20,000 looks like it's coming their way. All thanks to TFH Hire. And Hi-Tec still framing, but look at the hugs down there, and that is for Tommy Hayman after a gearbox change this weekend. A few other small issues there. They have worked super hard. Queensland Raceway was a tough one for him, and the family exhilarated down there, hugging in pit lane.
Put this into perspective. Tom Hayman has basically passed the field twice in 2 races. Think about that.
And a big field as well. There's still a fit to play out for. So Josh Haynes ends up in 3rd position. Now, when we talk a championship contention, Josh Haynes, Zach Bates being in 4th, they're the two who are fighting out the 2024 season at the moment. So that's good for Josh Haynes.
Yeah, Haynes definitely would have extended his points lead over the weekend. Unfortunately, the big loser out of that has been Brad Gardner.
Well, I tell you what, we are going to get turned to our winners very shortly. In the meantime, we're going to have a short break. Don't go anywhere. Well, what an exhilarating final race here for round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Endurance, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Frame. You see Tommy Hayman's family so excited to take this final win as he gets the #1 spot. It was Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney who came in second and takes out the round win and the $20,000, all thanks to TFH Hire and Hi-Tec and AC Delco combined. Then it's Haynes there, Josh Haynes, will continue his championship fight in 3rd position. Goes back to Zach Bates and Graham Cheney, who will still remain in 2nd position in the championship for Graham. Then it's Hoy and Hollinger in 5th. Fantastic result for them. Cox and Crutcher in 6th. Barber Collier, Gardner Brook with a big fight back in the Hi-Tec Oils 22. Thomas and Hazelwood, they did do a little bit of a pit lane run there for a minute, so I don't exactly know what happened. Great to see Coulter after yesterday's incident back up into 11th as well. 10K and Wright in 16th with some major damage. They had to come in and get repaired, and he ended up losing the bonnet off that. Unfortunately, Hayden Jackson in 20th, well, he had to retire from the race with a big front end damage there in the 81. That is super unfortunate there. I tell you what, pretty exciting to see these young guns, Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney, with the big smiles. That's probably the least amount of experiences we've got out there in the crew. We'll be back at Winter Motor Raceway on October 4th to 6th in just a few weeks' time. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.